Hello, VOD viewers. I didn't check how much space my hard drive actually has right now. Oh, we're good. Okay. Hello, VOD viewers. We're fine. We're ready to go. Probably going to start with the replay from Discord just to get us going. I think EWC is probably still happening right now, so maybe people will trickle in over time. But I'd also like to I kind of use Discord for when I need videos the most because they're the most easily accessible. But I think we should also, do a couple on streams, add them to the VODs, all that. Let me just make sure everything's going. I did finally try some of what Joy K sent me in terms of audio fixing. We'll see if it works. I think the main issue is that I use to be able to have separate audio tracks, I use this beta feature. It's been beta forever. I don't know when it'll become proper. To separate Dota. And I think that is probably what introduces some of the issues. However, I think I need to. Like, as annoying as it is, I think if I stopped using that feature, it would have more issues for me than not, which kind of sucks. I'll have to think through it a little bit more. But that's kind of where that's at. Okay, let me find. There's one I was gonna start with. Oh, it looks like some people already gave some feedback on more of these than I thought. Oh, well, maybe we start with you guys then. Is this too late? I was gonna do some of these, but if people have already given some feedback, I think it's okay. Hey, John, do you review low ranked players? Yeah, of course. It does not matter to me. I am here to help Dota players, and whether that's a high ranked player or a low ranked player, it doesn't matter to me. And frankly, a lot of the same advice that goes to a low ranked Dota player can still go to a high ranked Dota player because there's a lot of things that the concept isn't different. It's just how often you have to apply it. So like a Herald player, it's like, hey, work on your map awareness once a minute. The higher up you go, it's like, hey, you didn't look for the last 5 seconds. You're griefing. It just changes. But it's like the fundamental part is the same. So high ranked players may not like to hear that and don't tend to watch lower ranked videos, but that's the truth. When I did that Guardian, I did a Guardian video breaking down team fights. I mean, it's the same mistakes that happen in my games. It's just whether it's every single team fight that has these issues or like one team fight that ultimately costs you the game. Same stuff. Okay, let's do. There's already some feedback on some of these. I'm going to pick one that hasn't received any feedback. Let's see if this game is even still downloadable because they actually submitted it a little bit ago. A few days ago. We'll see if the game is recent enough. Oh, it is. Great. Let's start with this one. Oh, maybe we can't actually because I don't think I know who is playing here. They didn't mention. Oh, just kidding. It's up here. Lifestealer position 1. Okay. All right, let's start with this one. This is from the Discord. Lifestealer 1. How do I usually do these timestamps? Lifestealer 1 Crusader. Well, actually, it looks like since he posted, he's made his way up to Archon. Congratulations to our Lifestealer player. Let's timestamp this. Okay, so for this one, the question Joopy, come here. This one is... basically, I usually understand where the issue is, why we lose, but not this game. What do you think won us this game? Or, sorry, lost us this game and / won their game? I resorted to blaming mid. I hope not in the game. I think you hopefully just mean like as a post-analysis for yourself. The mid maybe being too passive while their Arc Warden free farms. It felt like our game was too passive considering that they had greedy heroes like an NP support. Regardless of whose fault, what could I have done differently? Maybe we lacked communication. That'll be hard for me to know from the replay, but maybe. Kind of knew we had to go earlier power spikes, but felt our team was just cruising and not thinking about game plan at all. Okay, that can happen a lot where your team needs to do stuff. And I'm looking at this draft. This is a pretty good lineup to do things early. So the assessment very well could be correct. Looks like pretty even game at... wow. 75 gold difference. That's only 2 last hits. 20 minutes is 3k gold lead for Dire, which isn't that bad, except for the fact that they are maybe the greedier lineup. Still pretty close at 30 minutes. So, and the fact that it goes 58 minutes certainly means that there are fights you can take here to still win the game if it's going that long. But we can start between 10 to 20 minutes because I do think there is time to do stuff there. Let's look at items real quick. So the Lifestealer got a pretty fast Radiance. 16-minute Radiance is actually really good. Into Manta. Yeah, I guess it's not a bad Manta game. What have our other people got? This guy went Blink first. This guy goes his Witchblade first. So everyone's got the tools to do stuff early. Blink here at 15. That's actually really good. So looking at the 15-minute mark onward, the team should be getting a little bit more active. How about over here? Battle Fury at... what in the... Archon game? These timings feel really good across the board. Maybe it's because everyone is passively farming. Maybe everyone's just getting every last hit. No contest. Blade Mail, Blink. All right. All right. So let's jump to like the 10-minute mark, like I said. Go to Lifestealer. So Lifestealer just farming his Radiance. We actually don't have to focus too much on Lifestealer because he should just be working on the Radiance. Okay, Shadow Shaman coming in here. So this is going to be the start of the mistake, potentially. If we're looking to get active, the support coming to this lane is not going to be great. How many nickels would you get for every replay you got where the initiator didn't get a blink dagger first item? The floor's currently at 2. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of games where that happens. I will say you don't always have to get blink first. Like in this case, Axe got blink first. I would say it's okay for him to get blade mail and then the blink, because he has the Storm Spirit, because he has Disruptor, Shadow Shaman, right? I don't think Axe actually needs to get blink first. And many offlaners actually don't like to get blink first right now. They prefer to get blade mail or something else. And that's okay because the way you play is rather than be forced to take fights, you just walk up to objectives and force a fight, and they have to respond. You might still want to blink first, depending on the draft, but this particular game, Axe could get blade mail first, though funny enough, he does get the blink because he's got other heroes who can just do stuff. So there is some flexibility on it. But there are many games where you had to be the one to start stuff and you didn't. Not like you specifically, the you general. All right, that's pretty good. Ooh. Stampede used to save him. All right, we'll take that. Okay, so now the support should leave. Axe got killed back here. How'd that happen? Pretty low, walked up for the call, and then chased down. Oh, I thought it was a kind-hearted stampede to save Nature's. It was a accidental. Nature's is commending him, right? It's like, dude, that was such a sick stampede. It's like, what happened over here? Okay, after these guys get a kill with the Lifestealer, they should just leave again, because Lifestealer is just working on Radiance. They should go to Storm Spirit, check how close he is to Witchblade, maybe prepare a smoke, head up top with the axe respawning and look for a play. Go through the twin gate, same stuff, something over here. You're just trying to like draw attention away from Lifestealer. The fact that Arc Warden and Natures were pushing this make it okay to come in, right? Like they react to what's happening, but then they should move on. Oh, Dimitri. All right, we got the $5. Oh, I actually forgot to put on this thing. We got the $5 donation for the guaranteed replay. Thank you. So we will do that one right after this, but we'll finish what we're on. Carry. What were we doing again? Oh yeah, we were saying the support should move on. Farming Gore Storm's not that bad. See, like, what Shadow Shaman's doing is no good. And Lifestealer, if you know this, call it out for your team. Like, after the kills, be like, great rotation, guys. I'm actually good on my own now, though, if you guys want to, like, play somewhere else. I'm just going to finish the Radiance. You know, some kind of simple call-out like that. No flame, but makes it clear that I want to be left alone, and I'm not going to flame you guys for rotating away from me. That was kind of close. I think maybe you got to do that a little sooner, but I am speeding forward, so maybe I wasn't paying the strictest attention. Lost our Sacred Relic, but not the end of the world. Looks like some action is going on here. Very farmed Centaur, though. So how did this happen here? They did try. Zipped a little far. It's also dangerous. No one ever saw the high ground. All right. Part of this is how strong the Centaur was. I'm actually a little surprised they weren't able to do that. Though, admittedly, Shadow Shaman and Disruptor are not the highest damage supports unless you commit the ult, which I think they were trying not to at first, and if they had, this would be a Centaur kill, like drop the Serpent Ward on the high ground, and then fight the Centaur. Oh no, mixed the call too. Okay, but a play is happening at least. It wasn't executed the best, but something is going on for Lifestealer to be... Ooh, getting an Arc Warden kill and then finishing the Radiance. Oh, ward somewhere here, maybe. All right, Lifestealer gonna go back now. So here as Lifestealer, if you had Infest, I would say you could coordinate a gank with your team because he did go Blink, so you could be part of getting the team to do stuff. Infest the Storm or the Axe. You don't have it right now because you just used it, so if you just chilled for a little bit, that'd be okay with me. But as part of getting your team to be active, I think that could be nice. Maybe push top, ask people to come up here. I know there's a lot of heroes here. It's a little scary to walk up like that, though they don't have the best catch, and you have Rage again, so... I think it's also okay. Alright, these guys just kind of pushed in. That was a bit scary. We were on the far side. Let's call this a bait. Let's see what happens. Axe does not call the Dazzle. Pop back out. Alright, Dazzle is free reign. There we go. Now we get the Dazzle. Oh shit, Nature's Prophet! Get him! Alright, this fight's actually not too bad. Unfortunately, we died on the Lifestealer, but I'd say in general that fight was pretty good. They should push up. You guys leave like a deep ward somewhere. Alright, UTP bottom. Okay, be careful here. This is kind of scary to me, the fact that you kept going. All right, let's go back. So they all died, right? A lot of them got killed. They're respawning. They're figuring out where they want to go. They see a bunch of heroes up here, and then you show like this, right? So maybe you're a pretty viable target now because you TP'd out. They know your team came up here. So I was like, well, why don't we go get that Lifestealer? Now, if they do that, they start TPing here, you could be long gone. You could already be moving back this way. But then you actually keep going, and this is what's a little scary. Right now, your team is trying to make an aggressive play. If any of them do have TPs, they might try to save you, but that means this tower's not going to be taken. This is already pushing. I don't... Like, this creep wave you're killing right now is supposed to meet this creep wave. So all these extra creeps are already pushing in your favor. And I don't actually think you have to be killing this creep wave. With that said, I know you have Rage and Infest, so you're actually pretty good at staying alive. So I kind of don't hate it, though this guy has finished Orchid, so we're going to have to be a little bit careful. But just be a little careful when everyone respawns like that. I know we can take risks, and I usually do encourage it, but there's still a certain degree of let's let people scatter a little bit before we start pushing out, lest we get 4 heroes on our ass. Okay, now I start seeing like a couple heroes mid, you know, some other places. So if I wanted to push more aggressively now, I'd be okay with that. Got Infest again if we wanted to go join a smoke. All right, I mean, they're making a play. I got the arc kill, and you're coming to defend mid. I think that's pretty good. Since we didn't join the smoke gank, we're dealing with the lanes for our team. And we might need to think about the bottom lane in a moment. Unless your team wants to go mid together, that would also be cool. You guys have the Serpent Ward, so if you can also be part of like, hey guys, let's go for Tormentor, go for Tower, go for Roche. We're pretty strong. We have all our initiating items. We have the Serpent Ward. We should try something. It got used somewhere. Use it for a kill? Oh, they used it for the tower. I didn't see it on the minimap. Uh-oh, what happened here? You were going to infest the Disruptor. We're just a little bit late. Now they're getting the winning fight. This is actually what I was warning about earlier, but in a different lane now. So we're pushing this tower. But at the same time, they're pushing top tower. So we're showing in multiple locations, and we should be a little careful. Right now, we see that our team has committed to the top. So us in the mid lane, we need to defend this tower. Oh, there's no tower. So you actually don't have to do much here. We just need to not take risks so that, one, if they don't know where we are, they might imagine we're running top. They might feel less confident to fight this. Or we show mid, and then they were deciding what to do. They commit to top because they know you guys can't be here. Or they go, okay, we've lost top. Let's at least get this Lifestealer kill mid and this Disruptor mid. So you guys are showing in 2 dangerous locations at the same time, and you don't actually have to do that because it does look like you guys are getting top for free. And then if you started to show mid in like 3 to 5 more seconds, it would be okay because that's how long it takes to TP mid and join in. But here you guys are baiting mid a little too soon, and then you just actually get Juggernaut ulted. Though, funny enough, if you guys had actually just stayed near the creeps, it might have been less of an issue. The bigger issue, though, is like showing in multiple places at once. Stefito, thank you. Thank you for tuning into the streams. All right, we're almost at Blink. That'll make it a lot easier to deal with this stuff. Almost saved him too. We're just short of saving a couple people. I see you've gotten rid of your Quelling Blade, by the way. I actually think you should keep it in instead of Gauntlets. You're gonna have to deal with Sprout the entire game. And Quelling Blade is your cheap option to deal with that. You don't really want to buy a 4-staff. You're not really a Battle Fury builder. But the Quelling Blade alone is not that bad to deal with. Remove this Gauntlet. Keep that Quelling Blade in there. Later, you'll finish Manta. You could have, like, still 2 Gauntlets in, assuming no Lotus. You'd still, you know, keep some of these Gauntlets, but it should be sold instead. Like, 3 strength compared to essentially being stunned for, what is this now? 4 seconds every 8 seconds, right? This is 50% uptime, and you got rid of your way to deal with it. So In this particular fight, it maybe doesn't matter that much, though it's part of why you couldn't get to Storm in time. And it might matter more in future fights. I would say it's not that your team didn't try to do stuff, but that you guys weren't the most efficient at it. Now, we did jump ahead, so maybe there was a window from the, like, 8 to 15-minute mark where your team could have been more active, and I didn't see that part. Good prioritization on the Dazzle there. Go with the Storm. Easier target. Centaur, so difficult to kill. He's one of your last targets to go for. Try to take out the other heroes first. And then you can get them together. No, Axe, don't get too excited. You're missing. Call for Roche right now. Call for Roche. You're the carry. You have Serpent Wards. This is a Roche right here. If you guys don't do it and you go for tier 2 instead, this is not bad. I give you a 60 to a 70% though. I believe Roche is 100% A++ behavior. Tier 2 tower is better than falling back and jungling. I'll give you that much. But Roche is much better. Oh. Arc Warden kill, pretty good. Hey, no need, no, yeah, don't chase too far. No need, no need. Courier, no. All right, now when they're dead, because you have a pick-off, you guys can take this tier 2. And notice it doesn't take a full team wipe. Maybe this is famous last words. Doesn't take a full team wipe to get the tier 2. When they're scared to fight you because you killed someone or because you have Aegis, you'll just get the tier 2. That's why earlier, I think the better play rather than this tier 2 is the Roche. See what happens here. Maybe famous last words. Maybe they will fight us. Disruptor. Way too far up, guys. You shouldn't do this as Disruptor. You should be sitting in these trees and just ready to, like, static storm right under Lifestealer. This is like, oh, let me check if Centaur is waiting here to blink one of us. Let me walk in as one of the targets he would want to blink stun and check under the tower if it's up, right? You're gonna be killed. You're the guy he's looking for, and you're walking up, seeing if he's there waiting to kill you. So that's no need. Stand behind the Lifestealer. Just be ready to static storm underneath the Lifestealer when they jump him. If he's the only one showing, they either have to do a huge wraparound, which takes more time, or they're just going to jump the Lifestealer. And then you're going to be ready to react. You guys didn't actually have to go for that play. Damn. Almost got the the jug, and it would have been all right. All right. In the end, this fight's not too bad. Oh, steal the money! Steal the money! Oh, yeah. 64 gold, guys. Let's go. That fight could have gone better just based on execution, but I also think your team didn't have to force that as Arc Warden was getting close to respawning. Could just fall back. We will not forget. Still a pretty close game. I'd say the biggest mistake we have seen is not going for Roche. I know it's sometimes difficult in pubs to coordinate the team like that. Carry players and core players have more say than supports, though. So if you do make the call, you have a better odd than a support player trying to do the same. All right, everyone's missing. We should be careful as a team. Someone should have pushed in the mid lane. All right, if you guys go for a smoke right now, it's going to be awkward. Then there's going to be another mid wave that needs to be pushed in right now. So you guys are actually... You've infested a bit too soon. There was more to do before you guys started this movement looking for a fight. Axe unfortunately goes on nothing. But you see how we don't know anywhere to go because the lanes are actually pushing into us. So we have no information to work off of. And in fact, they have information because they're like, everyone's showing to deal with this tier 2. Pretty weird. Think I'm going to avoid them, right? So before you guys start grouping up, before you infest someone, if you guys shove in mid and start getting it to go under tier 2, it's gone. Tier 3, someone's going to react to that. Someone's going to show up and go like, oh, I can't just lose tier 3 tower. There's a bunch of creeps here. They're going to farm that. That could be your target. Or you now know, okay, Juggernaut is dealing with the mid lane. Let's blindly walk into here. Maybe we'll find something and Juggernaut will be delayed because he has to TP and then run in. Now, we're about to go a little bit blindly. We saw a couple heroes here, so as you move in this way, we might find someone, but we might find 5 someones, and that's a little scarier. Also, I see us dropping a lot of observers up here, so maybe you guys are thinking about Roche. Maybe we're about to just walk in there, but unlucky on the timing. And by unlucky, I mean you guys should be watching the timing. Any of you can do it and call it. I'll look at all these observers committed top. You should be saying, Roche is going to move bottom. Let's set up there for when it comes down. It can be you. It can be the mid player, the offlane player, either of the supports. Anyone can do it. It's just good communication. That's why we hide and we static storm, but no one is going for the dazzle. So that's a mistake. You're never going to kill him. Roshan, not a fan of you. You guys can't take the fight on the front. You have to look for the dazzle. Earlier, let's compare. The 25-minute 4 heroes dead Roche versus the 30 minutes all heroes up. And I guess you don't know the gold deficit, but it's at least a close game. 27-29. So you know it's a difficult attempt to do Roche. So trying to do it blindly when all our vision is over here, no vision here, no lanes pushing in, it was very dangerous to go for Roche. And that's something you can do, you can call, or anyone on your team can call. Again, this is like everyone can have impact through shot calling. That might actually be the game-losing moment. So let's paint a different picture just to close this one out. When was it? 25 minutes, I think, when like the 4 heroes were dead. You guys get Roche. I think it was up here at that time. You guys get Roche. With the Aegis, you can go tier 2 to tier 2. In a similar way, you guys pushed this and then ultimately lost. Imagine doing that push with an Aegis. Even if the execution is still not the best, you just have a second life to work with. In the same way, this fight, if you had a second Aegis, or like an Aegis, I mean, you wouldn't be fighting around Roche, but like, you know what I mean? Like, in the team fights, when you have the Aegis, you have an advantage. So maybe you guys clear out some tier 2s. Maybe you can't. That's okay. You still build up a gold lead. You fight. Rather than force a very risky Roche attempt like the way you guys did, you keep having vision spread on the map. You guys find the pickoff on the Arc Warden, on the Natures, on the Dazzle especially, right? Or because you have good vision and you push in a lane, you guys come do Roche, but you see them grouping up. Your team knows to like wrap around, catch the Dazzle, whatever. There's a whole bunch of different situations that could have changed the game. And we could be in the lead off of doing this, and we could be waiting for the second Roshan right around now, rather than, okay, we attempted Roche way too soon at a bad time, and now they have Aegis, they have a 17 gold lead, and now they're pushing. So we're kind of like in swap situations if we make a different call earlier. So I think this is a good place to end this one. There probably is some like nitpicking we could do of like, you know, oh, Storm could have done this better. This player could have done this better, right? I did see some mistakes, but I wouldn't say your team was like too passive. I think they did try. They weren't the greatest attempts, but that's kind of how pub games go, right? Like, they're not going to be TI decision making. That's just the TI players do that. We make pub decisions. So I think it's understandable how they played. Ooh, that is an interesting replay to look at. But first, excuse me. First, we have to start with Dimitri's. Death Prophet 2. Let's see the rank. Let me open up the game. This will mostly be a random system. but there is a $5 I'll do it guaranteed. And we have a donation from this Death Prophet player here in Herald, looking to get out of Herald. I think we've done one for you before. We gave some feedback. We can tune back in. I remember talking about some laning, about trying to be efficient with the ultimates, which I see you're 16-3. That's a pretty good sign. Ultimately lost, so that kind of sucks, but it looks like you did pretty well. You're pretty high net worth through most of the game. It does look like everyone started off well, and then maybe some mistakes were made in the early to late game mid chunk. Let's take a look. Yeah, Lucky Taurus, that certainly sounds like an interesting case. Like Ermiar is saying, hero damage is not bad, but not necessarily the full story. So difficult to say just based on what you said, but we might be able to get to that later. We're going to start with this one first. Since the context will need to be looking at the game more than just being read. Let's see. This is a really long game. Where do we want to jump ahead? Let's start with the first ultimate. See when you get it, how you use it. Because I think that was some of our feedback last time we watched one of your games. And then maybe jump ahead again after that. So it looks like this is your first ultimate. Looking to push this tier 1 tower. Let me just check these. So pretty much every tower is full health right now. Pop a little early, looking for a dive like this. Get the natures. Okay, so this, I like that you rotated on the first ultimate with the power rune. This feels a little forced, but you actually still got a kill. So then right here, let's refocus. This is a level 3 CK. He's running back. Maybe we kill him. Maybe you guys are going to run him down and kill him. But let's compare killing a Chaos Knight to killing this tower, which level 1 Exorcism, especially with an amplified damage rune, you could definitely take this tower. I see a catapult here. I see some creeps. Somehow this catapult is alive at 7 minutes. So this is a dead tower unless they come to defend it, which maybe you're then going to kill a couple heroes because you have amplified damage and Exorcism going. So this maybe is a Chaos Knight off lane. It is unclear to me right now. But maybe we could usually say that's not a bad kill to get. But back here is pretty deep. Especially because I skipped over the fact that maybe we die for this, right? If they TP in to defend this Chaos Knight, because we're in pretty deep. I mean, 1 teleport, 2 teleport, 3 teleport, 4th teleport. There's a lot of locations to teleport to punish us moving this deep. We could end up dying, and level 6, level 4 heroes, not worth a level 3 hero to go this far in. You kill them out here, that's fine with me. Killing them back here, 7 minutes of the game, this is a little too deep. So this is probably not the only reason you end up losing a game, but that feels like a little bit of a mistake. Now, okay, let me, in the nicest way possible, it's not just a little mistake, it is a pretty big mistake. I don't know, just the way I use language, I'm not trying to flame, but also I want to make it clear the severity of the mistake so we understand to fix it. We don't want to chase too far for these kills. I'm not going to say never, but it's usually more worth it later on in the game than in the early game. In the early game, trying to get a convenient location kill, which is typically at most around the tier 1 towers and typically more on your side or like in the jungle. It's rare that pre-10, even pre-15, 20 minutes, chasing for a kill beyond a tier 2 is actually worth your time. Usually something a little more easier to access is better. And in that last case, taking the tier 1 tower with the Riki and the Jakiro and the catapult would have been much more guaranteed value than the Chaos Knight kill. Good rune control, especially for Herald. You might need to buy a casual Quelling Blade just to deal with the Sprout, just like in last game we talked about that. Got a lot of money saved up here. Oh, I see you still have these iron branches, by the way. We skipped a laning stage, so maybe you just didn't need them. But a lot of the times, the reason you'll see mid laners start with like 4 iron branches, sometimes even more, is that you'll eat the iron branches with the Tango, potentially saving 2 for the magic wand, which I see you have upgraded. But you're building other items, right? You've got the bottle, null talisman, boots. These branches can't stay forever. Now, if you really didn't need them, you can just sell them. That's fine. But a lot of the reason the mid laners start with it is so that while you're laning, you can eat the iron branch, and you didn't have to walk back over here. Like, let's just say this is a creep wave that's happening at that moment. If you felt you had to tango, you'd have to walk over here. You're going to miss this deny, and then these 2 creeps are low. So maybe as you walk away, your opponent mid laner just starts hitting their own creeps, and you miss 2 CS while going to go tango. So that's why you use the iron branch. Just eat it right here, double regen, hit these creeps, and you get to go for the last denies. Kind of a high level mid thing, honestly. In Herald, it's probably not the biggest deal, but just to put a little bit of context, if you're copying the starting builds, why they do that. Okay, power rune plus ult, very good. For Herald, you're getting an A+. The use of runes and ultimate cooldown has been very good. Now, the focus on the first ultimate, we lost some points on that one. But the second ultimate is pretty good so far. Oh, you're right. Thank you. I forgot to change this. This is Herald mid. All right, so this one feels a lot better, right? We get a kill. We take the tower. Didn't have to just TP out. So if we change that first ultimate, take the tower, second ultimate, maybe we run down here, we kill heroes, we take this tower. Now we've affected 2 different lanes with our rotations. We've taken 2 towers. It's almost twice the impact. You can't quite just like 2 lanes. That's just how it goes. That basic math. Dota's more complicated than that, but you get the idea. Right? That's why that first dive was a relatively big mistake, that we had to come back here a second time to take this tower. And that will happen in some games, but it's an example of where I could have taken that first tower and I missed that opportunity, so I had to come again. But instead of having to come here twice, I had to come to 2 different places and had even more impact than going to the 1 lane twice.
Them dire buildings are tough as nails.
When you see that many heroes bottom, just go ahead and push mid. Yeah, just blast things out. Get in some good tower damage. Here's where you want to start being careful, depending which heroes they have to jump you. They actually don't have very many heroes this game, so you're actually okay to just keep poking this. But if they have more instant catch, this is where you got to start being careful. Here's where I wish we had the Quelling Blade. You're actually going for a Yule's. Mid Death Prophet did drop down a little bit in the meta because of the nerfs it got to the Aghanims. I would say you can still do the build in Herald. Like, I wouldn't sweat it that hard. I'd say you could still just go Ags. I don't mind the Yules, but I don't know. I actually think Aghanims into a Power Treads, which I would say you can finish anyways. Like for Herald, I don't think I'd be skipping the boot upgrades too much. I think you can still get Power Treads for Death Prophet. If you want the Yules, sure. I would say you could do Aghanims this game. And then Force Staff to get out of Sprout, to get out of Upheaval, stuff like that could be good. You could also just go for possibly a BKB at that point. I do notice you sometimes have ultimates that are a little too early. You're kind of wasting the first few seconds. You see how you're like, I'm going to ult and run into the fight so that when the fight is going, the ult is already like all the ghosts are out. On paper, that sounds good, but a lot of times if they see you, they'll just go, holy shit, it's Exorcism. Let's just get out of here, boys. You know, and then Exorcism isn't doing anything. So you kind of have to go in first, make sure the fight is happening, and then pop the ultimate. Or if you're popping it early like this, it's because someone else on your team initiates right now, and then you come in with the ultimate already going. If you are starting the fight by just walking in with Exorcism, they'll typically just walk away. Now, if you're taking the tower, that's not too bad. But I see their creep wave is up here, right? So we're not even ready to hit this tower. So you got to shove this wave in. You got to push the creeps up, and you got to start hitting this tower. And at that point, you pop Exorcism to take it, or you're bluffing it, and you're like, you have to come to me. I'm not going to stop hitting your tower until you come here and stop me. And as soon as I come up, then you go, Exorcism, I got them, you know? Then they're close to you, Exorcism begins, and if they run, you can take the tower, or you can take the team fight, whatever you want to do. But if they don't go, because they're like, Death Prophet's she's got the shield rune, and she's got Exorcism, we're going to lose the fight, I'm not going to Exorcism then. Like, I'm just going to take the tower if you're going to avoid me. And that's how you kind of make sure Exorcism is the most likely to get value. And then here's where we wish we had the Quelling Blade. I still like that you're trying to use the ultimate, for the record. I like that you're trying to use it off cooldown and you're trying to force things to happen. That is still really good, and I don't want you to stop doing that. I am just nitpicking the seconds of which you use it and the exact situations of when you go for it. We're just fine-tuning the usage. You're already on the right path. Alright, so up to here is pretty good, even with everything we've said. Your team has a 5k gold lead. We've taken 2 tier 1s. You don't have to take the tier 2s quite yet. So if you backed off now and looked for other stuff, that's okay with me. Support players, I know this is for the mid-Death Prophet, but you don't really want to be putting 2 cliff wards like this, one here, one here. These are very common to check, especially with the Zeus, and especially once the tier 1 towers drop. 15 minutes is actually a little early, typically, to have a cliff ward, but the map situation of when you might use a cliff ward is now. When the Dire would be considering, like, let's hold this area and keep pushing in both lanes and sometimes poking tier 2 mid, tier 2 top, right? This is when you camp this area and when you'd have a cliff ward. So having one of them is not that bad if the team was going to commit to this. Having 2 is not possible to defend both because you're not going to be holding top and mid and also mid and bottom. You just don't have enough heroes to do that. But then also, the fact that it's 15 minutes is also like, are we actually sieging this tier 2? It's like, it's a little too soon. So, support players, you can do one of these at most. The other one should be like, take this and put it here. And it's very likely to survive the full duration. And you're not required to be up here. You'll still get useful information to help you push this tier 2. You'll get useful information for when they walk up to their triangle. You won't see them in the triangle, but you're not going to see them in the triangle when this gets dewarded in the next minute. And that's kind of what we have to think about here. We need deep wards to survive so our team knows to make plays. So there we go. We're losing 1. And I wouldn't be too surprised if we lose the second one later once they reclaim control of this area. Looks like we're trying to get another fight with our Exorcism. Again, not bad idea. Again, gonna nitpick a little. Another ultimate kind of far back. Could go bottom instead of forcing this fight mid. So let's see what happens here, actually. You do have some of the better heroes at taking an early tier 2. But compare this to doing this later on. Your team definitely takes the tier 2 mid rather than, what did we get? 2/3 of it, which is pretty good, actually, compared to most lineups. You usually wouldn't even get that much out of it. There's another power rune. The gold growth is starting to decline, though. Let's take a quick break here. Let's look at free cam mode for a second. This is a very common mistake. It's not currently happening to you, but something that could happen to you. When a team feels like we got to go tower to tower to tower, and it's too soon, right? I'm saying this is actually a little early, even though you guys are making better progress than I would expect. I think most games, you won't make this level of progress. What happens is that teams sit mid for quite a while. How many minutes has it been already? It's been about like 2 minutes since we've been sitting in this area. 4 heroes are only splitting 1 creep wave. And maybe you have someone farming something else. This is where the enemy team should dedicate as few heroes as possible to delay you guys. It should be like Zeus and Warlock, using long-range spells to kill creep waves and delay this. And everyone else is just farming the map. And that would actually change this gold lead. As you guys siege this tower for 2 minutes and take it, and you go, yeah, yes, we got a tier 2 tower at 17 minutes, you'll actually see the gold lead drop if they are pushing the other lanes. And because none of you are there, they're actually taking tier 1s and like damaging tier 2s while farming the map more efficiently. So a lot of times when you actually take a lot of early tier 1 towers, your next step is not to take tier 2s right away. It's to actually just hold the jungle. Because this tower, for easy math, let's call this tower 1,000 gold for the team. Hard camps are 100. Medium camps are 80. Small camps are 60. Ancient camps are like 140, I think. I kind of forget the exact value on ancient camps, right? So this, when we compare the strict gold value, 1,000 gold, flat, done. Holding this jungle and farming it for one minute, so 1 spawn of camps, 100, 180. This is still a hard camp right now, so 280, 360. What did I say they were worth? 80? Yeah, 360, right? And then put it at around 500. 500 gold for this top jungle. There's even some camps down here. Now, we're probably not farming all of it, so we can cut that down a little bit, but like 400 gold. So if you can't take this tower in about 2 minutes, and you're not farming the jungle, it almost would have been better to just be farming the jungle instead of taking the tower. And then as you go beyond 2 minutes to 3 minutes to 4 minutes to 5 minutes, it would have been better for you to just be jungling. Especially when we then take into account the split amount of XP and gold that we're all getting because we're all sitting mid versus splitting up on the map. And so that's kind of the situation I feel I'm seeing right here. I'm seeing your team push too hard for a tower that you don't need to take right now, and will actually be easier to take later on with level 2 exorcism, more items on your different cores. All of that will be easier later on. Because we tried too soon and used bad wards, we've lost our wards, and we didn't actually grow much of a gold lead in that time. When you finish Aghanims, that'll also be really good. You are destroying the enemy team in terms of rune control, though. Oops, forgot the arcane rune before the ult. Okay, but you see this is kind of what I mean, where I want to go for a fight, I pop the ult, and they actually just back away from me, and now the ultimate isn't doing anything. So I do want you to continue to try to find value from your ultimate as much as possible. We end up forcing something to happen, so we do get something out of the ult, but there's no guarantee that happens. And it was pretty risky, I'm gonna be honest. You dove a tier 2 on your own. You could have been killed for that. Versus walk up, Yule's the Warlock, and then pop your ult. Or use Spirit Siphon on him so he's slowed, and then use your ultimate. Then you know it's happening, versus I have to really force something to happen. And anytime you walk up to towers, or Roche, or Tormentor, they can't run away from you, so you'll always get value with your ultimate. Alright, we have our Aghanims now. So now you guys have the power spikes that if you went for a tier 2, now I'd say you're much more likely to find success. Instead of having to do a 2-3 minute siege, now 1 creep wave might be the tower if you have level 2 exorcism plus Aghanims going at it. We're actually pushing tier 3. The same thing goes with the tier 3. It's scary to push the tier 3 lest something like this happens, which you're actually making great use of the shield rune and the Yules. We get a double kill, but we do ultimately die in the end. And let's think about how much money we give. So we got some kills, 383, about 500 here. So let's say about 1,000 gold for us. And then we gave away about 1,600 gold to the, 1,300 gold to the enemy team. So in the end, doesn't feel that great. We do have to be careful when we're having a good game of pushing too hard, and that's what pushing two objectives too soon does. God damn it, guys, stop. 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 It's not your fault. It's a support issue. Okay, I just lost 2 wards. You guys want to see me do it again? All right, you're falling back to your jungle. I feel like you only farm neutral camps in your own jungle, but you can farm them on the enemy's jungle. So that might be what I recommend to you for the next thing you work on. Because currently, Leo Broilo, by the way, thank you for the sub. I missed that. Currently, you're doing great with trying to use the ultimate. We're critiquing a little bit, so some fine-tuning there. Rune control is pretty solid. But rather than feel I've got to force this tier 2 with the ultimate, focus the outer towers, and focus pushing in creep waves, but not having to commit right away. And you can, for example, if you were here and it's earlier in the game, push this in, but then it's perfectly fine to walk over here and jungle their camps. And if they find you here and try to start a fight, then we use Exorcism. If we see a bunch of them suddenly group top, group mid, find a kill on our carry over here, then we use Exorcism and walk into here. This, if you don't find a fight because you're farming their half of the map and they're too scared to go to you, you should be more map efficient as a team. When you fall back here, you're the strongest hero on your team. Ricky's catching up. You're the strongest hero on your team, but look where you are on the map. So you're back here, and we're giving them all of this. But why are we giving them that when you can be here and now all they have is like this, right? It's a much smaller area that maybe they feel comfortable to you. So even though you don't take this tower, when you sit in this area for a few minutes, you are building a gold lead over time. Because your team will have like 80% of the map and they'll have like 20%. So when we only have a 5k gold lead, that 80-20 difference doesn't matter very much. When we hold 80-20 for 5 minutes, now your 5k gold lead is a 10k gold lead, and that starts to matter a lot more. And that's the part a lot of people skip over. You win the lanes and you feel like, well, we have to win the game now, right? Take your time. Not too much time. That's, I know conflicting advice. Be active, but not passive. But don't be too active, and don't be too passive. It is okay to find that ebb and flow of, I am strong enough to do this, so I will do this. I need to finish this item, but I don't want them to farm. So I'm going to steal their farm, but not necessarily force fights under like tier 2s, tier 3s at 16 minutes. At any moment, if you're the tier 2s, I'm saying maybe are tough, feel free to consider Roche on if you have the right lineup. Your team can actually do Roche with Exorcism. Roche is good for heroes, towers, and Tormentor Roche. We are going for the tier 3, but I would say Tormentor Roche is much better right now, especially Roche. And then notice we are trying to push this tier 3. We have 13k gold lead. We're stronger than them, right? But Ricky's here. So of this 13k gold lead, subtract 11k. Oh, well, Zeus is dead. That's fair. Okay. Witch Doctor's over here, though. So let's subtract Witch Doctor out. So at this point, we only have a few thousand gold lead. 3 versus 4. And it's usually numbers are better than a gold lead. That's a very generic rule. But typically having more heroes is better than
having within 10,000 gold advantage. And it's a tier 3 tower with split shot, and the tier 3 tower is just statically strong. Like, it does 172 damage, and we only have so much armor, so much health, because it's 26 minutes in the game. That's not to say you can't push tier 3s at 26 minutes, but you should still be careful when you do it. So this is too aggressive. And this might be how we throw a little bit. It looks like we're pushing when Abaddon didn't... Oh, just activated. Okay. Does kind of work out for now. But maybe we don't retreat fast enough. There's Witch Doctor going down. Oh, maybe not. Oh, maybe yes. Witch Doctor for Natures. Notice, because we're in the lead, we're giving more gold. So 1-for-1 trades when you're ahead are not actually good. And then it's actually not a 1-for-1 trade. Jakiro dies, and boy, are we close to dying, but barely live. BKB. At any point, do Roche, and then push up to tier 2s. That's the game plan from here. For Herald, this DP is playing better than I expected. That's what I think. I think with just a little fine-tuning, it'll be a journey out of Herald. I think there's a lot going for this player in terms of the mid DP that we have seen them play. And with a little adjustment, it sounds funny, because, like, how can I be doing this much right but still not climb? But sometimes it's the last little percentage that tips it over, and suddenly you're very consistent. For example, the first ultimate chasing this instead of taking this, and then the second ultimate can go to another lane, this one or this one. That's a very big difference. But it's only a small change. So I think once some of that comes into play, Death Prophet's going to be in a good spot. The farming on the enemy's half of the map safely and holding those areas rather than falling back here, or like forcing tier 2s, also something to adjust. The slightly trigger-happy ultimates, another like fall back to our own half of the map, the jungle, while they're on their half. So if your team is making a play like this, you should go with them. You see this kind of stuff happening, people are converging, you should go over. Your Octarine is actually not that close. You are very strong right now. You have Exorcism, BKB, and 9 Spirits. You're at some of the, like, peakest power you can be relative to this game, so you should be looking to do stuff with your team right now, rather than, like, well, let me get 2,000 more gold for this Octarine. 2,000's a lot of gold when you're ahead. There's not usually a need to wait that much for it. Or, like, let me get level 20, I'm level 19, like... That's pretty far away. You don't actually need to wait for that. You can go do stuff right now. You can do Roche if you want that. But even just a team fight, which is a little bit more likely in Herald, that'd be good. Popping the ultimate, but you should just be backing off and waiting. Wait for Ricky and Abaddon to be up. Wait for these golems to disappear on their own. And then look for a fight. 5 versus 5, but no golem. That'll be good for you. Now it'll be 5 versus 5, no golem, but also no exorcism. You actually do manage to kill Warlock. I think he gave that to you more than anything. He should have just left, and then you would have gotten only the golems out of your exorcism, which isn't really worth it. Also, we still kind of are doing the Aghanims build, so I would not skip power treads. And... I'm conflicted on whether magic resistance is pretty good this game, but I feel like if you're going to go Ags, you should probably still be doing attack speed. There's another case of your team is just doing different things. You can't control your teammates, but you can control you. Rather than engage in here, go join someone. You know, there's like, oh, Ricky just won't join us. Just go to Ricky. Follow him. Oh, this guy keeps split pushing. Stand behind him. Bait him. Here we are in 3 different lanes again. Here we are falling very far back. So, strongest hero in the game behind the tier 2. 2 heroes up here, 1 hero here, 1 over here, right? At this point, we're having team issues. You don't need to use these exorcisms to kill the golems. They'll just die on their own like this, right? And then now you don't have exorcism. But now would actually be a really good time to group together and go fight, because there's no golems. The golems are worth a lot of money. I get it. It's tempting, but just try to farm it with Spirit Siphon and Crypt Swarm and your Aghanims versus using the Exorcism. Now, if a team fight breaks out, that's okay to respond to golems with Exorcism. But golems just pushing up, not quite worth it. I think that's going to be pretty good feedback. I think we can go a little further since your team did get Roche, right? Was I not paying attention? Who got it? Hero got it and lost it. Unfortunate. Okay, let's see how this high ground push goes. 16 gold lead. This should be pretty straightforward unless we dive. Yes, restraint. Buildings, good. All right, here's where, because we never actually went for the tier 2s, you should be able to get megas. Like, if these 2 tier 2s were down, I think you actually get the whole set, or at least 2 barracks. Now, you kind of have to go for the end of the game, and we don't have enough exorcism time to do that. So now, any extra time in here, I would say, is actually a waste to you guys. Which, well, Zach, how should we best capitalize on this then? Like, isn't it a waste to leave now? So that's why we actually came too soon to the mid lane. We start pushing in mid, but the side lanes weren't set up. So if we shove in the side lanes first, especially taking the tier 2s, shove these in off of this, you can then, okay, we push in top, you meet the top, you take the tier 2, you then go for this. Meet bottom, go for this. But we're pushing mid when both side lanes are into us, which means maybe you guys take mid, maybe Nature's rats you top. And it's an even trade, even though you guys are 14k ahead. Do this. Here's a good time to back out already. Looks like you guys stick around too long, and we're now losing 4, maybe 5 heroes. $500 tower damage. So not quite worth it. That's again where we just back out, just go another lane. This worked because we found kills and then we had exorcism going, so we took the barracks. There's no reason you can't find that again. Just back out for a bit. Your team should place better observer wards than on the cliffs, right? Like an observer back here, somewhere down here, somewhere on the sides, right? And at some point, your Ricky will see a Warlock on their own, will see a Nature's on their own, you kill that hero, and you just go down side lane. Will they always listen to you when you say something like that? No. But as long as you know it, that's the important part. Don't tell me they lose this. I won't tell you, but... You may not like the end.
What's with all the scribbling?
Itemization, by the way. I don't mind this Octarines. Though I also think if you got Shivas first instead of Octarine, that could be pretty good this game because of the Chaos Knight and because of the Golems and the healing from Omni Knight and Warlock. I think a Shiva sooner would be better. Let's come back. But where's the rest, right? Where's the rest of the team? Our team is scattered, so we are taking 2-on-3 fight here. They were kind of low, but I would just like to highlight again. Warlock used the golems and the refresher. And then the golems again, because of that. So, 160 seconds is how long he will not have these abilities again. The golems last for... What's the exact amount nowadays? I just use them till they die. Does it not say on here? 60 seconds. So, he's really strong right now for 60 seconds. And then after that, there's 100 seconds. He is super weak. He's not even a hero. He doesn't have double golem. So when he commits both to kill an Abaddon, you just say, goodbye, Abaddon. It was nice knowing you. You're an okay guy. I don't know how good he is in the game. But, like, you just say goodbye to him, and you wait. That won't always be the case, I suppose. There are probably situations where you can take the fight. But what's the worst-case scenario here? Okay, he killed Abaddon. He summons 4 golems. He's going to come push our tower. It can't be the mid lane. Can only be top. If one person cuts the creep wave top, he's going to waste a lot of the golem life running top. Even if you don't cut the creep wave, but you guys have a fortify, you guys stand back here and you guys hit the golems, he might take the tier 3. Maybe he'll even take the barracks. Let's say, like, true worst case scenario. He takes the whole barracks. Then the golems die. And now you have 100 seconds. If you want to fight under their barracks, he will not do anything to you because he doesn't have double golems. But when you commit the exorcism now, and you're like, okay, we're going to fight into his strongest point right now. If you're right and you win, great. But if you're wrong, while he is weak and has no double golems, you will also be weak because you don't have exorcism. So there are times to just let them take the win, right? Lose the battle, win the war. Like, okay, you got our Abaddon, but as soon as Abaddon's back up, we are going to go fight, and you're not going to be ready. This is now, we are also not going to be ready. But it was pretty close, I'm not going to lie. You almost got him. I think if you remembered to use Veil, you would have finished the job. But maybe that's a replay bug, because he actually looks veiled. Oh, he is veiled. Okay, maybe that's just a replay bug. Oh, yeah, it is. What's Ricky's items? Here. All right, our gold lead's gone. This is why Warlock's a classic. This is like a core Warlock more than anything, but always a classic for pub games. Zeus kill. Okay. We don't force objectives. We wait for these kind of pickoffs. It's going to be random in pub games. 75 seconds, no Zeus. Maybe he could buy back. We don't know. No matter where the kill happens, and this is pretty far on your half of the map. Let's say it's even on a tier 4 push. From here to here is 30 to 40 seconds. It depends how fast your hero is. At this stage of the game, the creep waves will not stop you. Oh, there's a creep wave here. Boom. It's gone. That's it. The creep waves are very fast to deal with in the mid to late game. So it's only the travel time of us walking and our creeps walking. So that's why you don't have to feel in these late game situations. You don't have to feel like you have to siege these bases. You play carefully. You stop using, not you, your team, stop using the exact same observer wards that you've been using the entire game on these 2 cliffs. Scatter them a little bit more, and you do it yourself. When you see that these guys are only putting cliff observers, buy them yourselves. Use some of the ward spots in like one of the ward videos I have. It's actually going to live the whole time. Maybe not against Zeus, but it will give you scattered vision to find this kind of pickoff. Oh, it was up here. Oh, it was over here. Here to here, 10 seconds. Here to here, 20, 40. He's still dead, 30 seconds. 30 seconds is enough time to destroy a barracks. at this stage of the game. That's why the name of the game, as you enter the late game, is find any pickoff, any team fight, anywhere on the map. Their base is the hardest, but outside of the base is much easier, and no matter where we find it, we will make it to their base in time while they are dead, because that's just how mid to late game travel times go. Could DP have skipped mid-rack the first time and gone straight for tier 4s? I mean, you could, but you don't have to feel like you have to. You know, I think that situation was around 30 minutes and they had a really good gold lead. I don't think in most situations you should be like, let's take the highest risk, highest reward play when standard risk, standard reward will lead to victory. If they did this and then just backed off, it would have been fine. The only reason they threw here is because they did this and then tried to go tier 4s. If you go straight tier 4s, maybe you win the game. Maybe you take tier 4s, no barracks. What is that? Are you rushing the end next time? You know, this is safer. You back out with a 15k gold lead. You find any pick off like I'm talking about. You go get the outer towers, right? You get Roche when it's up, Torment or whatever, 20, 25, 30k gold lead, and then you go. Like, it's standard play, but it would have worked. There's not a real reason to go for the tier 4s. You only do that kind of stuff in, like, professional matches, or you're desperate. Like, you've been mega'd, and this is your one push out into the enemy base. You'll never get another push again, is what you're thinking, so you go for the end of the game. If you don't feel that desperate, you almost never do this kind of stuff. Okay, I think that's good for this one. We reactivate Chaos Mode.
No breaking down the radiant structures like this.
Hey, Mikcha. Oh, you know, okay. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What? Moomy Moo. What a fun name. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. And hold on, guys. Hold your chaos replays, because for a while I wasn't sure if I would allow Twitch redeems, and I haven't for a while. But I was thinking the other day, why not, to some degree? I won't do every single one as a Twitch redeem, but here and there, why not? I think it's fine. In the same way, I wanted it to balance it out for a little bit, because there were so many Twitch viewers, and then because we started multi-streaming, there were newer YouTube viewers, and it felt unfair that, like, only the Twitch viewers would get replays. But we've done it evenly for a while, and I still think Twitch viewers should have been rewarded for having all these Twitch points that I never do anything with. So I think now that it's been balanced for a while, I'm willing to do the Twitch redeems again. But I might change the time limit on it so that it doesn't end up being like only Twitch redeems, because I know there's enough people with enough built-up points to do it, because I just don't do anything with the points. So I might change either the amount of points required for a guaranteed replay, or change it to like a time limit thing. But let's do one for Mikcha here, who redeemed it. Did you share a match ID already? I may have missed it. To subscribe and get a replay analysis. Man, that's another thing I've been thinking about. Because I hadn't really thought about this, differences between Twitch and YouTube. People who subscribed before on Twitch, I'm always grateful. didn't really have a strict reward for it outside of like, oh, you don't get ads and you got points. You got bonus points and a bonus chance for the Twitch replay reviews. That was the reward. Now we kind of stopped doing that. We have the YouTube. And then I was thinking, I was like, I do set it to be a $5 thing for a guaranteed replay. And a Twitch sub is, give or take on exchange rates and all that, about $5. So should I do that? We did it once. I'm kind of willing to do it, but then also the math gets kind of funny because there's actually quite a few Twitch subscribers. So I haven't been sure on how to approach that actually. Let me start with Mikcha's. And then, I don't know. Chat discussion. What do you guys think? Should subscriptions count? I hadn't thought this far in the planning. Maybe create YouTube, Twitch specific emotes. I barely have emotes to begin with. I keep saying I'm going to do it, and then I keep delaying, keep not doing it. Can we get channel point rewards for dyeing your hair? Probably not a channel points thing, but I would be willing to poll that. It can't happen in the next year because we're planning a wedding right now. So I can't dye my hair until that's done. But after we get married, I do want to dye my hair. I've always said I would throughout the years, but I've just never gotten around to it because it was like, at first I just didn't really want to do it. And then it was close to like, oh, I got to like look for internships, look for jobs, you know, I'm going to be boring, going to have like normal hair for that. Then it's like, oh, now I'm entering the workforce. Probably shouldn't just like go in crazy looking. I'm going to go very standard, whatever. And then I quit. And then I was poor. I was too poor. I quit a job to do YouTube content. I didn't have the money to go dye my hair. We're finally at the point where it's like, I just work from, I just do this. I can have crazy hair color, you know? We can finally do it, but I don't know what color to do. I want to dye my hair and then grow it out because my hair has been like this my whole life. I've never had like, it's been a little longer or a little shorter, but it's never been much longer than this. Like within an inch, a centimeter or two of this length, it's never been longer than that. So I thought it'd be funny to do. Poor wedding sounds lovely. It won't be too poor, but it is. We are keeping it relatively small. We're not like huge, massive wedding people. It's gonna be a little garden vibes wedding at a venue that's very gardeny. For anything you are unsure about point redeem / subs, you should flip a coin. What if we did that? What if every time someone Twitch subs? No, then we're a Gamba stream. I can't have that. I can't have that. I was gonna say, what if we did like a coin flip for Twitch subs? It's like you sub, we flip a coin. Heads, you get a replay. Tails, you don't. But then this is a gambling stream. That's bad. We can't be like that. Mikcha, just got it. Just saw it. Yeah. I was distracted rambling about stuff. I'd sub for that. No, this is why we can't do it. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. Let me scroll up again. Let me find where Mikcha was at. What you were saying. Okay. I lost control and I saw red. I was ahead and lost my mind. Then I went nuts. It was a game with friends I hadn't played in 2 years. So the MMR is about 2.5 to 3K. Okay. I win the lane hard and eventually In the lane. Okay, okay. Tried to follow the instructions on bullying the carry. Okay, sounds good. Let's set up the timestamp. Axe 3. Said MMR ranges. Let's assign you Archon then. I think that's about 2.5 to 3K. I declare it so. All right, let's watch. Actually, I guess there are YouTube memberships. I was thinking there's not like an equivalent Twitch subscribers to YouTube memberships, and then the donations would be separate for replays. I think financially I shouldn't count it, but it feels a little scummy to do that. I'm not gonna lie. But the evil corporate side of me is like, it's technically different. It's technically different. But
we humbly accept this offer.
What in God's green earth is happening right now?
The game is on.
oh wait. I wanted to look for a clearer sign of where to go. Okay, so you won your lane. And you tried to focus on bullying the carry. We may have committed a little too hard, because I am seeing some axe deaths along here, like quite a few. Like you said, maybe you lost your mind a little bit. But I think that can happen as part of trying to be more aggressive than you used to be. And then you go over aggressive. And actually, it's still good to do. Like, maybe we lose this game for it, but in the long run, you learn like what to do, the limits of it, and all that. So let's jump a little bit forward. Get clapped by this hellbear. There can only be one red tomato. So we got a little aggressive there against Ogre Jug, who are pretty farmed. And you were trying to just jungle, but they saw you because it's their creeps and just came in aggressively. Got to kill this healing ward. Yeah. Get that money, but also stop the healing. Yeah, we chill again. We chill. Regain balance. Here's where I actually think, as part of the Axe game plan. So let's do some math here. Farm this small camp, 60 gold. This creep wave, about 200 plus catapult. A little higher, actually. There's also the banner. This creep camp is here for the next minute. And then it could be stacked, but let's pretend it's not. So you have 1 minute to farm this camp. This creep wave will die in the next 20-ish seconds. So, if we look at the times, rather than farm this small camp while letting Jug do this on his own, this is actually where, as part of the Axe plan, cutting the wave, and then you pressure Juggernaut. It's under their tower, so it's a little scary, but you essentially have an extra hero here with the creep wave that is still alive, whereas you already killed the creep wave because you're Axe with counter helix, and your Muerta's doing well. So now is the okay, well, Muerta has Gunslinger. Muerta should have the calling here. This is actually where Axes can sometimes choose to accelerate their own farm, but can also choose to pressure the carry with the help of the creep wave. And I think this is one of those times, because after you do that, you don't have to kill Jug, but you pressure him, you annoy him, you make him miss some last hits, you make him take damage, and then you get the next creep wave, farm this small camp at that time. It's the same 60 gold, we're just getting it a little bit later. we're getting the next creep wave, which we needed to do anyways. And then guess what? The same scenario is going to happen where it's this creep wave now, because we would cut the next creep wave that just spawned over here somewhere, right? Now we have this whole creep wave with no counterpart chasing the Juggernaut under tower, and you come again. And you make him miss some last hits. So whereas you're picking up the full creep wave every time and the small camp, but we are being more time efficient with it, now we're making him miss like half the creeps potentially, maybe killing him, making him miss even more. So that's the part that's missing here a little bit. Instead of doing this now, you want to be, look how low he's getting, right? This is just the dead shot and the creeps. So if you're here with a call and then the calling, it's like, come on, the names aren't there, pair them together. But even if it's a call into both of you auto-attacking, like let's just do some math. Call doesn't do damage, but for 1.8 seconds, he's going to attack you, so it's a stun. Maybe you spin once, 140 damage. You have, let's say, 90-ish damage. She has 70. He has 47% physical damage reduction. So let's round that down to just about 60 damage every time both of you auto-attack. You know, let's just throw out that number. He's got 300 health. So one pure damage spin drops him to about 160. And then you both auto-attack twice. He is at the edge of death. He is just about to die. If any creeps are hitting him, if you guys get a third attack off as your call ends, if another spin happens to go because like the tower was hitting you, the support was hitting you, right? Maybe some creeps were still alive and they're hitting you. He's dead. And that's the Axe game plan of like, we cut waves, but we also pressure the carry with the creep wave. And then right here. So like, rather than farm this and then farm this, we combo it into one thing and then we're here. And Jug would never feel comfortable using this if we're pressuring him at that time. So he can't heal up. And then we would kill him instead of being killed while Muerta was gone. So you have the right idea. The execution is just a little bit off. And then when Muerta goes for the Wisdom Shrine, we do have to be careful. That's where you're just... Maybe you are just going to farm the small camp on its own while you wait for the next creep wave if she's gone. That could be one such example. You mentioned playing with friends who hadn't been here for a while. So, you know, maybe a better skill build also would help. All right, we do get the Jug kill and the Ogre kill in the end. So things are still going good. It just could go a little bit better. Little trick here. Aggro off of the Pudge who's alive. You can just use the top bar. 8-click Pudge. Aggro them in without having to use the call right there. Get the spin going. It'll speed you up a little bit. You'd be done with this creep wave already. If you keep in mind that the next creep wave is coming, you called a little too soon. Because you call him, but it's just, we actually happen to miss. Let's ignore that. Even if you called him and the range creep, it's just two things. It's actually not that much. But if you know the next creep wave is coming, because, you know, it spawned, you get rough timing, you could call him in the creep wave, and then you'd kill him. So, these are the right ideas. We're just pushing a little too hard, mistiming a little bit, and then instead of getting kills, we're being killed. That's okay as part of the learning process. Once you have it fine-tuned, and you're the one coming out ahead in all these trades, like we're seeing with our mistakes, it is 4.6 to 4.1. But suddenly we're 5 and 4, right? But suddenly we make all the right decisions. Maybe some mistakes still, you know, we call it 7 to 2, you know, 5 and 2, right? Suddenly it's very different. Instead of 4,800 to 4,200, it's 5,000 to 4,000. It's 5,300 to 3,800, right? And it starts to get very impressive. But the only way you learn that is by, you know, trying more and eventually getting them right. I feel never getting a stick on Axe is a mistake. Thoughts? Depending on the lane matchups, I think it's not bad, especially like you can just keep it at a magic stick. I guess that's it. I don't have much more to say to that. You do have like a small amount of mana, so getting the extra mana pool is nice. Though with neutrals, you also are sometimes okay. And a lot of times, because you creep cut and you drag to the camps, you end up not picking up very many stick charges. That's why you will see axes skip the magic stick compared to others. But when it's a good stick lane and you know you're going to play the lane, like, you'll still buy it.
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
Okay, so here's part of the scenario where you said you're trying to do what I said, which is like, don't leave the Juggernaut alone, still stay in the area and pressure him. So, good idea. Let's get an Observer. If your supports can do it, great. But if you can do it, because they're not doing it, also good. So, an Observer anywhere back here is solid. You have the Quelling Blade, so you could even cut this tree, drop it there, very sneaky spot. Anywhere back here, just make sure this Watcher's down. Either walk around or just walk up here, see it. Like, walk this side, see it, if it's up or not, and then just place your Observer, walk back out. Top side is all good, and then you play top side. In the jungle's good, and then you play the jungle side. It doesn't really matter, but one Observer will help you a lot. Like, right now, this is really aggressive. Notice you're in the low ground, so people could be coming from here, 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 and we have no idea. So this is a really dangerous place to clear the creep wave. But if you have one Observer, it becomes a lot safer. Support-wise, they should actually be with you or in mid. Because this is maybe easier to see from the enemy's perspective. Let's try swapping. Okay, so like Axe is here, right? Let's say Axe moves into this jungle and we don't have sight. Let's pretend Ogre's not in here. So is Axe still in this area? Like, as Juggernaut comes to clear this creep wave, is Axe about to finish this camp and go, run in and call the Jug? Scary for Juggernaut, so he's going to be careful. Well, what about Queen of Pain? You know, she's playing the mid. She's thinking about stepping down. And she's like, wait, well, I haven't seen Axe in a while. What if he's farming this way? He's in this tree and he's about to, like, beeline it at me as soon as I, like, step down into the river, right? This is kind of, like, where you want to hold and where the supports want to be with you as well, so that it's not just, oh, 3 of us go get Axe. It's like, we need 5 of us to go into 3 of them. Oh, we don't want to do that. We want to play the map. But now you don't know. Are the 3 of them just farming really efficiently? Are they about to get Juggernaut? Are they about to get Queen of Pain? Are they all TPing here and surprising someone who's, like, playing too aggressive? This is why the supports usually want to be with the Axe to threaten those type of plays, being out of sight. Hey, Joy K, what up? I finally watched through the stuff you sent me on the audio stuff. I did try the microphone change. Though I don't think my audio was the one that was messing up, but I did try that change anyways, because I sometimes did have separate issues with that. And then I can't try the other thing because I do use the beta feature to split the audio. And if we stop using it, I can't split the audio, which means YouTube video stuff becomes a lot harder to control the different audio levels. I haven't decided on that. Why would someone use a stick and never upgrade to wand? I don't get that. So it depends how many charges you're gonna get. Let's pretend a total of 20 charges. The wand doesn't give you better value per charge. It just lets you hold more charges. So if they give you 10 charges and then you use 10 charges and then they give you another 10 charges and you use those 10 charges, that's not really any different than getting 20 charges and using them all at once. The difference is that amount of burst in the given moment and then how frequently that's going to be a thing. So, like, if it takes a long time to build up to 10 stick charges, it's going to take that same amount of time to build up to 20 stick charges. Is that worth it? Or would you just rather speed up your next item by a few hundred gold, depending on what you've bought? Maybe you just have the magic stick. Maybe you have the magic stick and the iron branches already, and you're just missing the recipe. So how frequently you're getting into fights that need to use that 20 charge burst of healing, because we're getting into all these fights, we're getting a lot of charges, we need the biggest surprise heal, or I am an Axe, I won my lane, let's say he got a magic stick, I won my lane, and I'm jungling a bunch, farming up my blink, my blade mail, my next item of choice. No one wants to engage with me because I am the strongest hero, so no one is near me using spells. I hold 20 charges, and I've got 3 of them, right? That at that point, you would just skip the extra gold investment to finish the magic stick, or the magic wand, and speed up the chainmail for the blade mail by, like 30 seconds, 1 minute, depending on what exactly is happening. That's kind of the logic of how useful that's going to be, as well as how quickly you're going to replace that wand. Like, Axe right here, phase, blink, blade mail. We're not changing any of those, right? So if this was a wand, we're starting to have to sell stuff. Okay, well, no big deal. I'm going to sell the Ring of Protection. I'm going to sell the Quelling Blade before the wand. Okay, that's fine. And then you finish another cheap item. You decide to get Crimson Guard. Okay, that one's filled. It's like, well, okay, we're going to BKB next, let's say. It's like, Ogre Axe is here, and then I get the Mithril Hammer. It's like, well, I kind of want to put the Mithril Hammer in for the wand because it's worth more, but now I'm backpacking the wand, When you buy a lot of cheap items, you fill the slots really quickly, and you're going to have to replace the magic stick or the magic wand pretty quickly. So if you know you're going to buy a lot of cheap items, then that's another reason where maybe you don't buy the magic wand, because you're going to very quickly have to replace it. If you buy very expensive items, things like Battle Fury into Manta, that is 10,000 gold in 2 item slots, compared to I buy Blade Mail, Echo, Blink, that's 6,000 gold in 3 different slots. So that's part of the thought process on how many slots do you have to work with, how long are you keeping this wand, how many charges are you getting. That determines how worth it's going to be to upgrade or not. For supports, because we get so little gold, you're usually going to hold the wand for quite a while. It's usually worth upgrading for a wand. These darn core players who are farming real quickly, they replace their items like it's nothing. It doesn't even matter to them. They don't care. They'll buy and sell, whatever. So for them, they're more inclined to not buy the magic wand. But not always. Not always. Can't believe you got that. All right, you didn't quite get the ultimate at the end, but your sacrifice got a triple kill. That's pretty good. Guys, where are you? Get back in there. Get back in there. Silencer. Get back in there. Guys, when you're low, I know it's scary, and depending who they have, maybe you should back up, but especially in the early game, you could have 1 health, and if 10 of them are dead, or sorry, 5 of them are dead, no one's going to kill you. Unless you accidentally aggro the tower, aggro creeps, right? No one will kill you. No one's suddenly sniping you out here when 5 of them are dead. You don't need 5 dead in the early game. If you can see Razor or Juggernaut here, or they don't have gap closers, like the worst that could happen is Razor TBs here and surprises you with a Q. But if you're like hitting the tower on the top side, and you can see these teleports. I can't see this one, but he can't reach me from here. Let's say it's just Juggernaut, right? Juggernaut has to just run out and try to get me, and I'm going to see Juggernaut and just walk away. So even if you have very little health, you can stand here, and you can attack this tower. Start getting that tower damage in. If this is a core silencer, so if he helped hit this tower, I am pretty sure it dies before they are up, unless they fortify. Or the other 2 heroes are TPing in to defend it. He just spent time walking around. Now we're back. Kind of wasted 10 seconds on this, and, if they start TPing in, now I don't feel as good. But while they were dead, I felt very good to hit that tower. Yeah. Speak of the devil. All right, we are the Axe, trying to bait the Razor. Be careful of the tree lines are a little funny sometimes. All right, easy peasy, good kill. Does she have an invis rune? What was that?
Maybe it's a bait.
was weird. Wait, run up here. I see Pudge chasing Anti-Mage, and I'm also thinking about that mid tower. Both are pretty good. But during all of this, Juggernaut left alone in that top side, right? What is he doing? I don't know. Could we smoke to him? We could try, but I don't know where he is. So this goes back to supports or the offlaner. Someone has to place a deep observer up here to stay alive for a long time, and you can now know where is Juggernaut. When he's farming back here, I don't really want to go for him. But hey, I see him farming this way. Where do you think he's going to go? He's going to go to this camp next if he's got the battlefield already. So maybe I'm Twin Gaten. I'm heading up here. I'm TPing in, smoke, go this way, you know? Oh, we have it on... actually, same observer, topside. I don't see him, but I don't see him in the other lanes either. Probably somewhere in this jungle. Let's go. Smoke up, run in, try to find him. One observer, really, it literally halves the area that you need to check. Right now, it's totally blind. Here, could even be here. But at least in terms of top half, having an observer on one side, so much to work with. And that's where things are going to be blind a bit. Let's see how long we stay here, because Juggernaut is farming, and I'm getting scared. We might be in a little deep on our own. Almost kill the Razor. We do kill the Razor. Just didn't quite get the ultimate. Oh. Let's go. It is kind of working out, but also note, part of it works because you guys were ahead. You were a little far from your team on that play, but everyone did make it in time for it to pay off. So maybe you weren't that far ahead. Gotta be a little careful. I feel we are giving Juggernaut a lot of space right now to catch back up. I hate to keep going back to the support observer wards, the deep wards, but I really do want to emphasize, it's very difficult to have the correct direction when you're doing it blindly. So it's not so much like just an axe issue. It's like axe isn't being enabled to quickly make the right decisions, to know like this is the efficient path to farm, gank, push this tower, go back to farming, gank again, right? You need to have the information to then draw the lines and do the math on the best plays to make. But when the map is dark, you're just guessing. And I feel that's what I feel right now. If I was you trying to be efficient, I wouldn't be able to be efficient because I don't have the information. But my first step would be to get the information. So I would push back into this top half, get the deep ward down, and now I have something to work off with. So I would buy Observer Sentry, push the lane, and then around here decide, do I want it top or bottom? If I want it top, I'm running in here. If I have a high ground way to check spells, I'll Sentry like here and then just look at this stuff. If not, I will Sentry up here. Possibly Quelling Blade this tree, Sentry there. And then if seeing nothing, put the Observer down. If I found a Sentry Observer in this area, I'll de-ward it and then maybe put the Observer further back here or back here. Or I'm kind of open to putting it down here, but my one Sentry I bought was used topside. So then like I could be putting my Observer straight into a Sentry and I wouldn't know. So then I would also say it's okay to like, all right, we found the Sentry here. I'm going to put the Observer way back here. And it's unlikely to get found. Or, like I said, back here or here, also good. It's unlikely that there's sentries the whole top side. You usually just check like 1 or 2 parts. I just got back into the game after around a month off. Is the game very different from before? 1 month, so 7.38. Not that much. I mean, the heroes shifted around. We just did a tier list if you want to check that out for supports. For pub meta, it's not going to be that different. Pro meta is a little bit more different. Damn, we are so close on these culling blades. It's just like a little off. I don't blame you. They're very like close moments. You're trying to wait to the last second. It just sucks that like we've missed so many. Damn. I meant to say 1 year. Oh, 1 year? Yes. Much more different then. Because I think 1 year ago, Roche was in the corner and Tormentors were back here, right? I think you don't know the new map if it's 1 year. In which case, the meta is different, but you're not going to experience it too much in pubs anyways. Which is that it's way better to like take tier 1s and then do Tormentor and do Roche. You skipped the Tormentor part where Tormentor spawned at 15 and that was the best thing to do that no one did. Now it's at 20 minutes, so now it's debatable whether Tormentor or Roche based on your lineup is better, but you will not see that very often at 20 minutes anyways because that's just how pub games go. But I suppose it depends on your rank. If you're a high rank player, you'll see it a little bit more. I am out of water, guys. We're going to have to go get more water once we finish Mikcha's replay, which I think we're getting pretty close. I might recommend... Ooh, this is where I'm not that much of an Axe player. A Yule Scepter used to be pretty decent on Axe, and I'm like looking at this lineup, and I kind of like it, but I don't know if you should actually be doing that nowadays. Maybe just BKB is okay. But then again, there's like stuff that pierces it. Let me see what other people are building. Let me see if I feel inspired by what other people are building. Do you kind of feel like BKB is safer than AC? Especially because your cores don't actually benefit from AC that much. AC on Axe is better when you have like true physical damage cores. Silencer is mixed, and Anti-Mage... I mean, like, his stuff is physical, but like... Anti-Mage's true way of fighting is like mana burn utility annoyance, like blinking in and out, burn your mana, kill this guy, burn this guy. It's not like we amped his physical damage. We like more negative armor, you know, even though his damage is physical. He's just not that kind of hero. So that kind of makes me like AC less. I think Lotus is decent this game. A lot of stuff you can dispel or reflect while giving you the armor and not caring about your teammates' benefits from AC. BKB just generically pretty solid. I don't know how good Sanja and Kaya is because I'm not that much of an Axe player. But Lotus would also be nice because you could drop it on your cores for them as they go in. Because you're probably not going to get linked, but your teammates are. Not gonna lie, I thought the Tormentor was gone. You and many other players. But it does. It'll spawn here at 20 minutes. Unless it's got Night Stalker, Night Rain, then it'll be down here. And then it'll swap every 5 minutes. Maybe there should be a voice line for that. The Tormentor is still actually an objective. Public service announcement. Don't push high ground without Roshan. PSA. You don't have to throw twice on high ground before doing Roshan. Okay. I think we might move on.
Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
Let's do a true chaos random.
Something about that bottom tower.
Also, need to get my water. Okay, I'll be right back.
The Dire might want to mine their top tower. Radiant's mid tower could use a hand. Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Learn from your mistakes.
This'll come in handy.
Radiant's bottom tower is set right now.
Worthy tribute.
Oh, whoa. When I first got a standing desk,
Trouble brewing.
when I would move up and down, I would feel nauseous. Then after a while, I got used to it, but I felt it just now. Oops, we were playing fast. All right, let me see what you guys have been putting in and take a look. Let's see. Are we supposed to donate for a replay? No. Totally optional, but it will guarantee you a replay.
Dire's mid tower.
Otherwise, feel free to just drop it in chat, Twitch or YouTube. I can see both. And we just pick things randomly, things that sound educational for people, or just like, all right, let's do this one. It's a little random. And that's why if you want it guaranteed, I'll do it for a donation, but please don't feel like you have to. But I'm very grateful to everyone that does.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
Okay. Plin Plin Plon. I think yours will be pretty fast, but also kind of useful for laning. We can probably only do one, though. I don't care which. Which would you like to look at? Can I donate to guarantee that you never look at my replays? What did we have where... What was it?
Around 3.5k played Disruptor was a good game for me personally, just looking for tips to improve 8,367,626,851.
I forgot we had a voice. Okay, Moo Moo. We definitely have to do yours now. I totally forgot about that voice. I also like that it reads out the match ID. Alright, we're gonna give Moo Moo extra value. Subscribed and then donated, while I was still undecided on what to do with the subscriptions. You doubled down on this. You get double the value. I just said we would do Plin Plons real quick, though. So let me start, unless you have to go in a second, Moo Moo. We're only looking at the laning stage for Plin Plon, so it should only take a few minutes real quick. This is... Dawnbreaker 5, Divine. Change it here. Support. Art support. Okay. Download. You're chilling? Nice. Okay. Then let's knock out Plin Plons real quick. So your question was about the laning stage. You were queuing late last night, so you ended up in a game with some Divines. Don't even sweat it. You're Divine 5. Anyone who makes it to Divine 5 essentially has made it to Immortal. It's just a matter of, like, crossing your... almost said crossing your I's, dotting your T's. Don't do that. Cross the T's, dot the I's. It's just, like, finishing up all the stuff, so never feel intimidated about it. But you did say you did feel kind of lost in the lane, which is kind of part of it, right? It's like rounding out the stuff. So let's go through the lane. I'll talk as if I was playing it. You know, like, here's what I would be trying to do. I'm not like a Dawnbreaker 5 specialist. I actually don't play much Dawnbreaker support. I have a rough idea of it. But I'll say, like, we'll break it down. This is TA carry, right? Okay.
This one's in the back.
Okay. TA carry and Dawnbreaker can be aggressive, I would say. Looking at it, it looks like it should be Legion and Spiritbreaker. So your Observer, I would place either this area where you are now or this spot over here. Spiritbreaker is a position 4 that if he only lanes, he's actually hurting himself. He's going to creep drag and roam. It's what that hero is good at. So you don't need to know when he's in the lane. You need to know when he's out of the lane. And especially your mid laner. Mid laners, man. You'd see a Spiritbreaker, you know you're going to get ganked. You get ganked once, you get so angry. It's just how they are. So you got to let them know. You got to have the Observer somewhere out here or somewhere over here to be like, watch out for Spiritbreaker. He is leaving. He is looking at you. And for you two, I actually think you could potentially fight 2 versus 2 against them. I think you guys are stronger. But the best time to go would be when Spiritbreaker steps away. And even if he's over here and you guys start, it's a short charge back, but short is still not enough time because when he gets here, Legion is either dead or you've already done like 600 damage and she's not turning to fight at that point. So your Observer should spot one of those two things. In terms of blocking camps, you could just default to blocking their camp. But if he is roaming a lot, I actually think you might have more room to use the camps. So if you want to keep your sentry and then de-ward this, as you walk to the lane, so at like 20 seconds to see if Spirit Breaker has blocked, you can do it at that time. If you click him though and see he has like boots tangos, he probably didn't block it, you can save your sentry. Boom. Boot, no tangos, he definitely bought a sentry. If you don't see the sentry, this camp's blocked.
It's an open secret, obvious to all, that this
I mean, you wouldn't have seen him yet.
30 seconds to showtime.
You have 5 heroes here. You should commit the Observer. There's a high chance to get a first blood or not. Okay, we do get first blood. Okay, you put it in front of the Roche pit. I don't mind this one. I think it's strictly worse than this one though. If you put the Observer here, you will see like right up to about here. It's very unlikely that Spirit Breaker takes the time to go, like, let's imagine where he's laning. If he gets the lane back from here, and he's like, okay, I'm going to leave, this is a good spot to be, maybe he cuts this way up through here. But most likely, he is leaving the lane from further up here, and he is just going left, in which case he's going to go through here or through here. Especially if you then mind game the fact that Spirit Breakers, I'll show you this. This is Mars's camera. So is it better to sneak this way and then charge right in front of his face? Or is it better to sneak this side, charge from behind where Mars's camera is? So he has, technically, Spirit Breaker gets spotted like here, but unless Mars happens to be looking at the minimap at that exact time or has moved his camera to lane like this, he doesn't see it until Spirit Breaker is here, in which case you immediately ping the Dawnbreaker and call you a piece of shit because Spirit Breaker is ganking you and you should have stopped this. But then he's going to die. So you need to see Spirit Breaker out here is actually the bigger danger. So the Observer here will see that rotation from the behind the camera angle with more reaction time than like right here. And it'll still cover this stuff. It is a little bit more common though. So technically that's the downside, is like, okay, maybe Spirit Breaker would de-ward it, but still think it's worth doing. If we click Spirit Breaker, we see his stuff is now gone. You wouldn't have seen him earlier placing the Observer, but when you see this, you should know he started with the sentry. He's a salty mid player, I agree. Yeah, this frickin' position 5s, am I right? Not stopping roaming heroes from roaming. What's wrong with them? I looked away. I read chat for a moment and we ended up dying. What happened? We go too far? Okay, up to here's okay. Stepped up for 1 or 2 auto attacks too much. You guys got first blood. Have your next set of items prepared. I would buy a Nether Sentry and a Salve, most likely. Dawnbreaker needs to be full health to fight. If you go in low, you're likely to die before the combo finishes. So you need to be pretty healthy. Another sentry for the camp. Since we didn't catch Spirit Breakers, he used his, like when you click his items, I know he had one. That means it's this camp. We're going to need that one. You could go for a mango, because mangoes for your spell combos also good. By the way, so you guys cut this tree and put that in there. That's not bad. Go ahead and just use the spot that's like right here. I never made a short about this. Oops. Move your mouse to this top corner and then slowly drag it down. Between this tree and this tree, there is a gap. There is a gap that is not supposed to be there and will probably be patched at some point. But there is a gap that can be placed without breaking any trees to block the camp. It cannot be seen. Position 4 players, do the same trick. Find the spot and then move your mouse a little to the left, outside of the camp spawn, place it. The sentry vision will allow you to de-ward this without cutting any trees. Use that spot. This is not bad, though. This is, like, sneaky in the sense that maybe he's going to put it here and forget to even look there, but you don't have to coordinate breaking trees. All right, right here, turn around. Your tower is hitting this creep. TA's got to manage it. TA didn't go refraction, so you don't actually want to trade that hard without meld. And you've already used Celestial Hammer, and they're now out of Celestial Hammer. So trading time is now done. Turn back. Focus on these guys. Like, at this point, we're trading, but for what? We're missing creeps during this trade, so all we're doing is baiting the carry, unless you really think you can get a kill and you won't die. But as we end up seeing, we end up tanking more damage, and we miss CS for this. Like, even if you lived, we traded, and then she comes back and she missed 2 CS. And that's not really worth it. Buy your items! That's the 50 century gold you had when you TP'd out you could buy. Otherwise, just casually trading in the lane is pretty good. Like, TA will do a pretty good job on her own, even without you. And then, like, when she gets low, you can commit for this. Like, you die, but it's not a big deal because TA got the kill. So you just need to make sure the lane doesn't push too far and kind of wait for TA to get a good meld strike, and then you commit. If there's a blood grenade, I might buy one for the aggression. I think it took you an extra like 3 minutes to realize you should get that 2nd century. You actually wouldn't have used it that much, to be honest. But maybe you would have. Another overcommitment there. This is already super good. And then you both just back off here. You fix this lane, and then you go do a pull. 411, the time you walk here, perfect. You can probably do a full pull. See what TA's doing. Half pull or full pull could potentially work. Spirit Breaker's been missing a little bit, so you kind of look around the map as you walk to the small cam, and you go, oh shit, should I have been rotating around? Take a look. Mars is low, maybe. Oh shit, we got him. Alright, that's not too bad, actually. I don't know if you can guarantee you get that kill, but we take those, so, I mean, if you think you can, I'm up for it. You did a half pull, that works for me. Alright, melded a little too far back. Alright, we wanted to get Legion, but let's consider if we needed to get Legion here. Half pull. These 2 creeps are going to die. 3 versus 2. TA hits a little bit. Lane will pull back to here. You guys don't actually need to fight. You're going to have good equilibrium. You could mess up your equilibrium if you blast out their creep wave, which, using spells and auto-attacking through the 2 of you, is kind of messing up equilibrium. And then maybe Spirit Breaker charges in with this next creep wave. Oh, look at that. And then we end up dying. Maybe we're alive? It could have been a bad trade, though, and we did lose a lot of health for it, right? It was kind of close, even as still not sure who might actually die here, but we didn't need to do any of this. You actually could have just waited, and you'd be laning here, and TA would be free farming, and Legion would be struggling, right? You guys, I just want to keep re-emphasizing, TA has an easier time versus LC, because you can cleave her down as a ranged hero with, like, the side blades. So eventually you will find a good fight, but you don't have to force the 100 to 0. And you don't even have to help that much to, like, set up the kill. TA will do it on her own. You just keep putting her in good equilibrium, and she will do the rest for you, and then you commit at that time. Like, this is a little bit of, it's close because we're going 100 to 0, and not setting up TA to whittle them down, and then going for the We are full health with refraction, and you guys are 50% and also Spirit Breaker's roaming. Dude, is she about to walk up and just melt him to death? Almost. Almost. You gotta make sure to kill this creep wave in a second here. Oh, you have the catapult. I missed the catapult. You have a little bit more time. Never mind. She aggroed it. We don't have time. All right. We stop chasing. Take a look at the time. Take a look at the minimap. Anything to do. Maybe we can make it to a pull. Reaching the point. If the sentry was still alive, you could kill it for TA. But you're actually good. You can start thinking about the 8-minute stack into runes. You showed, warded, showed. Spirit Breaker is dead. He should just be clicking you a lot. You went out of sight. Placed a very sneaky observer. This is great. You keep walking to the left. He'll never know if you warded anywhere in this area. You walk under tower. All right. It is right in here. There's no other outside of the biggest giga brain. I dropped my observer in the tree. Like I clicked and dragged my observer out to show again, and then I walked back in to collect it. Right? This has to be where your observer is. Now, is he doing that? I don't know. You may have gotten away with it if he's not clicking your inventory enough. But when the hero is dead, there is nothing else to be doing but to gather information. And this is where a lot of pub players don't. They like respond to their Discord messages and Spotify change songs and all that, and they don't do this stuff. But as part of going from divine to immortal, we got to start being real try hard about this shit. And some people are real try hard about looking for ward and sentries. These are the type of things I slip up on stream. You'd be like, Zach, I've never seen you do this. Yeah, when I stream, this is the stuff that I start slipping up on, is like checking people's items. So I don't do it nearly enough, but I'm going to tell you guys you should do it because it's good to do. All right, pretty sick kill, but we did go a little far. Looks like a big rotation on it. Right. I would like to once again revisit the idea that we don't need to do any of this. So if TA just hit this tower a little bit, or while this creep wave is walking forward, she falls back to jungle. Now in this case, the sentry just died, so this camp's not actually up. Let's pretend it is. She could fall back and jungle this for 100 gold, while Dawnbreaker goes to set up to stack and then go into the power rune. That would be much safer, much more secure, and start helping multiple lanes. We are diving. Do people want to show up right now, right before power runes? Maybe. For our team, no one can get here. For their team, they could come here, kill you, and then make it to this bottom rune. So this is where it's a little risky, especially for someone like Spirit Breaker, who's perfectly fine rotating, to go for this kill at a pretty important time to be doing some other stuff. Queen of Pain wants runes to get kills, but if we dive like that with no escapes, she's getting the kill even without the rune, and then maybe she makes it to the rune. Oh, we got some ads showing. We can pause for a second. I think we're about end of this one anyways. About to move on to Moo Me Moos. Oh, Sean also donated. Thank you. I was going to ask a question about a replay, but figured it out after a second look. Still sending the donate. What an absolute baller. Sean, thank you. If you're sure, I appreciate the support a bunch, but if you do want a replay for the donation, feel free to let me know. Also, Snowflake by the Lake, if you happen to be here, I still owe you a replay too. I got that on my sticky note. If you're not here, it's no big deal. We'll get to it eventually. I have to occasionally throw it out. Oh, Plin Plin is back. Nice. You know, guys,
can open both the Twitch and the YouTube stream if you're on PC. Get ads on Twitch, support me, and then just go to the YouTube stream. Big brain play. Don't even need to subscribe to dodge ads. Just gotta have 2 viewers open at the same time. Alright, you had the sentry. I'm glad you had the sentry, though. It was a pretty dangerous time to do this. When you're sentrying, you have to be ready to, like, kill things, you know? And we actually know there's a couple heroes down here, so it's a little scary to doing it right now. I also think you might as well put it more in the trees than out here. You want your sentries alive more than they do. They need to worry about optimal coverage versus the TA. You need to look for their sentries, but there's no actual invis heroes to be looking for. Maybe observers. But when you put this kind of sentry, it's to look for a sentry so that TA traps survive. So their sentry is more likely to be in the open. Yours should be like a little more sneaky. All right, we just leave. Monkey King came here. Get out. Never mind. We were planning to break all the trees, so a sentry placement wouldn't have mattered. I got you. Okay. All right, we should be potentially have left actually a little bit sooner. Ah, darn, too bad. Potentially should have left a little sooner. But now that you have your ultimate, definitely look to just stack and make plays. I see you moving to the bottom half of the map, but I don't care about TA anymore. She's on her own. She's turned 18, and this is America, and we legally kick her out of the house and don't care anymore. Children are no longer my responsibility. It's the American way. TA's got to find her own way in the world. And Dawnbreaker, it's time to move on. Go mid, go top. Default, if you ever rotate mid as a hard support, your default shouldn't be to move back to the safe lane. It should be moved to the off lane. And then if you have to, move down here. Okay, you're placing an observer. That's fine, actually. And then, now we go top. Now we go top. Bottle me, Mars! Rude. Okay, but now we're moving bottom again anyways. Baited. I had hope. TA is one of the excuse me. I'm about to sneeze. Never mind. TA is one of the fastest. You know what? God, I'm on so many different tracks. Okay, let me finish my first thought. TA is one of the fastest farming carries left alone because of Psyblade. She can shove the lane so fast. She can stack camps, clear the stacks super fast, do ancient super early. She's one of the carries that can make use of this camp, whereas other carries can't. So anytime you have TA a good start, and we go, okay, let's give both carries a free time. Almost for sure, your TA is going to pull ahead. Outside of the other carry being a naturally fast farmer with also a good start. But TA combos being a fast farmer with being a strong laner. It's why she's S tier, like, anytime she's good. So she is almost always on a good start and then flash farms. So when you both abandon your lanes, if that happens, your TA will probably pull a lead. If you leave your TA alone while slowing down the enemy carry, you're going to pull massively ahead. So that's why it's true for like any carry, but especially TAs, like really look for reasons to leave the TA alone and just let her farm and go make plays somewhere else. Look how many heroes are down here and TA might die. This is how you stop a TA from flash farming is as long as she doesn't pick up too many kills, right? You kill her occasionally, you keep her having to go home. That's how she ends up farming slower. This time it's working out because she did live. And she actually even found a regen rune. Fantastic. But you do it too many times, it will backfire eventually. Is this true even if the enemy offlaner does not leave the lane? That's where the math gets a little hazy.
And you probably do have to start thinking about how fast is the offlaner farm, how much of a threat to the TA they are. But if you compare what the offlaner has available to them from the lane, so hard camp, small camp, right? You could contest these in a 1v1 lane, but you probably can't contest anything back here. You could fall back, could come to this stuff. That can be good. You actually do see a lot of offlaners do that. It means you're pretty far out of the lane. TA can come back here, farm this stuff. That's kind of the matching, like this stuff. But it's also behind your tower, which is very safe. And you could just fall further back to other jungle stuff and like come back around. You could also be doing a sneaky twin gate rotation. I guess this is all to say that I think carries right now with the current map can often be left in a good... If you had a decent time in the lane and you're being left alone to the 1v1, I think it's a little easier for the carry to consistently safely farm than it is for the offlaner to consistently safely farm without giving up too much free tower pressure and like map pressure, because like the offlaner has to go so far back to jungle if they want to jungle. Never had to sneeze in the end, but I always felt funny. I had to blow it. And that was gonna bring me to another thing. I never see if people laugh at this, and they probably don't because it's not that funny. But one of my favorite own inside jokes while casting is sometimes Ricky has to sneeze, or he does sneeze, but he mutes himself. But you can see him being like whatever. And I always go, achoo, you know, for him. I laugh to myself every time. I don't think anyone in the cast think it's funny, but I'm sharing it with you all now. You're required to laugh or I'll ban you. I better see those names pop up in cast in the future. 5-minute delay, I better see some people laughing. Look how much people are... Look how often this TA has been bothered. She happens to still be top net worth because she is getting kills. But just imagine if she died a little bit more often, if she's picking up assists, if she's not getting the kills. Just imagine her alone. And these are the people also getting kills because they keep coming down here. If they weren't getting kills, they'd be a lot lower, while TA would still be farming really quickly. I'll find it funny next time. Just know in my head, I'm laughing every time I do it. Stack. Stack. Okay, TA ended up coming here. So now you leave TA alone and you go play mid and bottom. TA's being charged. This is why if TA, versus a Spirit Breaker especially, if TA had stayed in her own jungle, it'd be a lot better, a lot safer. You guys actually saw a Spirit Breaker, like, go through one of the observers, and then saw a Lion, like, heading through traps. Looks like the fight worked out in the end. See, it makes me look silly when I keep talking about not drawing attention to TA, but you'd be like, why is that bad? Look, she's just getting kills. I mean, she is. Just saying. A little safer, a little more consistent to be left alone, rather than be 8-3-5, 17 minutes on a TA carry. So much action next to her. So I try to play in Monkey King's business instead of playing to defend the TA. You do both because of the power of the town portal scroll. As the hard support, find a window to leave. Either it's because you got the equilibrium to come back, and you know it's a safe time to leave. They don't look like they're about to tower dive. You got a kill, got a really good trade, power runes coming up. You use map awareness, you see they're low, and you're like, TA, play safe.
Carry players. These camps. Choo! Excuse me. These camps. You can farm all of them very safely as the carry. Carry players can even join the rotation if you're going through the twin gate. You can pop through. 4-man dive this tower. The carry has options. So walk away as the hard support. They should be fine for the walking. The initial walk away should be safe. That is what lets you know it's a safe time to leave, because you know the carry has 15 seconds while the creep wave is under her tower. They have 20 seconds while the offlaner is respawning, while the 4 support is, you saw them stacking, something like that. You know it takes a certain amount of time to walk back to the lane, respawn, TP back to lane, whatever. So that is the amount of time you take to walk mid and stack and power rune, to walk through the twin gate up here. And you do your shit. And then you have your TP to come back home if action starts happening at that moment. But until it does, you just keep doing whatever. So because you can TP home, we are doing both. We are protecting TA while messing with Monkey King. But there is no way to be like sitting behind TA and then suddenly show up top. I mean, Dawnbreaker is literally the unique example of very few heroes who could potentially do that. But in most situations, you cannot TP into the action that is already happening, like, aggressively. You can only respond instantly defensively. And that's why you want to take the offensive actions and react defensively, because you can't react offensively. Yeah, that's right. Laugh. Laugh, goddammit. Good. We're ready. We're ready for the next tournament. This is the play to get us hired, guys. Right, the tournament organizer going to see it and be like, "Wow, the chat really likes Zach. They love his sneezing joke. It's hilarious. Let's hire him." Brilliant. Brilliant. Okay. Let's move. TI voice line, the tiniest. Achoo. It'd be kind of funny, but when would you use it? The meta game is either the voice line itself is really funny to spam, or it's like a reaction to something happening, you know? When would you use the like, achoo, bristleback meta, maybe? Next time bristleback is super good. Just everyone's spamming that, like bristleback gets a kill, uses nasal goo, just like achoo, achoo. We got a Disruptor game here for Moomy Moo. I'm gonna guess Disruptor 5. I'm actually not sure. We'll see in a moment. This looks to be unranked. Do you have... Oh, a legend. Cool. To review the landing stage, then we get 17 minutes in. That's how it goes. I can't help myself. We always end up just going and going and going. All right. This time we're watching Moomy Moos, who both subscribed and donated for this, so extra value. Let's go. Legend isn't referring to the rank. It's actually just about Moomy Moo's personal status. All right, Disruptor gameplay. We're just going for general tips. You felt like it was a good game for you
Places, everyone.
overall, but just how to improve from there. Let's do it. So we are Disruptor, and we're maybe with a Razor or an SF.
To all my cubs and kindred, it is
versus maybe Underlord Snapfire or Shadow Fiend. Now I see you've already started Glimpse. I would save the skill point for now. Disruptor is a hero where there's potentially a case for every ability. Thunderstrike is decent in terms of just laning. It's like a weaker ability, but it's the easiest and most straightforward to use. Glimpse, you know, someone TPs to the tower, glimpse them back. Fight breaks out, they're running away, glimpse someone back. Same time, you find one guy who walked up way too far, kinetic field him, your whole team kills him. That's my least favorite to start. We don't really want to do that, but sometimes. You could maybe just walk with them and then glimpse them back. Also an option. Probably the smarter option than kinetic field. Either way, though, between Thunderstrike and Glimpse, there are use cases for both, so I'd be careful. You don't have to do this. This sentry is typically safer and will cover most of the box. A sentry that's gotten really popular is to put it up here without cutting any trees, though if you can cut a tree, feel free to do so. Put one down, and then it covers everything but the absolute corners, especially this bottom one. But there are trees that block this bottom one. So a lot of times it's fine, and many people won't go and find the sentry. They just like won't know where it is. You don't have to do it. Items, I wasn't sure on the exact matchups quite yet, but Razor and Disruptor, you guys actually aren't likely to take much damage because it's a melee offlaner versus two ranged heroes. You can start with one tango and then see if you need more, buy more at that time. But I would dare to guess 6 maybe overkill in this lane outside of some walking up into his face. Oh, it's actually Dazzle 5. We may get use of our tangles then. I did not expect the Dazzle. All right, notice how we haven't been able to use Glimpse at all? Because no situation has come up. That's kind of why we saved the skill point. You maybe glimpsing Dazzle there could have been good. But we could have Thunderstriked in the lane. As a ranged hero, just try to like poke a lot. I see you kind of doing it. All right, we have Thunderstrike. All right. This is a mistake based on timing. Remember when you came and you killed that sentry and you saw that there wasn't a camp? There's not going to be a camp till at least 2 minutes. So technically any time spent even thinking about walking over is like wasted time. Now I know it's easy to get caught up at the action and forget. I do it all the time. But you don't actually have to spend any time walking over here. And if you know, okay, it's a hard camp, right? You should just stay in the lane, hit this creep, chase these guys a little bit, glimpse one back, you know, mess with them, and then walk over here, hit this, hit it this way. All this extra time, this like boop, 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 5 seconds waste. Oh, glimpse this guy. He's dead. He's so dead. Oh, I think you missed the blood grenade. Damn. Oh, he's still so dead. He's so dead. We just teased him. We made him think he was okay. We got him. Definitely commit hard there with the glimpse blood grenade. I think you tried to get both heroes, which is what caused you to miss. That's not a bad idea, but definitely just prioritize the hero that you have to kill if it's ever under concern. Okay, stacking the small camp. We do have to be careful because our hard camp pull did stack. I am a little scared. No. Nice try. All right, right now, what should we be thinking about? Hard camp pull. Razor is good. He's under no issues. Full health. So are we, by the way, with still 4 tango. So just a sign. We could have spent the 90 gold on something else and then bought more tangos around now if we think we're going to need them. This hard camp that was stacked earlier. This is what we got to beeline it to. They're probably trying to do a pull right now.
So off of this, as soon as you're caught, you should try to get to this side as quickly as you can and mess with this. Or if you think you've missed this, then just be ready to stop any pulls from going on over here. They were being slow about it. You tried to steal it. I think that's fine. It's a pub game. They may not have noticed. You can also, without even knowing, he may have done a pull or not. So if you did your stacked camp pull right now, it's either going to cancel out or your creep wave's gonna die. Razor will deal with it under tower. You guys have plenty of tangos to heal through this. The danger is if they come over and they steal this with a Firestorm, but Razor can also come over with the creep wave and then Plasma Field, which is actually the best way to creep secure compared to Firestorm. Looks like it is a camp. You should stick around for that banner creep. Possibly use Thunderstrike for it. You can move aggressively there. All right. This guy is backing away. We have the glimpse. He didn't take static link. Okay, I take it back. Well, I suppose with this in mind, I'm not as inclined to glimpse him, but anytime someone has creeps on them, think about the glimpse. Because the creeps help you fight. He's gonna walk away. You just like glimpse him back. Razor can get in position at that time, and then you just like run someone down. I didn't expect him to not have static link though, like even 1 point in it. We're about to tank tower. That's okay. Come over here. Make sure the hard camp pull can't happen. Stand around here. It's just you versus Dazzle. You're gonna be okay. Underlord's here. Razor's gonna have to deal with this creep wave under tower unless they do a pull. Or, while he's dealing with it under the tower, and we denied ours, we're in a good spot unless they deny theirs. Their next creep wave, not this one, but the next one that just spawned, and it's coming in. 417, a pull at that time. So just be ready. Good glimpse. Didn't quite finish the kill because we don't have... What's it called? It's a little unfortunate. You can maybe go for this deny right around now. Start walking towards Razor. And then go for it after the auto attack lands. Pretty sure if you have static link, you guys win that fight. Transference! Oh my god, you're the greatest player in the world. Double kill while being denied. Holy shit. Absolutely outplayed. Fantastic. Incredible. I think that play should have been fine. I think your Razor, unless I'm like super outdated on the Razor builds, I don't know why you would skip Static Storm completely or Static Link. I feel like 1 point versus a melee hero at the least is worth it. You could have maybe looked for a glimpse TP, but I was hyping up. I was being hype about that kill. I don't even know what you were doing, so I'm not even sure. Hombre Pollo, what's up? How you doing? All right, we got the Lotus. The Lotus actually isn't as important at this point. The first Lotus, very good to go for. 5 minutes and 40 seconds right around now. You should actually head this way for the power rune. Shadow Fiend is a very rune-dependent hero. Shadow Demon, much weirder mid-hero, doesn't have a bottle, so I'd put less emphasis on it. But I do think getting your Shadow Fiend the bottle is very important. You just killed Dazzle a second time. He TP'd back to lane, so he's not going to do anything. So it's just Razor versus Underlord. He should be fine. Give him some tangos. Give him one probably. Just back out of here. Razor should be okay to deal with this while you head this way. Maybe you had time to stack along the way. Probably not. So you just come over here, get the power rune. For gold comparison, this is like 150 gold on the Lotus. Bottle refill is more in terms of regen. just the actual bottle charges. And then the actual power rune, depending what you get out of that. Kills, towers, farm, who knows, right? But that's why securing the power rune is worth more at 6 minutes in most situations. Unless you know you're not going to get it, you know you're not needed, you know it's not important. You're too late because a fight had already happened and you're like stuck here. Then you go for the Lotus. But like priority is power runes into Lotus. Yo, hombre pollo. Thank you. Woo Prime Day. Oh, I forgot about that. Ooh. Flims. Very nice. Super good. Excellent rotation. I looked away. I didn't even see you going for it. 8-minute power rune would be the best follow-up. Rubik will get this Wisdom Shrine. You'd be a little late, but you would have made it to that bottom power rune, which if it had spawned bottom, you would have beaten Shadow Demon there because he was not on point about it. Don't kill me. Better be on Twitch or YouTube for the no, it doesn't matter. I have both chats open and I just randomly pick based on which one sounds most intriguing. Try to play no favorites. Okay, good D ward. We lost our observer over here. They might have an observer in this area, but unlikely since you just got the one here. So if you guys do something, that's fine. If you end up leaving, I would like walk this way and then maybe try to ward in this area to give Razor some safety, because we're not going to use this area, and I'm certainly not going to use this area now. So something like here maybe sounds good. Maybe in the triangle could be an option if you feel brave enough to walk in there. And now we leave. We leave.
We go hard on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to Darkman's 39.
We go hard on Earth. Truly Prime Day over there.
We go hard on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to Coblison.
How many replays is this?
that? Thank you.
We go hard on Earth gifted a
I'm
tier 1
gonna play for a little
sub
bit.
to
I'll mute this
SSADS.
in a bit because 50's gonna go on for ages.
We go
But
hard
that
on
is-
Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to TT1.
I yet to have words. We go hard on Earth for your insane generosity
We
for
go
this
hard
channel
on Earth
and
gifted
for
a tier
me.
1 sub to
Thank
Curious
you so
Badger
much.
91.
Is
that? Thank you.
one
We
day
go
I'll have
hard
proper
on Earth
words
gifted
for
a
it,
tier 1 sub to
but it
Virgil.
blows my mind every time. Thank you so much.
We go hard on Earth gifted
Now no
a
one
tier
will-
1
all the
sub
Twitch
to
people won't have
Turtle
ads.
3 twins.
Now everyone's good to go.
that? Thank you.
We go hard on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to USMC JD King.
Okay, let me see how do I mute this.
that?
I've forgotten already.
We go hard on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to ERP Princess.
Is this right? I think it should still show. Oh no, it's not showing.
Thank you.
Oh,
We
it's
go
gotta
hard
show.
on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to
I
Ratskin.
just want to mute.
Who's that? Thank you.
Oh, how about this? Oh, there we go. Okay, silently showing on screen. That's fine. Thanks for the great entertainment. No problem. Thank you for being here, for watching it, for enjoying it, and for massively supporting it. Thank you so much. All right, I'll try to remember to unmute that later so we don't miss future stuff. Wait, what was I was in the middle of saying something. Oh yeah, you guys just killed everyone up here. All right, so you kill Shadow Demon, it's time to leave. It is time to go. No one will kill Razor because they're all dead. I mean, maybe Snapfire is sneaking through here about to kill him. That's not on you. You don't do that. Razor will farm this. He'll be fine. This is the time to get out of here. In this particular situation, you are about to die. So if you went straight home, I think that would be pretty reasonable. But in other situations where you're healthier, or you still have tangos, or you have a salve, or you have like a polywog charm, like whatever it is, you have a healer on your team, you would just walk away from this lane. Look at the time. Look at the minimap. What can you do, right? You would check down here, Ursa, full health, pretty far up. Maybe I could do like a real aggressive TP, glimpse him back. Maybe I could twin gate through, he runs back, we glimpse him back here, they're still dead, or like they're respawning and they TP to the lane so they can't help him. Something like that. Could be power rune time, could be stacking time, like whatever it is you would go do, and then keep moving away from the lane, continuing that lesson from the last replay. I have my town portal scroll. I will come back and help Razor when he needs it. But until then, I don't want to just sit here. I want to walk away, try to make something happen mid. I'll tell you what is very likely to happen. If Shadow Demon, I think he TP'd here, and now we can confirm that. He TP'd here, so he probably can't TP mid when he respawns unless he does something else and then TP's mid. Sometimes they just walk up here off of some kind of rotation, right? So if you know he walked up here, he's going to TP back mid. When Shadow Fiend's like, oh, I'm going to push in the tower. He's going to TP here. You like walk over, you glimpse him back. Fantastic time. You two may both just end up walking home, and that's okay. Because you're so low. You could maybe actually leave those because Shadow Fiend has a bottle. Maybe take one, leave the other. Sentry first. Always sentry first. If you're thinking about putting an observer, put the sentry down, see if there's anything here, and let that inform your decision if you're going to put the observer as well. Never put the observer first, because then you're going to put the sentry, and then you're going to see a sentry observer right here, and then you go, God, kill their observer, and then guess I'll kill mine too. So always put the sentry first, look around, and then you can decide on the observer. Oh, we can unmute it now. Unless, what if it starts? Should I replay it, guys? Yeah, stay out of sight. Okay. Notice your 500, 600 gold here. Arcane boots, wand, observer sentries. Not bad. 3 empty slots. We want to use our ultimate. Laning stage is breaking down. There's going to be more movement. Buy a smoke. Some blood grenades. I got the slots. 2 blood grenades just to have the health a little bit more slow to work with. Why not? If you're working towards items and you got to save the money, that's fair. Maybe you want to buy a 4-staff. You can buy the fluffy hat. Maybe it is a good raindrop game and you could use a little bit more mana. You could buy that, right? If you want to spend a little bit more casual windlace, that's fine. But at the least, you should buy the smoke. And I am personally a big fan of like double casual blood grenade if I have a bunch of empty slots. And then make sure you go through no invis. Okay, don't need to buy dust, all that stuff. It's kind of early, so probably wasn't going to be the case, but good habit to build up. And maybe you would have sneakily walked in here with the smoke. All right, that's fine. Dazzle just used Nothal projection for nothing. Can maybe fight after that. In the end, we didn't actually do much. Let's go back. So you TP'd here. If you guys were thinking of fighting right away, that's okay with me. And when I look at this and I see 3 heroes here, kind of looks like a fight's about to break out right away. So I think totally fine to TP. If you had no intention of fighting and you were just doing this to protect them from the dive, but you don't actually want to fight, maybe you've been really losing this lane, or I don't know, you just like, these guys are too low. Don't TP until it's needed and walk here. Especially if a fight's not breaking out. If this many heroes aren't here, but you know they're kind of like hidden in the area, if the lane's further up, things look casual, walk here. Because as soon as you TP, we can't help Razor anymore. We can't help the mid lane anymore. So you have to tell me, Zach, I couldn't take 30 seconds to walk here because this was happening and I had to do it right now. In this case, 3 heroes right in front of the tower, fair. But a lot of other cases, nothing ends up happening. Nothing is telegraphed to happen, and then nothing happens as a result, which is sort of what happened here, even though it looked like something was going to happen, and that's okay, it will happen. But because of that, we could have walked here, especially if we thought nothing was going to break out. Could have walked here, and that means we could have helped mid right here. We could TP aggressively right here and static storm him, glimpse him, all that stuff. Or if he needed help, we could TP in. It looks like we still made it, actually, to help. A haste rune chase ends up backfiring on the mid Shadow Demon. What a surprise. What a surprise.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
The Ursa was having a pretty good lane. I thought we needed more presence here, but I didn't end up doing much. The presence, that's all you need. It's just the TP that I'm minorly critiquing of whether we need to or not. I actually agree. I would have TP'd in the same case. I'm just saying in other situations, be careful of it. You sit here and you act intimidating. I'm watching you, Ursa. I'm watching you, Dazzle, an old lady. I'm watching you. And if you step up too far, I'm going to get you. So everyone has to just sit here, and 3 heroes from each team are splitting XP. We have a 1v1 over here. They're getting full XP. Our carry is the solo XP. Their carry is 33%. Which carry is going to get more farmed? Which one's going to be scarier? It's going to be Razor, right? Now, sometimes the offlaner is actually the bigger deal, and this is where things get messy. But as a general rule, that's why it's good to just be here. Ooh, menacing. You don't know, right? So we all have to be here in the opponent's safe lane. That's why I always tell you guys, like, get out of your own safe lane. Do it on the other side. That's what you actually want in this situation. And if nothing's happening and we get close to this time, you go, hey, real quick, guys, be careful. I'm going to walk over here, do a double stack. The most valuable double stack in the game. Can't do anything like that up here, right? You do it in the triangle, and then you're just straight back in here, pressuring the Ursa, making him and the supports waste their time. And if they leave, you guys are all in position. You just jump the Ursa right away, force him to TP back. So even if you don't get much done, I like that you came down here. And I think it's where you should be, here and like mid lane. Can maybe glimpse that Underlord. We can keep an eye on this. We're here for the action. We get a return kill. Our carry decided to join in on his own volition, and that's okay. He is now getting 1 kill. I guess he didn't actually kill the Snapfire. He got 1 assist. And now getting another assist. Doesn't actually end up with any kills. That's fine. And now we go for the tower. Yeah, the rest of the team will go for the tower. We got popped by poison. This shouldn't have worked because you guys saw them smoked. Your teammate should have just backed out right there, and then everything would have been Gucci.
Radiant's top tower is taking hits. Dire's mid tower won't last much longer. Dire's mid tower could use a little help. Radiant's top tower is hurt. Dire's mid tower won't last much longer. Radiant's top.
In that sequence, it would have been the Shadow Fiend who is solo farming and pushing things for your team. And getting a lot of farm. I might actually go for the Blink first this game. Because Shadow Demon's in the game, he can actually dispel the Glimmer Cape. So the Glimmer Cape save won't be useful anytime he's there. He won't always be there, so that's kind of okay. it does put some negative value to the, not negative value, but like it's kind of countered already, you know? Blink to get you close to Static Storm, Dazzle before Nothal Projection Grave can come out, before Core Shadow Demon can use any of his abilities. Without them, he is a spellcaster. He's not a great mid hero, so without his spells, he's nothing. Find the Snapfire, cancel her ultimate with Glimpse or your ultimate. Jump Ursa before he can enrage. These are all really good Blink Static Storms, and Blink can't be... I mean, he might poison you, breaking Blink for a bit, but there's no, like, partial value because of Demonic Purge, you know? Also, your team doesn't really have an initiator. Rubik is sort of, and Dawnbreaker is more of a follow-up. You usually like to be a follow-up, but because of the Blink Kinetic Field Static Storm, you actually can initiate, and it's decent this game. And since no one else is going to do it, we kind of need to. So I would say you can get a Blink. If you want to be in the middle ground, go for Force Staff. I would pick those over the Shadow Amulet. Shadow Amulet in general is a fine item on Disruptor. It's just this particular game, I think, not as good, not as value.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down. Dire's top tower. That's more like it. Dire's mid tower.
And this is where your draft has some issues. Like, you guys would like to do stuff with the Dawnbreaker, but who starts it? Razor, Shadow Fiend, Dawnbreaker. It's like an awkward trio. And then you guys are Disruptor, Rubik, 2 backliners. Which we can help to fix with the Blink. Okay, not bad. Go Deep Ward right now. Or... Hello? What is your problem, Ursa? How very, very rude. I can't believe that worked. What in the world? It can't work, right? We punish him? Yeah, we punish him. Okay. I can't believe he just did that. That's actually crazy. Yeah, get out of here. Get your ultimate out here. That's some wild shit. Yule's next. Yule's as a general item is okay versus Ursa. I still think you need the Blink. Still think Blink first is really good.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
See, how long does this game go? 53 minutes. Probably not going to cover the whole game. So let's see. Looks like Roche actually does happen at some point. And they slowly build a lead. Second Roche is at 20k. Actually, not so slow. We went from 5k to 20k in 10 minutes. So maybe we'll jump ahead to 30. Because it looks like they get Roche. So we can see what happens at this team fight. And then see what happens that we... Oh, I'm sorry. We actually win. Huh. Oh. I thought it was flipped. I was thinking the other side. All right. I guess we can continue to see this happen. Then...
Radiant's bottom tower seen better days. Radiant's bottom tower seen better days. Radiant's bottom towers.
Thank you, we go hard on Earth. Yeah. Hopefully, most people are now ad-free. They get to enjoy it. Tell you what, you get to decide. We can stop doing replays. I think for 50 subs, you get to choose what the rest of the stream is. It's time to pivot to whatever you want it to be. $5 is the guaranteed replay. 50 is the stream content. What you feeling like today, man? Are you and Rubik together? That's probably as much as we'll get because it's a Dawnbreaker. Maybe if you alternate between like Shadow Fiend ult being available, Razor feels strong, like you can do that. Seems like he wants to get an Ag, so I'd probably let him finish that because he's already... It's like 1,500 more gold is not bad to get to. Oh, he has an amplified damage, so why not? Let's send it. Ooh, got to glimpse the Underlord there to cancel the channel. Don't do it, Razor! Who knows where he's gonna be? Oh, it's mid, okay. Whew. I think you get the Underlord kill if you glimpse him there. Oh, oops. A different idea going on there. Pull the ultimate switch and force you to play League of Legends. It's not even our April 1st yearly League of Legends stream time yet. We could. I would love to play League of Legends, get decent at it, and then be able to make videos for people who are leaving League of Legends and coming to Dota. Maybe for the occasional Dota player going to League, although that's much rarer. I actually like playing other games quite a lot. I've been playing Rematch a bunch, which is like a soccer game. And I've been having a lot of fun, air quote, getting good. I'm not that good at it, but I really enjoy that process. From knowing nothing to learning about the whole game and coming up with your plans on like what is good. Dota will always have more to improve on, and that's why I like the game. But I'll admit, like, in terms of maintaining constant passion, it is tough when it's no longer like, oh, what is this cool, crazy, wacky here? This guy's on a red lizard. What's he up to? You know, like from that to like, how do I get money? How do I learn? From like, oh, well, I should have been standing here instead of here. Like, damn, like, oh, well, I auto-attack this creep instead of like, you know, moving here and doing this. It's like the improvements become much more minor. And in some ways that's cool. And in some ways it's not as interesting when you do it for a long time. And I haven't even been doing it the longest compared to like other Dota people. But I really have been enjoying like playing other games, no matter how complicated. You know, Rematch is maybe not as complicated as Dota, but it's fun to be like, oh, is this like the right time to do this kind of kick? Or like, what's a good angle for like this shot? It's fun to do that. I think I would enjoy playing League of Legends again for that process of like, they've reworked every single hero that I used to know. What is this again, you know? Even if I don't like the game as much in the end as Dota, I like that process.
Radiant's top tower's hurting.
Recently, there are more Dota players going to League. I have no idea. Usually I see more League players come into Dota, but I think that's because I'm in the Dota space. I'm not in the League space seeing the Dota people saying like, I'm coming here from Dota, so I don't actually know. I came from League to Dota, but it was years ago, so like my knowledge wouldn't really compare, and I barely remembered at this point. It was like 8 years ago. Even the issue is, even if League, if I ultimately liked League more, I still don't know if I'd swap because I fundamentally dislike having to unlock champions to play the game. At my heart, wanting to compete on equal footing as I learn a game and feeling like, well, I don't have a level 30 account, so I don't have access to the full game. Like, oh, I'd like to try this hero, but I have to pay for it, or I have to play 50 hours to play it. And like, oh, I can't counterpick this because I don't have it unlocked and I don't have the runes unlocked and all that stuff. I really dislike that as someone who I want to be put in an even playing field, and then I want to be better than you, where we're like, no one can deny it because we're all in the same playing field. And that's the main reason I switched from League of Legends to start, amongst other things. But like, I just never felt like I didn't like it. Even if it becomes the better game, like in the future, and I like it more at a high level, I still don't like that you have to unlock stuff, and I still think I wouldn't want to switch because of that. That's my biggest issue. If it doesn't bother you, it's totally fine. I'm not trying to yuck your yum. You know, I mean, there's a Dota stream, so there's probably not that many people here who are like, yeah, I prefer League. But if you do, totally fine with me. That's just my own personal gripe with it. Among some other things. I quit when they hid information. The tryhard, I couldn't stand it. They hid information between like an optional like UI pop-up, and I was like, this is too weird. I can't see my armor, I can't see my damage. Like, what are we doing? I mean, I guess Dota's not much better. It's like, oh, you didn't alt-click, shift, right-click, control your shit. Of course you don't know what the tooltip, which had fake information on it anyways. So, I don't know. Maybe nowadays it doesn't even matter. All right, hang on. I tried to rewatch the fight to understand what's going on. I'm still confused. All right, so we think Roche is happening. And we walk in. This is where the Static Storm blink could be really cool. All right, you should Static Storm there. Although, I don't know if it's a replay bug or if it was just a visual bug in the actual game that you saw as well. I don't know if you saw him being disrupted like the Ursa, but I would say dropping the Static Storm here is good. Zach, should I save it for Dazzle and Shadow Demon? I mean, you should, but you don't have a blink, so you can't. If you had the blink, then yes, you should blink across and like Static Storm one of those guys. But because we don't, we're going to work with the tools we have, and Ursa is stuck here if we Static Storm, Kinetic Field, all that stuff. Unless he BKBs, but he didn't buy one. He's being an asshole. So so he should be trapped in there. So we should just do it. We should just commit it, clean up the kill nicely, and then move on. We do steal Roche. And in fact, glimpse one more kill. Shadow Demon takes ages, but we get Shadow Demon. So in the end, not bad. Considering they started Roche, it's pretty good. Though we could have also done Roche at some point. So it's a little sad to lose it. We're now getting a lot of cleanup kills though, so this is paying off. All right, real solid. We don't actually have the Aegis, but that's okay. We got the money. We got a team wipe right now. First, look at the time. Look at the minimap. Build that habit. 2 sentries and an observer. Time to pick your favorite spots. Where do you want your team to play going forward? You have all the freedom in the world right now to do it, except if you think Ursa's there because he will kill you. So you only have some freedom in the world. Putting it on this cliff would be a little too obvious. Your team used a lot to win this fight. What is very likely to happen for your team is that you should spend some time while they're dead, farming their stuff, pushing out lanes, and then fall back. And in that time, you're buying your items. You're maybe even coming all the way back to Fountain before walking out. So your team is on the eventual retreat mode, not the let's continue pushing all together. If you do try to do that, you'll probably feed because you guys don't have your items you just got from getting the kills and getting the money. You don't have your cooldowns on everybody. So you shouldn't go for a let's sit here and push. So if you'd go for this kind of sentry, either you're going to sit here and not actually be ready to play around it, or you're going to do it, leave, and then you're going to lose it. So you should sentry to check this area and maybe this area. Observers back here, pretty good. Over here, not bad. This tree to the left corner, that one's okay. You want to walk all the way over here, do one on this side, maybe even like back here. I'd be up for that, though. The time it takes, because you'd have to like wrap all the way around. Well, I guess you could glimmer through here. If you want to do that, I'd be open to it. You have to check this, though, because if they have something here and they see you go this way, there's like, it's here or it's here. There's only 2 spots. Over here could be good, too, if you want to walk in here. Let's say you know Ursa's top. Let's say he shows in the top lane right now. If you want to walk over here, check this, and then, like, Observer somewhere back here, that's fine with me, too. The point is, we check common areas and then Observer in a sneaky area. And wherever you don't think Roche is. It also, I don't think this was your sentry, that was Rubik's, but it should have been low ground since you have kinetic field to check high ground. Alright, that is some crazy shit from the Shadow Demon, I'm not gonna lie. That's crazy shit. No flame, guys, but crazy shit. I saw you put yours here, but understandable in the heat of the moment because we need kinetic field for the fight. So I actually think that's a good choice. If you don't think there's anything here, you could just wait to do it later. But if you think, you know, the team fight's breaking out, I gotta check. I actually think that's the right choice. I think your Observer is also fine, by the way. Approval. There is a chance they like check on the lower side, but it's much better than like here or here or on the cliff. So there was a trend of some Dota streamers trying League. I think Grubby is currently playing it. I think Gunner was playing it for a bit. Dendy was trying it. Those are the ones I remember. I don't know about the actual community. Kill him dead or that, very true. You know, like if you're, that's the thing about Dota. I think it's a great game, but there's certainly toxicity to it. I guess any online competitive game has this, but when you're tired, you're already going to play worse. And if you then get a toxic teammate, it is absolutely miserable. You have to either have incredibly strong mentality at those times to still find it like, yeah, it's still relaxing to me. This guy yelling at me for being a big piece of shit, you know, having a blast, just playing the game, you know, being yelled at. Or you have to find a party to play with, and then, you know, it's chill, even if it sucks. Like the game's miserable, at least you're having a good time with a gang. Otherwise, playing other games is definitely the way when you just want to chill out. All right, we've been entering podcast mode a little bit for Moomy Moo, even though I said I'd focus up. Though I do think our earlier advice was pretty good. I see you going for the Wind Waker. I really think you need a blink this game. I think it'd be really strong for you. So I think that's actually a big piece of advice for Disruptor players. Especially position 5 players, I think are often averse, good stack, averse to buying blink because that feels like a core or a position 4 item. But it really is quite good in certain games. Disruptor can be a blink builder, Oracle, Dazzle. There's actually a lot of heroes that the blink positioning is very strong. Don't worry, I didn't see you Yules that creep instead of Underlord. And I didn't just announce it to everyone watching. Yeah, you know, I gotta say, I don't mean to keep shilling out rematch, but because it's what I've been playing lately, I do find, you know, there are toxic Dota games and people yelling and blaming and it's like, man, this sucks. Not that I had really thought about this, but my gut feeling would be that if you had a mic and if you could type, that's where you could get the most toxicity out, you know, because you can like really attack a person, and that sucks. Rematch has voice chat that you can mute, and then they have pings. There's no typing. A lot of people don't talk. Toxic teammates who just ping and then just do nothing, I think it actually aggravates me more than like people yelling or typing. I mean, I guess you can do it in Dota too. People who just like ping your items, ping your abilities and stuff. But the fact that it's now happening just like in a soccer/football game, there's something extra aggravating to me about it. Maybe it's because my default is Dota, and Dota is so stressful. It's like I kind of get when people get toxic, but then when someone is just like sitting next to the goalkeeper, not being useful, not playing defense, and they're being toxic, I'm like, what are you even doing? We're playing a soccer game. Why are you so mad? This isn't even Dota. This isn't even real life. What you so angry about? How can you be angry here? Okay, we're gonna focus up in this fight. I think you're doing actually pretty well, but again, trying to give proper feedback to Moo. Setup for Roche is solid. Notice all our observers are bottom, though. So if some of these have been placed top, that would give you guys a bit more comfort. If you guys smoked, not to strictly find a fight, but to give you a little bit more comfort moving up here to place an observer, could also be good. Blindly just going for Roche, pretty risky versus all the heroes. You should definitely be further back. You should not be the point. Early game, when none of them wanted to do stuff, if we had to start action, it was kind of understandable. They're tanky now. Let these guys be in the front, let them be the focus, and then you respond to it. If you have the blink and you can like blink static storm catch people, that's separate, but we didn't go for that build. We have an extremely reactionary build that is going to reach from afar with our extra cast range. We shouldn't be in the front. We should be back here. There was a chance we just get deleted and then do nothing. This is where Ursa should have jumped somebody else. Still doesn't have a BKB, and then you should have, whoever he jumped, you should have static stormed under the Ursa and got him. That's why we want to be back. I'm really bad at using smokes. Just start is my advice. They're being underused in most pub games anyways, so even if you're not like, oh, this isn't really the best smoke, like, oh, I shouldn't be doing it this way, it's just sitting in the inventory stock anyways. So just pop them. Anytime you think something important's happening, like, oh, I guess we're ganking smoke. You know, I guess I'm warding smoke. Or, you know, Roche smoke. You know, if it's just sitting there, just use it like that. And then over time, it'll help you form the idea of like, no, I didn't. Turns out when we just walk at a tower, smoking actually didn't make much sense. Oh, we had no information to work with, and I smoked us for a gank, but that actually just baited us, you know? Should have waited for information. Observer now is actually unnecessary. I know I was just talking about this observer, but they're dead, and Roche is not going to survive. Your team will kill Roche. So then the question is, do you actually need this observer after that? It's not that bad because it's in triangle, but if we think about where we are likely to play, we are going to be sieging tier 2s or looking for pickoffs, which this is okay for if someone's in triangle, but you almost want even deeper vision. You want to see people going to the triangle, not he's farming the triangle now. By the time we get there, he's done and he's moved on. I want to see him moving to the triangle, and then while he's farming it, we are closing the distance and going. Along with the fact that because the Roche fight happened, if they're given any space, there's a high chance they'll go for a D ward in this area. A ward over here, right? I want to see Ursa farming this and moving out so we can go gank him. Or, I don't get that info, but we sit here, we see the tier 2, and my observer catches them trying to wrap around us. Or someone positions as a smoke breaker right here, and I can't see through the trees that I'm hiding behind, but the observer lets me see the smokes break, pops right here, Static Storm everyone. That's kind of the observers we want now. This one's pretty good. You placed it earlier, but this fits the vibe. And that's the type of observer that I would actually want this one to be. This is actually, Roche is about to come up and spawn topside. We're going to have to be ready to fight. Put this observer. You want to try to do Roche and they're all alive and we don't see them? Put this observer. When they're all dead and we're doing Roche, I'm not going to need this very long. This is useful to me for 10 more seconds. And then it's actually, that's its purpose right there. Do you have a video on smokes? I feel like I don't know the rules behind smoking. One, go during the day, go to where you have vision. I think there's an old video on it. Let me see. It at least covered some. I feel like I don't think it was a complete, like, smoke of deceit guide recently. I think I talked about it in a video somewhat recently. But I think there was an older, actual smoke of deceit video. Let's see. This one is like 3 to 4 years old. Oh yeah, there are some like real old smoke of deceit ones. Did I cover it? When would I have covered it? Hold on, let me look at my own video catalog. You guys might remember better than me, because the funny thing is, in the process of making and editing a video, you watch it so much it becomes meaningless to you. And then you put it out and you move on to the next thing. I feel there are times that I forget a lot more than what someone who watches and then remembers the video. I see things that might be related to smoke, like certain decisions you make as an invis hero would match smoke. And maybe it was in the hard support, soft support guides briefly talking about smokes. Maybe that needs to be a soon to be remade video talking about smoke of deceits. Zach flexing that he has made too many videos. Oh, there's a whole catalog, guys. If you head over to youtube.com/ZQuixotix, a huge catalog of videos that some are pretty cringe to go back to. I was not good at making videos, and when I look back at current videos, even one day ago, I look and I'm like, this is a piece of shit video, but the information's there. The information is there. That's actually part of the recent struggle. Sometimes I feel lack of motivation because I don't have a recent video on, like, what's a good example? Pulling. I did a lot of effort into the pulling series. It's now been changed. There's some slight different considerations. I could make the video series a lot better, but I'm remaking kind of the same thing, and that's not as interesting. Arguably easier, and arguably still just as viewed. People would like enjoy the refresher, so maybe I should do that kind of stuff. But I've been reaching the point where every topic I think of, it's like, I feel like I've done this, and we're just doing a little bit of a different take, a little bit updated. And maybe that is what making content for a long-term game like Dota is. But it's been getting weird. Every time I'm about to make a video, I'm like, I think I've done this. I think I've already made this video. I think I've already talked about not feeding this way at least 8 times. And then it blends with the replay streams too. Like, did I make a video or did I just talk about this? Okay, I guess I don't have a smoke of deceit. I was like scrolling through stuff. Yeah, I guess I don't have a recent one. So maybe that will be something to reconsider. Do again. I think I watched over 95% of them. Absolute baller. Thank you. Yo, Molly, what's up? 8K lone druid visage lichen spammer, disgusting. Tell me if you're on my team, make sure you're picking those heroes. Try some other heroes if you're on the opponent team. I don't think I'd even match with you though. I'm too low MMR. Thank you. Thank you for watching the stuff. I appreciate it. I was just thinking about whose fault is it anyways. I do want to get back to it. I like the series overall. I realized I hadn't really gone back to it, even though I meant as I made the last episode, I was like, I'm going to be better about doing this. We're going to try to do it at least once a month, once every couple of weeks. And then I realized I completely forgot about it. And I think the issue is that the replay streams that I started to do a renewed effort on, and then I've been trying to have like a replay video for the Wednesdays as like part of a lead into the streams. I realized like that's the same thing as the whose fault is it anyways. The whose fault is it anyways is just more effort for the same thing because it's higher effort. Try to be funnier, do more editing, do more reviewing first rather than like a first look, first take. And I don't know if every video ends up being like a replay review thing. I was like, do I want that? But then I also struggle to make enough videos, so I should do that. So I don't know. That's why that series has been a little bit. It's always on and off a bit. It's also hard. I am very fortunate to have such a nice audience, generous, kind audience. The best whose fault is it anyways is when we get salty people who blame their teammates, right? And then we get to fucking roast them, you know, in a nice, sarcastic way. Hopefully nice, you know. But it needs someone to be staunchly like, my Shadow Fiend is such a piece of shit, isn't he? And I have to go, is he the piece of shit or are you the piece of shit, you know? But you guys, you come in like, oh, Zach, I really tried my best. I'm not really mad at anyone on my team. I just think I could have done a little better. I can't make fun of you guys for that. What the heck? What in the world? Hey, guys, everyone tried their best this game, you know? So some guy got a little salty, but I kind of get where he's coming from. It's like, come on, what are we going to do about that? Yeah, we need a villain. We need a villain. But then it feels bad to make videos flaming people because then the YouTube comments are always way harsher. Whose fault is it to decide? We do replay videos, and in the past, I used to try to be nicer about it. Like, this is someone just looking to improve, you know, don't be too harsh. And the YouTube comments are always like, this guy should end himself. Like, delete Dota and, like, quit. He's so bad. How can he have this many games? And like, guys, he's just made some mistakes. He's just here to get a light teasing and, like, get better at the game. We don't need to be so harsh. And I always feel bad about that. And I feel like if I have a video that is... Most of my videos are quite, you know, I'm quite lenient. And sometimes too lenient. I should be more clear on, like, that's actually a really bad mistake. You know, like, recognize that. I tend to, like, downplay maybe too much is a fault of my videos. And coaching and replays. But I do think the comments will reflect the tone of the video. And if my tone is too much like making fun of someone, a lot of people will get the joke and a lot of people won't. And they'll be like, yeah, man, Dawnbreaker, what a garbage hero, garbage player. Let's find him. I'm like, whoa, don't do that. Let's not do that, guys. Don't go finding people. And certainly don't go being upset at them. It's just a video game.
Radiant's bottom tower's done for.
All right, Moo Moo's last half of the game became podcast mode, but you were winning anyhow, and I think the most important feedback was the earlier half, so. Let's turn on the chaos mode. We could have the community intentionally take on the villain role. That is true. All content's fake anyways. It'll be my own version of faking drama to make it as a streamer. Bot Peach. You know, actually that was part of the original logic that I'm actually quite vulgar myself. I have a lot of swearing. Not that I'm like strictly angry. I just like, it doesn't mean anything to me. But actually, when I used to like live at home and then watch like Dota videos and people are swearing, my mom is always like, Zach, what are you doing? And it doesn't really bother me, but I was like, maybe it's easier my videos don't have that much profanity. So I usually don't. Lately, I've started to, I feel like I've been swearing more on stream/videos. So I apologize. Even though you were just saying you could usually have the content on without having to worry about insane stuff coming through. Sometimes I think about that. I can't prove this one way or the other, you know? If I was an angrier player, would I have more success / have found a bigger audience? If I swore more, even if I still kept relatively positive, but I just like, you know, sailor mouthed out there, would that have attracted more people? It probably would have attracted different people. When it comes to financial, like, amounts of viewers and, like, all that, would it have been more or not? I don't know. I have nothing to back this. Can't prove it one way or the other. But it's just something that occasionally comes to mind, and I think about late at night. Also, YC Punk donated $5, so Chaos Mode is currently being closed down. What's up, dude? Feel free to send in a match ID whenever you want. YouTube has a buyer. I like the way it's put. They're a bunch of talk streamers. I enjoy the PMA. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. And I actually do think that is one trade-off, right? Maybe I could have had more viewers if I was like a more toxic person, and it would have been like funny at times and whatever. And we could have like karma farmed or like viewer farmed from like some rage watchers and like, oh, he said this controversial thing. But I also think the people who have that audience also seem more miserable. And I gotta, like, We Go Hard just had, like, this insane donation, you know? Or, like, I think a lot of people say Dota is a very unsupported category where, like, your viewer to subscription ratio is usually quite bad. But actually, I feel mine is quite high, which I'm very grateful to all of you for. And I think that actually goes back to, one, being a support player and support content creator, because support players are better. But also, I think that goes back to maybe we could have had more viewers if it was like more toxic, but then those same people are not as nice and not as supportive and not as, you know, encouraging. When I'm having a bad game, you guys are like, it's okay. Like, I have bad games all the time, you know? Out there, like, some of the streamers getting, like, roasted by their own chats nonstop for every little mistake they make. Maybe it'll happen to me, too, if the chats ever get bigger. I feel like we're at a pretty sweet spot. I can read a good chunk of the chat if we're not in the middle of a game. It's like relatively peaceful, you know. There comes a size that streamers aim for, which I guess I also would like because it's like financial success. But then like chat just gets crazy. You read like one comment per thing. It's like nonstop. And you don't get to see anything. Okay, hold on. We're having a good ramble, but also YC Punk, we gotta focus up here. I think I ruined lane. Great start. I took 5 from Ogre. Okay. Want to work on first 15 minutes. But also we can blame AM's no BKB late game. I am Venomancer. Okay. Sounds good. Venomancer 5. Was there a rank? I think Ancient, right? Yeah. Ancient. All right. Sounds like if we focus for the first 5 to 15 minutes, we can go straight back to rambling, guys. Oh, I should have done the timestamp before. Okay, whatever. Timestamp people, just like rewind like 2 minutes to hear the setup of this. Okay, Venomancer thinks he grief lane. That's the summary. If you didn't, if you already skipped back, oops. All right, 100% love a good ramble. Hell yeah, let's go. Okay, Anti-Mage Veno versus, what is this? Undying +1. Who knows? I have no idea. Okay, actually, no. If I had to guess, this is like a Lion mid, and I bet this is Witch Doctor 4 with Undying offlane. That's my guess. But either way, probably the Undying offlane and then one of these guys. So for you, it's a little tricky. You could die quite easily. Especially like, let's say it's Maledict. Maledict into like some decay, some damage, right? You're going to get wrecked. Stuns into like Tombstone slow and decays, you're going to get wrecked. You need to be careful. You need to start with small exchanges, burn some mana, reduce the amount of spells they have, and then I could see you guys taking fights. But we got to be careful going too aggressive, level 1, level 2. Venomancer, I feed all the time on this hero, but it's just tricky, right? Even with all these items, you're at 676 health, right? You're just a squishy hero by nature, and you're slow. So, depending on the matchups, got to be very careful, and these are matchups that I would be a bit scared on. All right, Deep Observer to look for the first blood. Slight small mistake here from your team as a whole, but when you put an observer down to look for a kill, you're supposed to play around that observer. So you see how, actually even you are clicking over here, and so is your team. The observer sees this. The advantage of the observer is that when they walk like anywhere from here to like here, they have no idea you're in the area, but you know the whole time. And then as soon as they like step up here, that's when the jig is up, but you're all prepared. And possibly like right before they walk up. When you guys stand here and then you run into a hero right here, the observer actually does nothing, right? Because you both see each other at the same time, and are we in the position? Are they in position? I don't know. So if you place an observer for first bloods, you have to play around that, right? Your team should actually stay like right at this ledge, because that's where you have the best advantage. And you still run into the issue where if someone walks here, it's like, and that's why usually you see the observers put on the high ground, like over here, something like that. Because then whether it's low ground or high ground, you have an advantage, and you hide behind trees and you let them get close, and then you pop out because you see them and they don't see you. And that's why when your team walks this way and then you run to Juggernaut, that's kind of what I'm talking about, right? It's like, okay, here's our target. Our target sees us, and our target runs away, has spin ready. So even if you place, I don't hate this, but like if you place it, I think you have to continue to stand here. But maybe I would place it a little lower so you can also see the bounty rune.
High hopes for this one.
They learned their level 2 is crazy a bit too late. All right, we'll experience it in a moment. So this starts, because we went bottom, we're late to lane, right? Or not like late, but like we have to do this stuff now if we want to. So I don't mind this too much. Block the camp. I would run straight back because they haven't seen you yet. And if they see me walking away from here, they're going to know. Now, if they clicked me earlier, they also know I have 2 sentries, and now I've only got 1. So they probably should know anyways. But in the case they didn't click us, if you approach the lane from this way, I don't know. Maybe it's blocked. Maybe it's not. If you come from over here, I mean, once Venomancer was there, he TP'd here, but he's coming from this way, he's got to be blocked, right? So if you can actually sneak your way back this way, that'd be good. If they see you, they know, you know, they know, whatever. At that point, it doesn't matter. And you kind of do that to start, and then you still kind of like walk in this way. I would say, 1, as part of keeping this more secret, we keep going back to the lane. But then 2, going back to like, I'm scared, and you've now learned this lesson, so you know in hindsight, but I'm a little scared of what they do to me. I want to mostly just poke safely, let Anti-Mage burn some mana. I don't want to give double decays, but I don't want to get caught out here. This double decay means we lose some CS. Caught out here, I die. So, I am more inclined to be in the lane, and if Anti-Mage is middle, I maybe, okay, Lion's here, I move this side. Our Lion seems to be moving this way, I move this side. If Anti-Mage plays this side, I'll play this side. You know, like, just far enough to not get double decayed, but I'll hit my own creeps in the meantime. Over time, as you have Poison Sting and Venomous Gale and all this stuff, I think you're good to go. You'll whittle them down over time. You'll burn their mana. We are playing the long con. They are playing the, like, get them. Level 2, you know, chuck up everything. Burst them. That's their game plan. Once Anti-Mage has Blink, they'll never kill him. But you'll be the one to die. But if they're low enough, you can just sit and fight. And it might be okay. Holy shit, Witch Doctor's here. Okay, immediate game change. Being tri-laned for whatever reason, we are now playing to survive. Get this camp open. If this camp, 48 seconds. I don't know if it's blocked. It can't be blocked. I have to have this camp in a tri-lane. It's going to help me so much if they are genuinely trying to tri-lane us for whatever reason. So come over here, drop the sentry, check this. Unless, like, they're killing anti-mage, then, you know, then help. We have a moment here. I need this camp for long term. You've already got this camp blocked, which is really good. If both camps are blocked, though, we are more likely to struggle in a tri-lane than they are. So you see anti-mage will just creep drag and then do this. Hopefully this camp is up. It looks like it wasn't blocked. You got screwed by the kobolds, but at least it's up. But I would say it's safer to guarantee it's up once you see a tri-lane coming out, because you need as many tricks as possible to get equilibrium back while limiting their tricks. That's why it's like, oh, we could use the hard camp, but 2v3, they're more likely to use the hard camp, so I want to block it. Harder to use the small camp. Impossible, some would say. It does seem like Lion actually left, so my worries are now over about that tri-lane. But I didn't know he was going to leave, so I think it's still a good idea to get that camp open pretty quickly. Let's go back real quick. Where's his sentry? I don't know. Where's he? Somewhere over here, but is he coming this way? Is he coming this way? I don't know. You might get the D-ward. You might get D-warded. So anytime you're going for these kind of blocks and unblocks, be really careful about just doing it, because it will sometimes backfire and you just pay 50 gold to lose 50 gold, and that sucks, right? So in this case, what happened is that you sentryed here, his sentry was here. You walked down, he walked this way. You could see his sentry, he couldn't see yours. It was fine. His sentry's over here. You walk this way, he goes this way. Oh, sentry kills it. We lose our sentry. I don't even see his sentry, though I've limited it to somewhere over here, right? It's a complete coin toss of, do we get the D-ward or not, based on how I happen to walk and how he happens to walk. And that's a little too random for my liking. So right now, I need to block this at 2 minutes, at the last second possible. If they don't give me any room to do it, at the last second, I will drop it in at 2 minutes. It might get dewarded, but I will block the 2 minute spawn. Maybe I'll body block if I can, but worst case, I put the sentry at 1:59.5 seconds. If they give me a window to do it, and I now have the time to a little slither around, find the sentry, then I'll do it. You know, I'll drop the sentry, I'll look around, I'll get it. And that's what will help prevent you from just losing sentries randomly, which for support is a big deal, right? Especially when both camps are potentially being fought over. The sentry battle is a big deal.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's
You do want... So we've actually used quite a few Qs, and now we don't have any for Poison Sting. You can use a couple Venomous Scales early, and especially if you're getting Magic Stick charges, it's okay, but this is really where the slows start ramping up, and the Septic Shock. Don't forget, Septic Shock does bonus damage based on debuffs. So Q is one debuff, and that's why when you use it, it's fine. You now have a permanent debuff with Poison Sting. You'll always get damage, and that means when you're using both, you're hitting even harder for the same slow because you have both. Not only Poison Sting, but now a second Septic Shock. So you don't want to burn all your mana before you have your level 2. So this goes back to 1, try not to play too much in the jungle on your own, and then you miss out on XP. But also just use some Qs, don't use others. Like this one, didn't really need to use. Unless Anti-Mage seemed like he wanted to join. But I'd be kind of scared to do that.
Last of my kind. First in this.
Alright, and here we're gonna die. So, I know you know this in hindsight. But, fight. Okay, Witch Doctor's coming over here. I'm poking under tower. I'm walking away. All good. What are you looking for? What happens if Witch Doctor is here? Right? I don't have Venomous Gale. I'm going to maybe poke him. If he has his spells, because he's still level 1, stun's not bad. Could be getting close to level 2. Should be. He's late because of the tri-lane swap, but as these creeps are dying, he's in XP range. He should be close to level 2. So if he has level 2, and he's healthier than I am, let's say he's not level 2. Maybe he has no mana. In a right-click war, I lose. I have 250 health. I'm under tower, but he has 360 health and a tango. I lose the right-click war. Spell combo, I don't have a spell. He's got stronger spells. His spells are more bursty, even though it's not the most burst, but they're more bursty than mine, right? Veno is a very overtime hero. So although I might do enough damage to kill him eventually, he will kill me first with his more burst-like nature. So there's no winning. Okay, so I can't show. What's he gonna do? What is he gonna do? Is he gonna pull? Is he gonna do a pull for me? He's not gonna do a pull for me. This hard camp blocked. He might go to deward it, but it blocked. It's 2 minutes, so I have now a minute. I can buy a sentry. It can make it to me, and I'll still have a few seconds to like take my time, deward this, right? No urgency to look for this Witch Doctor whatsoever, but this is a classic support mistake of like, I feel like I gotta be poking. I feel like I gotta be doing something like, oh, let me go find him, you know? I don't need to find him. I'm not doing anything with him, you know? So let him walk away. Let him get out of here. For you, well, I still got to do something, right? Yeah, just walk over here. Anti-Mage is like right in the middle, so it's a little awkward. But Anti-Mage over here, you're over here. You're actually so low health, it's pretty scary to even walk up to Undying. But in most cases, as a ranged hero, you'd be able to poke Undying. I know he's going to decay you, and then that's the decay. And then you're going to hit him with poison stings while you tango up. You bought another tango. Maybe you could have a salve, heal up every time you take some damage. You do have to wait for decay to end, though. That's why tangos are a little better versus Undying. But a salve is not bad versus Witch Doctor or Casual Fairy Fire. Here, we're looking for Witch Doctor, but this is the guy I want to work with. I want us to 2v1. So you are going for Witch Doctor, but let's imagine you're Undying. Witch Doctor has to walk up to here and then throw the Maledict Cask. That's going to take at least 2 seconds. So for 2 seconds, we 2v1 Undying. He's going to get really close to dying. Even as it becomes a 2-on-2, we continue to focus on dying, and he will die first, and then it will be a 2-on-1 again. But when Anti-Mage goes on Undying and we go on Witch Doctor, this is a 1-on-1, and this is a 1-on-1. And there's... Unless you have a really strong matchup and you're like, yeah, I'm going to kill this guy 1-on-1, that's fine. But most times that's not the case. It's better to take the isolated 2v1s, even for a few seconds. The few seconds matter a lot when we have, just a few hundred health. And that's kind of why this Undying is getting away. We don't end up getting any kills. And in fact, we might actually be in some trouble here. Ooh, barely alive from the Maledict. Ends up pretty close here, right? Like, we actually did get the kill, but we're both so low. This is really scary. But I think if you just focus the Undying, it'll be a much cleaner fight. You'll both be healthy. You may not kill Witch Doctor, but that's okay. Undying's actually the more important one to kill anyways, because he is the offlaner. Also, I just realized our multi-chat is bugging out again. So I have not been seeing what you've been saying. Let me see if I can fix this. If not, I'll just look at the actual YouTube and Twitch chats. refresh this. I'll just like reset it. This was never an issue before, but it started to happen a little bit. The last stream or two, it's happened. All right, still seems kind of bugged out. So let me open both Twitch and YouTube chats. Or I mean, they're both open, but let me make sure they're both visible at the same time. Now we actually have the chats open. Sorry, I was missing what you guys were saying. Undying had really low mana. Isn't the Witch Doctor kill first by blinking over on Anti-Mage faster? Potentially. Let's go back to that situation. The danger... Or was that? Did I go too far? I did go too far. Now I've gone too far the other way. Where am I? Who am I? Ah, here, perfect. Okay, we did it. Okay. So that can be the case where, like, if Anti-Mage joined, you guys could do this. I actually wouldn't hate it, like, looking at it again in this exact moment. The dangers of that play versus this play is how Anti-Mage has to use Blink, which is, if you have to use Blink aggressively, it gets really scary, because if you overcommit, you usually die as an Anti-Mage. Especially Cask. We're like blinking into Cask Maledict, and that's quite scary. Let's pretend it's a different hero. You're still blinking in, and that means Undying. Arguably, the stronger offlaner is coming as a follow-up. 2v1, kill the Witch Doctor. Now it's 2v1 versus this guy. But if it's a stronger offlaner and this support did enough damage, the offlaner might be able to clean up the kill, especially because Anti-Mage won't have Blink still. Maybe he doesn't get the kill, but he gets a really good trade because we used all our spells on Witch Doctor, so he just right-clicks the Anti-Mage. Doesn't get a kill, but lanes, and Anti-Mage is too scared to walk up. If you guys focus Undying, one, there's more time to run him down. He can also just walk in, and that means he gets to save Blink to use defensively. And it also keeps him near the creeps. Like, when you guys go this way, you guys are chasing Witch Doctor. If you kill him right here, not that bad. If he makes it away, he dodges through trees, keeps chase. We're getting away from the creeps. We're missing all of this. So I think by walking at Undying, you give yourself more options. If it turned out to be a bad fight, you're very close to your tower. You just step away, blink away, whatever. You're still in range for the creeps, XP, maybe even get the last hits in the middle of it. We're all in on the Witch Doctor if we go for this kill, and we're missing everything else and exposing ourselves to more danger. I won't say this isn't good at the various times, and I think this could be a situation where you actually do go for it, but there's more risk. My thinking was that we don't win the 2v2s, but we might win the 1v1s, especially like Anti-Mage for Undying. I think that's... For Venomancer, the issue is you actually don't win very many one-on-ones because your starting levels are quite weak, but your later levels are stronger. So you usually have to work with teammates to get value as Venomancer. Especially around the slow of Venomous Gale. Once you're level 2 into level 3, it starts to become easier to have like one-on-one trades, but it's mostly one-on-one pokes. Like Venomancer is one attack with Poison Sting is, God, do the math, 48 damage. It's not 48 damage every attack, though. It's 48 damage over 6 seconds. So when you attack, you go from 6 seconds of DPS to 7 seconds of DPS, which means your constant attacking actually has diminishing returns. That's part of why Septic Shock is good for the hero, because you get something more for your constant attacks. But even with that, compared to other heroes, their repeated attacks are usually more value than yours because of the way Poison Sting damage over time works. So for you actually, I want to hit Undying, and then I want to hit the Lion, and then I want to back out. Because for my one auto attack, let's say at level 1 Poison Sting, it's much better and easier once you hit level 2 Poison Sting. But for the level 1, I auto attack the Lion. One auto attack, trade. We both hit each other once. I am 50 base damage. Lion right now is 60. He comes out marginally ahead. And then I do 48 extra damage over those 6 seconds. So in that one auto attack trade, we are massively ahead. But as we trade twice and 3 times and 4 times, it becomes 50 to 100 to 100 to 150, 150 to 200, right? Like technically we're ahead, but the ratio is actually getting a lot worse. So I would say for Venomancer, you usually want to poke different heroes repeatedly and work with your carry with Poison Sting or Venomous Gale and maybe the Poison Sting slow to win that war of attrition until you reach the point where you're stronger with like Septic Shock or like Plague Wards and things like that. Now Undying is one of the worst examples for like, should we 2v2 the lane? So in that sense, I get why it was difficult, and maybe there is room to leave it to the 1v1s. But in certain situations where they're split, I think you should still go for the 2v1s, especially because you're coming at a different angle, so you're not going to get double decayed. Scary. I know earlier I was like, don't Venogale too much. Totally Venogale now. Start using that shit. We're sitting at full Veno mana. Blast them. Rip. Salves can be pretty good on Venomancer, by the way. Because of the whole war of attrition thing, take it slow. If they just keep using tangos and you use tangos, you both get low. I guess it's... Wait, how do I make this make sense? Because you tend to trade poorly to start, the salve can help you a lot. Venomancer loves when people are running away from you and you just keep poking them with Poison Sting and like getting that value. As soon as they can stand and fight you, it kind of sucks. Again, because the short-term value is better for them and their spells tend to be better. Like the slows don't do anything once they just stand still and fight, you know? And if they have more damage and you're a squishier hero, it sucks. So the salve helps when you trade. You don't always have to do this, by the way, but I find it quite helpful. You trade, you both get to about 50%, and the whole time, like any continued direct fight sucks. So actually, let's not even do 50. Let's say like it's a 70-50 trade. I'm taking the losing end of the trade in many of these cases because as I back away, they get one auto attack in because they're ranged, longer range than me, right? I'm losing 70-50. I pop a salve. I am now 100%. They're at 50%. Maybe they've tangled up to 60%. But that 40% difference, even though I am the squishier hero, I now have enough health that if we stand and fight to the death, I will win. Even with my worse Poison Sting, like losing diminishing value on repeat attacks. When we stand and attack, I win because I have that 40% extra. So now they are the ones forced to retreat. And then boom, I hit them with the Q. I hit them with the constant Poison Stings, and if they don't also buy a salve, they can never catch up again. Because as long as they try to tango is healing over time, and Poison Sting cancels that essentially, right? If we hit them enough, they never catch up to us again. So the hard part about Venomancer is getting that initial health lead to put yourself in this situation. And that's where I think in many cases, if you can either find that one good trade, that 2v1 for a moment, or you are willing to pay the upfront cost of the consumables so that they're too scared. Like, they take the initial winning trade, you salve up. We lost money, but now we are ahead for the rest of time until they also salve. But they have to wait 15 seconds anytime they get hit by Venomous Gale. Poison Sting actually doesn't cancel salve, but they might not know that, and so they wait for Poison Sting to end, and in those few seconds, you 2v1 the offlane are now putting yourselves again in a health lead as a team. That's kind of what those are the best feeling situations for Venomancer, and a salve is one of the ways you can, like, pay to be in that situation.
Bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
Mikcha, no problem. I totally, when we do these replays, I know people have to pop in and out, and sometimes it's the people being reviewed. The VODs are there. It's no problem to me, and everyone watching still gets the education. That is a crazy call to get, dude. That's a crazy one. I hope it's all fine. Technically every hero benefits from, like, what I just described. Like, once you have the health lead, it becomes easier to continue maintaining the health lead. But especially for someone with damage over time, like, let's say you have 70% health, they have 30% health. It is usually easier as the 70% health hero. But when the 30% health hero is a burst hero, let's say like Snapfire, Marcy, Dawnbreaker, right? And we are this slow damage over time hero. Okay, we fight. In 1 second, who does more damage? 1 auto attack, 8 DPS, maybe 16 DPS, and then 25 DPS, and then maybe that 10, right? My initial 1 second burst as Venomancer is pitiful. Even at level 3, it's like 100 damage. Marcy's is going to be doing like 300 damage in 1 auto attack and 2 spells. Dawnbreaker similar, like other burst heroes similar. And that's why burst heroes are more likely to be able to take good trades even when low health if they find like a very key opportunity to go. But someone like Venomancer sucks at that. And that's why once you fall behind, it always sucks. But once you're ahead, all you have to do is poke once every 6 or 9 seconds. Like as we have level 2 Poison Sting, 1 attack every 9 seconds, and their tango will not heal them, right? It is just completely countered out by this 1 auto attack. And somewhere, if I get another auto attack, refresh the duration or add on, like, start a new 9 seconds. So it's easier for Venomancer to casually maintain the lead compared to a burst hero who's like 70-30, but they don't want to overcommit. But they may not be able to just walk up and casually attack as easily as Venomancer. Like, I only have to do it once every 9 seconds. I don't know if that fully makes sense, but it's something I screw up a lot on Venomancer, I feel like. But we have the freedom of a replay to talk through in this case. Oh no. All right, this lane is reaching the point where we're going to leave Undying alone now. Anti-Mage shouldn't die on his own because he has a blink, so just leave this to be the one-on-one, and then we'll try to play other lanes. Or, now that you have Plague Wards, you could have Anti-Mage leave, and you hold it. Unfortunately, Anti-Mage, not the best jungler right now. If you had a different hero, Gyro, Luna, TA, and you got into this situation, you might have them go jungle, and you just hold it. Anti-Mage will still want to lane, and then just blink to safety. So you could maybe try to cause some problems by sieging up bottom with a bunch of Plague Wards, sieging mid if it decent situation. I do think there are times to jungle like you are. It's just iffy in pub games where people are like, oh, Veno's griefing. You know, we recently played a pub where I had a horrible start on Venomancer, and I wanted to jungle. I was like, I actually think jungling might be the right choice here. But I did feel the like mental strain of like teams were already getting toxic, and I was like, man, if I start jungling, does that look super bad? Are they just gonna give up? But I actually think it would have been good because jungle, even though it got nerfed, jungle Veno recovery speed is a lot better than like playing a dead lane.
The Dire might want to mine their top.
This boots on Veno makes sense to weave in and out of lane. To a degree, yes. But the issue is kind of twofold. One, you're already a squishy hero, so if you spend your 500 gold on boots, you're gonna be so dead. Like, in any fight you get caught, you will be dead. The other issue is that boots is usually for like, I'm gonna avoid them because I'm faster than them. When we want to chase for kills, I'll outrun them. When I need to get away, they'll be too slow to get to me. If Venomancer hits Q, or even one auto attack with Poison Sting, he should develop that move speed advantage naturally, because they're such powerful slows. So you shouldn't actually need the boots to build a movement speed advantage. You should just need one auto attack or Q, and you be careful around those moments. Like when Q is down, you're careful. When too scared to walk in for even one auto attack, you're careful. That's usually why you need starting stats rather than move speed, because you need to be tanky enough to get close to do that stuff and not feed. And then once you do it, you have the movement speed advantage. So then that's what the boots would have done for you. I'm not that kind of Venos, I swear, believe me. If you've got the micro, you can use Plague Wards to kill the healing ward. The hotkeys I use would be E to place the Plague Ward. My select next unit is R. So ER brings me to the Veno Plague Ward, and then immediately right-click the thing. And so because I'm using hotkeys to select it, as soon as I place the Plague Ward, I'm already moving my mouse towards the Healing Ward as I press tab, and then I can immediately right-click. If you do it fast enough, you can even prevent the very first attack from Plague Ward from hitting the hero or whatever's closest, and immediately send it to attack the... Like, cancel the first attack and send it to the Healing Ward or whatever you want to hit. If you're too slow, that's where sometimes the target you're aiming for gets out of range. Possibly this Healing Ward, possibly something else. But nifty trick to have. Kind of disagree with you on the shoes, but I am mostly playing on turbo. To be fair, even though I set myself up as an educational content creator, Dota is really complicated, and you can... I think it's totally valid to have your own opinions on the game, and although I love Venomancer, you can be a Veno spammer who's played like a ton of games and also have good, correct ideas over me. So if you like boots, feel free to go with it. Counterpoint to it, in a very, what is completely a civil discussion, I like Orb of Frost. I actually think the idea of weaving in and out of the fight, which boots kind of fits, and if they were... I'm trying to think who it would be, like some double melee lane that the boots are very helpful to keep your distance while still attacking. But I actually think Orb of Frost is kind of a cheaper alternative to that then also gives you septic shock damage. So if you... Still trying to think what that matchup would be, but if I felt like I want boots, I think what I would actually try is like Tango, Orb of Frost, and like Blood Grenade, Double Iron Branch, see how much money I have from there. Maybe another stat, maybe a Sentry. And then I feel like I still have the move speed advantage based off I know I need one auto attack, but if I get that, I have that same movement speed advantage. And then I also have 10% more base damage, which at the start of the game is like 5 extra damage per debuff. I might try that. I use tab for next unit. Yeah, I think that's fair too. Scoreboard is not really necessary for anything. I have it as H on my keyboard, like pretty far away from my standard buttons. It's useful for some stuff, you know, muting your teammates, reporting them. But you don't really need to press it in the heat of the moment in any fight, so it can be a button way to the right. Are we doing any more replays after this? What time is it? 6:38. We started late. Actually, wasn't even sure we'd make it this far. I had a headache when I started, but took some painkillers and we're good to go. We can probably do another round. I might take a quick step away to go boil some water, get some tea, since we've now been talking for a while. But yeah, I think I'd be down for one more. One or two more, maybe depending how long they go. Also a fair point, we go hard. Turbo does end up being a bit of a different game in some stuff. For example, the whole mind game of like tangos in the laning stage and salve of like that health advantage we talked about is kind of invalidated in Turbo because you can just buy salves and have them instantly delivered. Same with like mana management of like, oh, careful about this spell. Make sure you're buying Clarity, Mango, whatever. It's like 3 mangoes. So it is a little different. What kind of tea we talking about here? Lately, whenever we do these kind of streams and I talk a lot, I have a some chrysanthemum tea with. I have this bottle of honey, and I just take this giant scoop of honey and dump it in the cup. I also have some green tea, which I could do, but I feel like chrysanthemum and honey is just such a nice combo. I tend to do that. One day, I want a chrysanthemum plant. I want my own. I want to harvest my own tea. I think that'd be exciting. Right now, I have a lot of pepper, some other stuff. Ooh, guys. Earlier in the year, I planted some garlic, but it was in kind of a small pot. So recently, we just harvested it just to see. They were kind of tiny, but it was really cute. It was like the tiniest little cloves of garlic, and they were very, very fresh, because usually by the time it gets into the store, they've dried out and stuff. The like garlic skin that you have to like peel off, the protective layer, usually it's dried out, so it's easier. When I was doing that one, I don't know if it was because it was so fresh or because it was so tiny it hadn't grown enough because I didn't give it enough space. It was way harder to remove, I gotta say. But boy, was it garlicky. Yeah, I really like chrysanthemum tea. I feel like it's a classic. Like, you go to a Chinese restaurant, and they're like, what kind of tea you want? They would always have chrysanthemum, at least in America. Last time we were in China, I actually don't think chrysanthemum was as popular. Oolong, I think, is more popular in China itself. But like where I grew up, the Chinese restaurants we would have and Asian restaurants, I feel like growing up, I had a lot of chrysanthemum tea. So that is what is nostalgic to me / associated with eating at restaurants, even if maybe that's not the most authentic. Okay, guys. I'm gonna turn on the chaos mode. You guys can watch Veno a little longer. I'm gonna go boil the water, and then we'll see what we get into. We'll do like 1 or 2 more. Yeah, I don't usually get headaches actually all that often. I either get it because I don't get a headache. I get faint if I don't eat and I stream. That sounds obvious, but like if I don't eat relatively enough, snack consistently, I get very lightheaded, but it's not like a headache. Usually it's from like caffeine issues or poor sleep that I'll have headaches. Otherwise, it's rare for me to just have headaches on my own. But I had one this morning, and I'm not even sure why, because I feel like I had okay sleep. It wasn't that good. And usually if it's a caffeine headache, it's because like really long day. I had like too much coffee or like an energy drink or something, but I didn't even have that. I had like my morning cup of coffee, but yeah, I don't know why. Okay, yeah, keep submitting your stuff. I'll read through them when I'm back. Actually, I'll probably start boiling water, read them, then we have to go back to get the boiled water. But anyways, I'll be right back. A stand up 2 for the end. That's better for podcasting.
Top tower's hurting. The Radiant got one last top tower. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Radiant structures must have been fortified. Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
The water finishes boiling. We'll go get that. Oh!
Double kill.
Dire's bottom tower's getting the business. Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. The Dire went and fortified.
Chaos mode down.
Dire's bottom
Primoist. Oh, this is you. Okay.
mid tower could use a hand.
Different name between Twitch and YouTube. I think there's a way to do it in YouTube. Twitch, by the way. Twitch, not to, you know, Guys, donate to the channel. I think on Twitch, if you, in the banner, maybe you're on your phone or something, but I think there is a banner to donate on Twitch if that's easier. Though maybe the process is different. I'm actually not fully sure if like YouTube or Twitch is easier or something. If one's easier to you, totally fine by me. But I think there is a way to do it through Twitch so you don't have to like swap between both. All right, we'll start with this one, and then I think we have time to do like another random one after that, guys. It may be a little podcasty because I think the mind is going. So hopefully, I think this should actually be the last paid one we do because I worry you won't get your value soon. The brain is going. The honey and the tea we're making, temporary revival once we start drinking that. What am I typing? Sven 1. What is this? Ancient. Ooh, you gotta carry your team here. You're the highest rank. Can you check anti-mage's items in that last game? Took me a while to get here. Why did I struggle so much? Ended up with the Lincolns. Basher. Manta Basher. Really long break into Eagle Song into Lincolns. A little change of mind on the way. Give me 1 AM flame for the road. Hold on, let me look at the rest of the... What would have been a good item this game? I guess I understand why he got Lincolns, though it always feels bad to see an anti-mage player who buys Lincolns, because it's like, I don't know, that's kind of your thing. I get it, like instant hex, but sure feels bad. Then what was he? I guess Butterfly? Do you even need Butterfly this game? Who even attacks you? It's just Juggernaut, but don't you just like blink away? I don't know about the Butterfly purchase. I'm more open to the first Lincolns than this Butterfly. I'm not an anti-mage player, but yeah, I don't know. BKB is also good. Like if you just got BKB so you didn't have to worry about some of this stuff. The issue is Fiend's Grip pierces BKB, so if you don't want to get that, I kind of get it. I would say the safest is like a teammate buys Lotus, stick it on the anti-mage. I begged for BKB. Am I shit? I don't think it's too bad, but I think Lotus covers him. If a different teammate got Lotus, he could probably skip Lincoln's and BKB. I'm trying to think of his other options. You need a Scotty? Scotty and Butterfly are just solid damage. I don't know if he strictly needs either. Basher into upgraded Abyssal would be nice for 2 3-ish channeled spells. Let me go grab my boiled water with my tea. I'll be right back. I left for tea, but I came back with a cat. We're going to have to go back for tea again. But we have Hephaestus. Hephaestus didn't want to hang around. We'll let him go. We'll grab him again later if he sticks around. Okay, now I got to get my tea.
right, we're back. Are we playing? Not today. Wednesdays are usually replay analysis streams. Which in the past we used to sometimes do a little bit of playing into a little bit of replays. But lately I just do the whole time replays, and I've actually enjoyed it that way. Getting old, don't like playing as much. I think the casting has just started to add more Dota overload, so I tend to want to play and cast and analyze and make videos less. And I think upping replays has been more fun than actually playing, which is interesting. I don't know what that says about me, but that's where we're at. All right, Sven 1, Ancient. Let's get into it. Starting with this one, see how long it takes to go before we maybe move into other stuff. Okay, for this game, I felt like this game we had quite a lead, but during the mid to late game, the opponents came back. I would really like to know if my mid to late game play decisions were okay enough, or was there any better options? And also about your thoughts on the mid to late game play. Okay, sounds good to me. Wrong replay, is it? Oh, it's the same replay. It's because I had it and then I opened the other one. Okay, yeah, my bad. If you guys hadn't said anything, how long do you think I would have gone looking for a Sven in a game that had no Sven? Okay, this is the one. This is the one. It probably would have taken me a second. What really would have paid? Okay, would I have noticed it if the last game also had a Sven? And I just start talking about it from the Sven's point of view and not even realize like Veno is the same Veno game. No, you can flame me. I can take it. It's okay. Friendly banter, always accepted. Angry raging, less accepted. As for not needing damage because the enemy team's not as tanky, to a degree, that might be true. It never hurts to have some damage, though. I was thinking Scotty might be okay to prevent some of the healing from Undying and then the Jug Ward. It's also just a lot of general stats so that if Anti-Mage does get caught, his teammates had ways to cancel some of the channels. Like, you can eventually kill the Bane Illusions, Bane Ags, or just Bane. Protect him when Lion gets stun gets off, things like that. And as long as he's tanky enough to survive through it, then it's not an issue. And anytime he gets Jug ulted, eventually he'll blink away and be okay. He just needs to not be killed in like a burst. So tanking up while getting some damage, I think, is solid. How to play support when you're behind in the game. I'm trying to think if there's a recent YouTube video on that, actually. It's covered in various videos over time. And for example, the recent video that came out today is from the off-lane perspective, but a lot of the same mindsets are there as support. And in some of the previous replay streams, we talk about this. There's a coaching that actually happened somewhat recently, though it's only on Patreon. I've been trying to... I need to see if there's a way... This might be something we can use YouTube memberships for, is that YouTube members could maybe watch the Patreon videos as well, because they're pretty underutilized right now. That's maybe something. But then it's getting real messy in terms of, like, I have to do multiple different uploads, which is a bit of a pain, even if it's financially good. I need to find, like, a smoother system for it. But otherwise, that would have been... There was one recent coaching where the entire talk was about... he fell behind on... I forget who he was playing. Skywrath Mage, maybe, and we talked about it. Anyways, that's something I'm trying to figure out and plan. We are talking about Sven Carey, if he's actually in this game. He is, okay. Generally, if you're behind on support, you need to pick, as this game's loading, you need to pick something that you think you can come back around.
So for example, we just need to farm up and delay the game. So you got to do a lot of creep dragging, get good vision to see where they're going, waste their time. Okay, we can get kills around this hero. Axe is having a good game, no one else is. Okay, how do we play around Axe? Smokes, get Axe involved, get kills together. It's like, okay, only the enemy Death Prophet is really strong. That was the one in the coaching video. Death Prophet is super strong. Everyone else is okay. All right, dodge Death Prophet. Support, maybe you waste her time, coddle, blast out waves. You go creep cut, you know, okay, she's bottom, let's go gank top, right? You kind of have to pick something that you think will lead you to a potential recovery and play towards that.
30 seconds.
Worst case scenario is usually avoiding the enemy as much as possible. So you need sneaky observers. I'm talking the cliff, the sneakiest spot that no one ever finds, and definitely not something like here or here, here, you know, like the really weird observers that no one would look for. And then the cliffs, right? One of those is going to be a lot better than the others when you just need something that survives and gets you away from the enemy team. That's a very bare bones thing. We could talk endlessly about it, but we are talking about Sven carry instead this time. Who you are getting? A stick, circlet, quelling blade. I imagine you're going to buy tangos eventually. I don't see no tangos being queued up. You're freaking me out a little bit. This wasn't a party game, right? Oh, it was. All right, maybe Nature's is going to give you a shitload of tangos. He does have 6. Okay, I'm kind of maybe open to this. Do we really want to, yeah, do we really want to go there? This, honestly, up to here is already getting scary. Going any further is crazy talk. I would back off a lot sooner. You don't want to be late to lane. You don't want to have to TP. We are going to be marginally late. Not too bad. If we chased any further, it would have been a problem. And if we took any damage, that would have been a big problem. We don't get to do any body blocking because we're a little late, so Centaur gets to get things primed in his favor. To start, first, I see you going for this Wraith Band. I don't know if you're going to finish it, but Wraith Band actually isn't that useful for Sven because you are... you're pretty bulky. The armor's useful, but only if they do a bunch of attack damage. Centaur is more about burst from Double Edge and Hoof Stomp, so you actually want even more tankiness, like raw HP, rather than armor to reduce the magic damage. That it's not going to do it, right? So you would actually just go for a Bracer, and I think a casual Bracer is actually the default for Sven, and I think you only pivot to the Wraith Band as necessary. Now, I haven't actually looked at Sven's most recent updated build, so I don't know if this is a thing that has caught on. Is like everybody doing Wraith Band suddenly? No, I don't see it. So I would only get Wraith Band if there is a ranged carry, or sorry, ranged offlaner or 4 support who's going to endlessly poke you, if not 2. Or someone who is just all physical damage. That's where you would get the Wraith Band. Otherwise, just the gauntlets into Bracer is fine. Okay, wait. I looked away at chat, but actually the first wave matters a lot for carry. So let me lock in for a second here. We're stepping up, securing the range creep, walking back. Yeah, I actually think you could have hit Centaur there a little bit. You put him in a weird spot. I know you are about to have to tank creeps. Oh, a little too far. But Nature's is coming in here. So you see how you're like running all the way back? I actually think you fight the Centaur from this side right now. You're full health. We have room to work. The enemy 4 support is just not here. I don't know if they're tri-laning up here. Techies, I don't know, Griefin, who knows? But they're not in this lane right now. And Nature's, your buddy, he's got 6 tangos. You got the Sprout healing, right? So I'm not that worried about this. Plus, Centaur does not want to fight you right now because these creeps are booking it to die to the tower. And that means he's going to start missing XP. It's not at all what you want. You want creeps to come back, and then you want to hold them here. These are actually just going to die to the tower, not improve his equilibrium, and lose him XP. This is a huge issue for him. So you waste his time. You sit here and auto. These creeps aren't gonna die. You have one melee creep. These guys are not gonna die anytime soon. You can take the bad trade 3-1 creeps because it's actually 2v1 and we have a bunch of healing, and he has no healing. And you should abuse people who try to do this. If someone starts with no regen, you want to bully them hard before the regen gets there, or if they're even trying to push it off further, to just finish items like Bracer to get the regen from that. You want to go real hard on them. You get a pass because you have the Nature's Prophet and the teamwork for the tangos. Maybe he's going to have that too when his 4 support gets here, but for now, he's alone, and we want to punish that. So you should actually be like fighting him right now, and you two would get in a good chunk. I would say you could even use a stun. You don't have to. You can just use Sprout to like block him off. You can still get in there because you have the Quelling Blades to like Sprout, cut the tree behind him, hit him. I think you guys should have gotten in like 300 damage or more right here, even without using your Stormhammer. Just auto attacks and Sprout. About 300 damage. If you commit the Stormhammer, I think like we're talking 400 plus damage on this guy. And we kind of just let him walk away to those creeps. All right, the other support is now here, which means those kind of opportunities are going to be rarer. Don't see you hitting the centaur very often. Granted, they had a lot of creeps there, so I know it was tricky. But like, for example, there are windows to hit back. Now you might be looking at this and be like, this is why I didn't hit him. But we have missed some windows here, right? So earlier, when he was alone, instead of being full health to like a little bit of health, he'd be lower than us. Second, although this guy can feed you tangos, you don't want to be like... You want tangos to be going pretty consistently. So, for example, you already want to be tangoing with your current health so you can fight him. If you take no damage whatsoever from him, the tango will still do its work. But if you take any damage from him, you're going to maintain a lot of health. You don't want to drop to half and then start tangoing. So if you know you're going to get close, like you already want him to have given you a tango and you're just kind of waiting for a little bit to use it. Him having to tango you and then to Sprout is a little awkward. The exact timing is a little tricky. I am open to you guys depending on sharing tangos. I also wouldn't have hated it if you bought your own tango, but anyways, continuing here, right? So we traded a little bit. You didn't really back up at all there. Now you're chasing, but Techies is getting close. I think trading a little lower was good. This creep is getting to deny range. This is deny range. So now we've gone up too far. And then that's what this happens. Up to right here was pretty good. Like retreat at this point. Notice he took a big chunk of health. He has no tangos. We have used our spells. There's no reason to chase further at this point when Techies is in play. We are level 2, but we're also not a very strong level 2 power spike lane. You guys are over time going to win with Sprout heal. So this is good. Back off. Fight. Creeps. Heal up. Go again after that. Chasing too far leads us to die. That's tricky because that was like a 1 second difference. But that's the difference. You know when people are like, can you show me smurfing so that I can just do that? That is one where I can see like we must back off now. And even if I am yelling at someone like a Herald player and I'm trying to like smurf coach them through it, I have to be like, back off right now, back off right now. And then in the time they have to process, they go, what? Back off? It's too late. That is what allows a smurf to beat lower games like easily. Because like that is the half second, 1 second difference that they go like, it's too far, back off, right? And someone else goes too far. And that's also why like someone steps up too far and they think like, oh, I'm just barely any further. And the high level player can be like, he's now in kill range, like kill this guy right now. Versus a low rank player is like, yeah, he's just a little closer to me. Like, what's the difference? And that's why, like, you can't just see what a Smurf does and, like, imitate it, because you can't just immediately start taking into account these, like, small things. So I know this is small, and this kind of stuff is going to be, like, tricky, but it is leading to losing stuff here. We actually didn't die. I thought you did die. We're in a bit of a low health situation because of small stuff like that. All right, this lane will push out, and then it's going to push back in. It's 225. So if your natures had backed off here and did a pull, that could have been good. We can talk through this because you can identify this too. So like right here, pushing a big ass wave. It's not, for how low you are, you're not going to be able to fight for this at the wave, right? Because we're getting scared of double edge and hoof stomp being up again. Blast off will be getting closer and closer. So you're too low to do much. And you're a melee hero, so you would have to get into kill range to do any last hits denies. Nature's is higher health than you and longer range. So right now, in terms of, okay, let's mess with them, leave that to Nature's. You come do the small pull yourself. It's, of course, like the highest damage camp to kill you with, but whatever. It's going to be the most useful for the pull. You do the pull coming up here, 212. You farm this safely and let Nature's mess with them. So you're going to get gold. You're going to be healing up once you tank. Once you remove the Vul Assassin anti-regenning, you will regen after that. And Nature's will just get what XP he can here. And this will push back out. Because even before he hoof stomp trying to get you, 4 versus 4 creeps, but it's under the tower. With Nature's doing nothing, and in fact, he should be careful about Sprout healing his own creeps and nuking theirs a little bit. This will push back to you. So in this time frame, you're doing the pull right now. Even if you did a full pull, it's not going to kill everything. If you did a half pull, it will kill things. I think you do want to do a full pull in this situation and then kill this at the right time. Whatever pull you end up doing, that would be happening right now. Nature's would be getting whatever denied XP he can. Maybe it's full XP. That's okay. And then this lane, if you did a half pull, it meets now. The back 2 creeps are dead from the half pull you did. You finish farming this, so this camp's dead. And then you come back to lane, and you don't have to do much. You would still be low health, but these 4 creeps would kill the 2 creeps here and push up. If you did a full pull, you have to kill the small camp, and then hopefully it's meeting somewhere around here, and we have a damaged creep wave versus their damaged creep wave. But Vul Assassin should actually damage this more than what's damaged right here, and it should work itself out. And that would get you, we're in a very similar situation, but you'd have 60 more gold, and the lane would be favored towards you a little bit. Whether it's pushing in or just further back, I don't know. That would depend on like what pulls happened. We want to fight around Lotus, perhaps. It's always a little scary. Okay, we're good. Oh, we didn't finish the Wraith Band. I'm glad about that. I would get a Bracer this lane, though. Right? They will kill you via burst, and Bracer is strength and HP. That is exactly what you need for this kind of situation.
Radiant's bottom tower seen better days.
How are we doing last hits wise? Yeah, we're missing some. The Glove of Haste. I would actually say Belt of Strength first. For the same reason, I think it's okay to get the Bracer. It's going to be the health. It's going to be some damage. And I think you need that more than the attack speed. Like, have there been a lot of situations where you're like, man, I wish I had just a bit more attack speed to, like, really get this guy? To a degree, but it's mostly just, I'm just farming. Now, attack speed would help you get the last hits, but so would a little bit more damage so you can do it sooner. And not be denied from a centaur. That's actually right there. That's where a little bit of damage would have made the difference. Though I guess a bit of damage also would have caused you to cleave a little bit more, and then maybe the tower would have killed that creature. All right, he's low, you are full. So here's a situation where I'm open to you guys fighting, and this looks like a really good case. Attack this guy. You can probably sprout, cut a tree, attack him, sprout ends, stun him, chase, TP aggressively if needed, but maybe you're just walking up, sprout one more time when it's up. I think you guys kill Centaur here. Unless Techies is waiting in the trees for the blast off, and he might be. But if we do some mental calculations, he's got 500 health. You have 900 health and 10 wand charges. So can you guys kill him before they kill you with the burst combo? I don't think the burst combo even finishes you off, especially with the 10 wand charges, especially if we have Belt of Strength instead of Gloves of Haste. Actually, you did get the Bracer. I didn't even notice this arrived. So you do have the Bracer, and then with the Belt of Strength, like you'd have 1,000 health, let's say, and we definitely kill him first. So we should be fighting the Centaur right now. Even if Techies uses the combo to interrupt, okay, you know, Centaur's low, we're healthier, we get Sapling sprouted, Natures can TP home and TP back. The longer we give him, the health difference is fixing itself. Earlier we were talking about like 100% to 70%. You can also just do flat numbers, 1,000 health to 870. We need to be like attacking him to maintain this. Otherwise, he is getting back to full health, and now he has more health than we do. He keeps using double edge to somewhat keep himself low. Yeah, but you guys are just not attacking him quite enough. I think you do have kill threat here. Natures against Centaur is not usually, you know, the best here for that, but I think it is possible here. And now here's where things get tough. Now he has the Vanguard, and our damage potential just plummeted. So certain heroes will rush items like this. Vanguard, Helm of the Dominator can be another one. Vanguard's the classic for offlaners. Phase Boot sometimes changes the dynamic of the matchups. If a hero is ever rushing that item or trying to get to it eventually, this is why you need to punish them early rather than later. Like, you can't pick up the aggression 3 minutes late and they have 2 bracers. Like, the aggression is so different. This guy had no regen, and we didn't punish him hard enough at that time. Now he has a shitload of regen and damage block, and now it's way harder to punish him. So, if you can ever tell a hero seems to be rushing a certain item, like, hey, we have 600 gold and he's only spent like 300 of it, like, where's the rest? Might be a Helm of the Iron Will rush, might be a Ring of Health rush. Once you get it, somewhat okay to rush it, but if you get punished in that time, you get put in a weird spot, like, should I buy Tango? Should I buy Salves? I'm going to delay my item. Should I have bought, like, a Bracer to start instead, right? You've already missed, like, 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes of value from those items, and you're still, like, not at the item yet. That's what you want to be able to do. A Veno carry build? Ooh. I really want Veno carry to be a thing again. It's not in the best spot. I would say be Veno offlane. Veno offlane, the build I would tell you to do would be very similar to what Veno offlane would do, which would be just like Spirit Vessel, Hurricane Pike, buy any other small dots, like carry a casual dust, and just zone control. And the power spike of a carry Venomancer, you would do the same thing that the offlane Venomancer does, but you would drop off harder, because I don't think the scaling for Venomancer carry is quite there with his current talents and facets. Even with, like, Septic Shock. It was there, and then they nerfed it because it was broken. It was more of a mid-Venomancer thing anyways. So I would just do offlane Venomancer and do that kind of build. If it's a good Spirit Vessel game, or just casual earn into, like, if you want a casual Orb of Frost, that would be good. Otherwise, go like the Hurricane Pike. I think Saberlight's been doing it. If you want to check out some of Liquid's games where they pick him the the Venomancer off lane, you would go for a build like that. And that's what I would try. And if you want to play carry Venomancer, because it's a video game, go for it. It would probably be a very similar build, I dare say.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. The Dire best do something about it.
All right, in this particular matchup, I would go Mask of Madness first. I think Mask of Madness first is generally better. I don't play enough Sven to know exactly when you would want Echo Saber first, but I would say Echo Saber is usually the fighting item. Mask of Madness is the farming item. They overlap. They both do both, but Mask of Madness for the sustain's better. In this particular situation, they are going to out-regen and try to burst you down. So you must stay healthy enough. Uh-oh, negative armor. Not that big of a deal versus Magic Burst. So I would say you get the Mask of Madness so that you can jungle more efficiently and stay healthy so you're not at risk of being burst. The Echo Saber would let you use spells more, but your spells aren't that big of a deal, and it doesn't sustain you enough. It helps a little, but not that much. Mask of Madness is also cheaper. If you haven't seen it, there's some nifty tech to go Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, and then disassemble it. As you're working on the Echo Saber, use Mask of Madness, buy the Mana Stone and the Ogre Axe. The Broadsword is used in both. So use the Mask of Madness, whack, 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 whack. Disassemble, unlock, get the Echo Saber, double hit, do that twice. It's time for the Mask of Madness again. Disassemble, reassemble Mask of Madness, pop Mask of Madness, whack, 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 whack. Disassemble, swap. It's a lot of extra micro, but a lot of times if you're jungling, you're not doing anything anyways. Ricky and I saw... Who was doing it? I forget. Some pro was doing it, and we're like, oh, that's pretty cool. That's like very micro efficiency for like 2 minutes before you finish. You would still finish both. You're still going to have a Mask of Madness and then an Echo Saber, but in the time where you have 1.5, you kind of have both. And it was pretty cool. And if you're just jungling, I mean, why not?
Tower's getting the business. Radiant's mid tower's coming. The Dire best do something about that.
Best role for ES right now, Earth Spirit. Probably 4. I haven't seen a mid Earth Spirit in a hot minute. You see how we're doing this ancient camp, but we are sure taking a beating for it, right? That's what the Morbid Mask helps with a lot. You'd have the Morbid Mask, definitely, and then Mask of Madness actually would be done. So you're actually TPing home because of this. You TP'd home at full mana and no health. That's why you get the Mask of Madness first over the Echo Saber. Otherwise, where you were farming was good. We could do like some mini efficiencies of like farm this camp, stack this, Echo both, or God Strength farm both, like whatever. But you're generally in the right spot. Otherwise, with the Mask of Madness, you're healthy enough to stay near the lane. You might have kept your tower alive. You guys ended up losing that because you left. Team didn't want to go down. If you're healthy and you're there and you're like, guys, defend this, you'll probably get some help. Okay, I see a lot of fighting happening in the mid lane on the mini-map, but I didn't see it on your screen. You are in a party game, so maybe there's some communication there, but it's a really good habit for you yourself to go look. Just check. I don't plan on going, but maybe I could TP to that mid tower and join. If it's a real juicy 3 low health heroes all walking by asking to be stunned. Oh, Sven, please stun and cleave 3 of us. Okay, I'll do it. But I don't have that information unless I look. And then when I see it's my team feeding like usual, you know, all right, that's fine. I won't go. I'm going to keep farming. One more. Yeah. Okay, dude, you got to be real careful there. The Twin Gate is actually the most... Techies players don't always do it, but they should. This is the most dangerous area for mine. So the fact that you went through 3, and then you like, let me go to The scariest area for more mines. That was bold. I would be very, very careful about that. Don't forget, the mines reduce your magic resistance every blast. So what gets a lot of people is they tank the first 2 or 3 mines, and it's like a certain amount of damage. Like, oh, it's fine. The 4th onwards, you are taking bonus damage. It's like the 3rd mine onwards is bonus damage from the mines, and it's getting more and more every mine. And that's where suddenly you're like, oh yeah, it's like dead. I don't know if you had a better item, by the way. Ripper's Lash is not the best for you. Attack speed is good. Anything that's just raw damage or anything like that's good. Ripper's Lash is just like fine because you don't have you don't have a lot of attack speed, so this isn't that great. Polywog is like acceptable, but you should be fine with Mask of Madness. I'd say Spark of Courage is really solid. I'd say Kobold's not bad. Chipped is okay. Dormant Curio if you want to get like a better one later, but then like none of these are actually all that amazing for you. I guess Rippered Lash for your friend and his trance is kind of nifty. You're only cleaving some of the creeps here. All right. If you have the blink, hit one camp, blink over, start farming this. They get here, stun them all, and then cleave them all. Light efficiency, but also here you're like cleaving one and not the other, so you gotta position to make your cleave do work. How do I recognize a bad mid matchup as a support? So this is where if mid players knew how to talk, it'd be pretty useful. Alas, you'll only learn about this in hindsight, and then slowly absorb more information as you get flamed for not knowing the mid matchup, and they're like, you should have helped me. I'm like, okay, I'll use this for the next time I see this mid matchup. You just learn it over time, or go like, you know, watch the mid player stream, listen to like, they might talk about it in a tier list sometimes. I Annihilate tends to do some tier lists as a mid laner, and sometimes he talks about like, this hero is the best because they have no bad matchups, this one, you know, bad to this hero matchup, so you kind of like learn about it over time. There's not like, I don't know, maybe a mid laner's got an easy guide to it, but it's so deep, it's difficult. You know, you have to go like hero by hero, and it takes ages, and I don't think a lot of Dota players like to do that. Certainly none of the active pros. So it's just something you learn over time, and then once you know, you can do it. And that's why, jokes aside, mid laners, when you know your carry matchup's bad, or your mid match is bad, you should share it with your team, because we don't know. We don't know. Say like, hey, this is a rough one, I need help. Can we stack or like help me with runes? So you just let us know ahead of time, not after you've already lost the lane. You're like, I needed help. Oh, cool. Cool. Item build's pretty good, just don't skip the Mask of Madness and you're good to go. Oh, we were talking, who was asking earlier about skipping Magic Stick or Magic Wand upgrade versus Magic Stick, potentially skipping Magic Stick? Sven is one of those heroes. Look at all these. Throwing a Mask of Madness as well, what are we replacing, right? We need all these cheap items, kind of want that Bracer, and I'm 20 minutes in, I'm ready to replace an item slot. Now in this case, I know we're getting dataless, so it's like, it's kind of okay. But Sven's one of those heroes who might skip it. Now even though I just said that, this is a pretty good BKB game. I would get a BKB. Getting BKB, getting Crystallis before BKB is already a little bold, but I think fine for a pub game. I would get a BKB before the dataless. Especially because the only way they kill you is magic damage, right? Puck Lockdown, Sven Burst, Luna Eclipse, Techies Blast Off, everything, Silencer. It's all magic damage. I think it'll be extremely difficult. Oh, yes, bless. All right, you got the BKB. Let's go. We're good now. And the double stack. Primo is locked in right here. Ready to go.
Killing spree.
I'd say right here you should actually move up. Right, you finish this camp. Mini-map, right? These creeps weren't doing anything. Centaur? Your natures, your buddy, dying right here. 2 heroes, right? So at most there's 3 heroes, or sorry, there's 2 heroes top, and then up, Luna's down here, right? So you already started moving this way because you're thinking about jungling. In terms of farming speed, when you farm these 2 camps, it's the same as farming like this and this camp, just about, right? So technically you're farming the same amount. But positioning-wise, what does it do for us? We are here, which means now I'm in position to push in the lane. And now I'm in position to get more jungle camps. From here, there is nowhere to go except the triangle. And if you came from the triangle, there is literally nowhere to go besides TP out. This ends up being extremely inefficient unless you plan to go back to the base, or you're super scared because like, oh, the enemies are coming in, everyone's hiding. So I am farming this very defensive pattern and then like running through here. So if you can use your map awareness to see, can I safely walk up here? Because this is where I want to go. It is good to go. But if they're not letting me, then, you know, respect. They're playing well. But if I see my friend die, Luna's here, there was a hero mid, right? Like, I can't die solo. I'll TP out in time. Then you want to run up here, farm this stuff. And as they are, oh, we got kills, guys. Let's go do Roche. Let's push bottom. Oh, we can't contest. We got to get something, right? Push a lane, pressure the tower, bait them to come back, or at least get the tower while they're getting your tier 2 tower. We're in position for that. Not really in position to do much over here. So a little bit of a miss. But also, in terms of what value you're getting, these camps, very similar to these camps, but you could fall back to these camps. These are always your camps technically. Also, technically Nature's camps, because that's where he wants to be farming while you are doing more aggressive things, or he wants to farm here and then like join fights. So you're farming things your Nature's greedy support actually wants to farm, like here or here. And then let's say because we don't farm here, it's 2130, you end up, you know, coming down here. Luna comes up here, she farms this stuff. So you farmed your jungle, she farmed her jungle, 50-50 split, no gold difference. What's our net worth? Like, you are top, Luna's not too far behind, and this is some of the difference, right? You're doing more in terms of last hits. But we can push that further, because every time you take these camps and then fall back to these camps, Luna comes up here and goes, there's nothing to farm. I'm gonna blame techies, reported. And that's how you start pushing it further and further. This is not bad, but we can make it more. Is it worth getting a ward to see if they rotate top till BKB item? I mean, it would be fine. You generally want a range of vision anyways. I wouldn't say it's strictly about keeping Sven safe so he can farm here, but that we do have this tower and this tower, so plays into their jungle are good, and so a ward top is dual purpose in giving us aggressive options, but also potentially protecting Sven. So it like, I don't know, it is about protecting him, but not only about protecting him. The cases for that are usually when you're losing, and this is like the only safe farm you can get, or there's a bunch of stacks. That's kind of when you do put the real defensive observers. In this game, which is pretty even, I wouldn't feel the need for all defensive vision, which is kind of what... This is pretty redundant. This one and this one. Not the worst in terms of redundancy, but they're at least both really defensive, and they both protect the same jungle area. And it's like, oh, in case I didn't see them walk through this ward, I now see them here. And I was like, oh, I see them here and they're leaving the area. So, oh, yeah, from here to here, yes, they did go here. That's why it's redundant. And having covered different areas would be a little better. But these two are defensive. So if you then have a third defensive one top, you really don't know when they're smoked or actually doing something. Good kill on the Luna there, though. Got her.
Got him too, and the small camp. How efficient.
Kill.
I like that you're pushing up. You can probably do this tower. I think you could just face tank it, but you could also wait for your creep wave, which looks like what you're doing. You could, if you're gonna wait for the creep wave, probably farm this camp while you're waiting and then come up here. If you had Mask of Madness, you would have felt comfortable just killing this without the creeps, because you would be able to regen later. Now you waited for the creeps, so Centaur came defend, and you're like, I'm out, which is the right decision, but now we don't get the tower. All right, I think this is all the main stuff you asked, right? Or were there mid to late game questions? Oh, there was. In fact, you didn't even ask that much about the early game, but I still went through it all. All right, let's get to the mid to late game here. Looks like it was pretty even all the way through. About 40 minutes. Finally take a lead. I mean, you're power spiking like right now. Especially as you finish this BK. Okay, so usually the timing for Sven is like Mask of Madness lets you kill a lot of people with God Strength Mask of Madness if someone else sets up for you. Then you kind of get to like Echo Blink pretty quickly. You can again start to do stuff around that, but you still work on finishing the BKB. If your team has really good initiations and it's easy for you to enter fights, sometimes you'll see the Blink skipped. But I think Blink is really good for pub games. So then you get the BKB. BKB often lines up with level 18, usually super strong at this point. Just start grouping with your team every time God Strength is up and do stuff. And then work towards like Daedalus if you think you need it, other stuff if you think you need it. I'd say Daedalus is pretty safe. Next fall would be like Satanic. For this particular game, any fight you win, you could go Roche. I think is good. As a generic play of can we find a team fight? Let's group, go push bottom tier 1, set up vision, and maybe we can do Roche. Actually, I just looked at the time. That means Roche is going to swap over. So forget this tier 1. Let's all group top, set up some vision somewhere in here. Right now we have a Watcher, but let's get some kind of vision in this area that we're going to fight over and use to protect our lives and do Roche top. And once you have Aegis, you just slowly go tower to tower, take them. They're trying to make a play right now. I'm kind of scared of you farming this stuff right here. But they are probably on the top half. So they're all top, so your team finished taking bot. But that means they're going to be in control of Roche. So we now have to push pretty hard to make someone TP back. Kind of like the idea of the God Strength. But now if a fight breaks out, you don't have it. If I was them, I would just do Roche right now. Okay, I didn't talk about Tormentor, but that is pretty good. I think you got to be careful about using God Strength at that tier 2, though, lest they just go straight Roche. And now I would, if they didn't do Roche, I will do Roche. Swift Blink is a good item eventually, but you still don't have Lifesteal, and it'll be very useful for you. I would go Satanic first this game. And actually, I would do that anyways in most games. The utility of Satanic outweighs the utility of Swift Blink. Swift Blink is like more damage, more now. Satanic is like, this might actually save my life in fights. Swift Blink, the survivability is the exact same. But as a transformation hero, you want to... All right, this has been a very awkward smoke. You want to be able to live as much as possible. Okay. I want to smoke because I think Roche is coming up. Great idea. Natures can TP into the fight wherever it happens. So he needs teleportation for that, not the town portal scroll. So Natures, who is also quite close to finishing the pipe, should push out other lanes. Away from the team. So Nature's your buddy. Town portal scroll here and just start shoving in bottom as quickly as you can. Anytime it's scary, go jungle. Stay out of sight. But shove this in as quickly as you can to bait someone to come here and give you a window to do Roche. And if a fight breaks out, he'll use teleportation to join the fight. You guys. All right.
So mid is about to meet mid, and Luna is clearing it right now. So I know Luna's there. If you want to jump her right now, maybe. But a little scary because we don't know where the others are. However, I think Blink, Blade Mail, Call on the Luna, and then your BKB God Strength would kill her, and there's not really a save that would do anything about that. So if you actually jumped this, that could be good. You guys aren't quite in position yet. This lane is going to hit your tier 2. Once it hits your tier 2, someone's got to do something about it, or it's really suspicious. This is the same thing. This is coming in. It's getting really suspicious. So someone's got to push top. You got to at least kill this creep wave, and someone has to deal with this creep wave. At that point, mid is not suspicious for 30 more seconds because the creeps meet after about 20 seconds of the mid lane, right? So the next one spawns at 28. It's going to take till like 28:20 to meet here, and that's not even that weird until it dies, and then it like comes up here because someone pushed it in. So you have like 40 seconds before mid lane is suspicious. You have currently, this is already a little suspicious. Once you push this out, there's actually another creep wave on the way up here, because this is the wave that was supposed to meet this wave. So you kind of need to deal with 2 creep waves top for that one to stop being suspicious. But if you at least deal with one, it's kind of understandable if your team didn't feel comfortable moving further up here, and that wouldn't be that weird. So if someone dealt with this creep wave and then was ready to go, that could also be good. But if you also didn't deal with top, you have to deal with at least 2 lanes. It's not weird if one lane is too dangerous for you to deal with, but it's weird if you aren't addressing 2 or more lanes. Because, like, what are you doing? You're 5 heroes. 5 of you can't split between, like, 2 lanes. What's happening? If you can at least deal with mid and bottom, it's acceptable. And it's not that strange if they're like, yeah, they're just too scared of us to come top. But if you don't deal with any of that, and then you smoke, especially before putting a sentry down. Now, it wasn't you guys that smoked. It was them. This is weird, right? Let's pretend you all were smoked and they didn't have vision. And this creep wave walks in their tower. It's over. It's done. Strange. And then you immediately split from them, which is kind of scary. Because they were pushing into here where the enemy was, and that means they might be moving into vision, and you're like all the way over here. Yeah, and then the fight's over. Right? By the time you TP, fight ended already. We're at that point in the game where this will happen. So this is where you need to be with the team. Like, if things are being set up, hey, I think they're going to do Roche. We already have to be here. 3 seconds for the carry is too long. For nature support, it's not as bad. Though this also has its limitations, and he said potentially come early as well, depending on exactly how the fight's breaking out. But you see, like, gotta help Quap. Oh, well, she's gone. And now we can't fight, even though you TP'd here. Unless... So, I mean, if they walk in and give you a free kill, you can take the fight. I think you should probably wait for the rest of your team to show up. It obviously worked out in hindsight. This is a really good kill. I think jumping into Roche freaks me out a little. Because these guys are like, Axe is here, Nature's is here, Crystal Maiden's here. If Luna is not hitting Roche, they're probably not doing Roche. The rest of their heroes are not good at Roche. So as soon as you see Luna, you don't have to go further. I know you BKB'd and God Strength, so you want to go further, but you actually don't have any of your teammates. If you weren't so farmed, I think you feed here, and that's obviously a lot worse than letting BKB and God Strength go to waste. But because you were so tanky, you actually did live long enough, and you guys are winning this fight. By the way, this is also where Satanic, really good. So you'd at least have Mask of Madness to start lifestealing here. But if you had gone Mask of Madness, you might be at the edge of having enough gold where Eagle Song is actually the Reaver. You've got the Morbid Mask. You sell the other component, and you finish the Satanic. You buy the Claymore instead. And you have a Satanic right here. You pop the Satanic because you've already got God Strength going, and then a single hit heals you all the way up, right? That's why the Satanic is so good compared to like Swift Blink. It will also give you a Dispel to work with through illusions, clear out the magic resistance reduction. You get E-bladed, you don't have BKB up, clear that. A lot of good uses for the Satanic. I would get it here. You might even live with the Satanic. Not a bad fight overall. It's a little of a bit of a pain to lose you, though. As you respawn, though, you just have to go for Roche again. I don't mean like straight to Roche. I mean just set up for Roche again and be prepared to fight your way to it. And if they don't immediately come back to Roche, then you're just going to take it. So we go bottom, we are up, we TP'd here, but things are happening. So if you're going to TP anywhere, it probably needs to be here and run this way. We are straight to farming. This is some classic carry behavior. Straight to farm with the TP. You gotta see if anything else important's happening. Silencer's not a bad kill, but he already used Global. So his ability is actually, like, the Silencer kill is actually not that critical once Global is out. I see this Puck kind of low, and using the Orb is one of the defensive tools. Yeah, I think you wait a little longer, Puck would jaunt, and then you immediately blink to Puck. You don't even have to stun. Yeah, look how low. You would just instantly hit him because you have Echo Saber. He would just die. No time to react. Even if he had the defensive spells, it'd be really, really impressive / vac ban this guy if he dodges a Sven blink out with Echo Saber. That'd be crazy. And then after that, you'll just turn around and finish the Silencer and the Centaur. Another way to think about it, even if, let's say they're equally viable kills, it's like it's good to kill both of them. Whoever is less mobile is not as big of a problem to walk up to. The one who is more likely to escape and be difficult to kill, that's who you want to use this is my surprise item, Blink Dagger. I am now instantly on top of you and you didn't know about this and I stun you, right? That's the hero you want to get first. Is whoever is more likely to escape. And then this guy who goes, oh shit, there's a Sven, he's gonna kill me. He's just gonna walk away like slowly this way, and you're just gonna you're gonna hoof it because you've got War Cry and maybe a Mask of Madness, and you're just like sprinting at him. He's like, oh, please no. And you're gonna cut him in half. Holy shit, hardcore. Like that. Like that. No time to react from the Puck. Go do Roche. Go do Roche. Get away from this tier 2 tower. Go do Roche. Go do Roche. 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 Oh, you want to go high? Okay. Actually, I'm kind of open to this. Yeah. Roche. 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 Go! What the heck? It's not I don't know. It's kind of working. But as you see, they are now up to defend. And maybe we could have left sooner, guaranteed, but we'd only have a tier 3. Now will we have Roche? Now they should do Roche. Oh no, this is why we do Roche first. The tier 2 is acceptable because of how long they were dead, but I also think with Aegis, you just get the tier 2 later. The tier 3 was some real greed shit, but it was close. I won't deny, you guys got a lot closer to finishing the tier 3 than I thought you would. But if your math is a little bit off, then this is what happens, and Aegis should be theirs any moment now, unless they're also not doing it. Tier 2, anybody? There it is. So what could have been big winning fight into Aegis and now 5 minutes of strength is we got the tier 3. but they have Aegis. So for 5 minutes, how good do I feel about going for this final barracks? By the way, you were dead there for a while and we didn't move. Definitely click through those items, check up on everybody. Maybe you were looking at the mini-map in that time. If you think you need MKB, you should almost always buy it before Swift Blink. That should be your absolute final purchase, is the upgraded Blink. Outside of like moon shards and backpack refreshers and ag synths and stuff like that, all the other utility like MKB, Satanic, if you're going Daedalus or Revenant's Brooch, trying to think what else, sometimes Bloodthorn. If you're gonna get any of those, you should get them before Swift Blink.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
We should be super careful. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Dominating.
It's not crazy anymore, turn around. But it was crazy. Now we push. If Luna's top, she just respawned. She TP'd there. There's no way they get you. There's no way to stop BKB TP out. You should stay at that point. You should take that tier 2. Heck, take that tier 2 and run to the mid lane. Nah, that might be... That's too crazy. That's crazier than what you did. But you should definitely take that tier 2. Killing Silencer in 2 hits is pretty funny as well. But Luna is the main threat. Everyone else is negated by BKB. So you can take that tier 2. But you never actually should have been there. You and your team should not have been showing in 2 different side lanes. Let me show you that, actually. This is a really big mistake. So it's good to get the recap on it. Here is me. I am dire team. I am sad that we lost our tier 3, but I have Aegis. We are looking for a kill. Zoom, 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 zoom. Sven is bottom, they're top. I went too fast. Let's go back a little. Slower. Normal human speed, Dota. We have TPs available. Right here. Sven. Axe. 2 different side lanes. Now, it so happens that the play happened immediately upon this reveal. But if your team is like, hey, we're going to find someone even without Sven, you definitely can't show, because that is what either your team kills Luna and then you get killed, or they see you down here and so they have the confidence to take the fight top. You know, there's a couple different iterations of how this goes, but essentially in the mid to late game, your team shouldn't really ever be showing in multiple lanes at the same time. At least really far apart, unless you have the global rotation type heroes, Ember Spirits, stuff like that. I won't say never, actually. That's a little too harsh. There are cases where you're like creep cutting, dodging, especially if they're pushing mid, you would show in alternate side lanes. But when you don't have vision of any hero, maybe this is a better way to put it. If you don't have vision of the enemy team, showing in multiple lanes at the same time is insane. There will be cases where it's okay, but it's usually based off of information, because like, I know they can't punish us, right? This time I have no idea where they are, and then we're showing at the same time.
Radiant's
Okay, Aegis should be dead now. Oh yeah, it is dead because you guys got him.
Mega kill.
Nuts. So we were about to be strong right here. This isn't you. This is just team stuff in general. All right. So you kill this Silencer because lol, hilarious. I saw Luna and Centaur here. Puck mid. In 20 seconds, Queen of Pain will be up. You guys will have your abilities, except God Strength, which is kind of sad. We kind of have to wait for this one. But if you find a good pick-off, you can kind of do it without God Strength, just because you hit really hard even without God Strength. He will still be dead. So you guys should be a little careful, because right now it's technically 4-on-4, and that's even. Soon it'll be 5-on-4, and that's okay, even without God Strength. But if we wanted to wait for God Strength, I would also say that's okay. But definitely, seeing as the last hero was here, and then 2 heroes were here, Axe is being way too way too aggressive farming here. It sounds funny because it's like his own jungle, but this is too far. This is crazy. He's gotta run back this way right now. He's gotta get out of here. And in fact, if he didn't farm any of these camps, I would say that's okay. If he just bolted it out of here, that would be acceptable. In fact, all of you should be a little careful. When no one shows top, right here, even though this isn't hitting the tower, isn't it weird that if anybody was top, they're not farming this? That'd be a little strange. For the first second, whatever. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, it starts to be weird. What are they doing? Because do you know how long it takes to finish a camp at this stage of the game? It takes a carry 2 seconds to finish a camp at most. It's usually a lot. Sven walks up and the camp is dead, right? So that's why I say in about 5 seconds, it would be strange that this camp is not, like this wave isn't being dealt with if anyone was in the area. Because like if you're farming this, the creeps mean, okay, I got a second, I'll finish the camp. And then you're moving to a different camp when this is right here, right? Maybe they're super scared. That means they also don't have vision of you. That's okay. But maybe they're not here. And that's why everyone else has to be like, oh shit, this is scary. Or you actually have more confidence to move top. Maybe not into this, which might be the bait, but I might have more confidence to be jungling in here because if they're not dealing with this, they're probably not up here. And you have that information once the creep wave gets there for a little bit. And that's what you're careful of. You're not like permanently sitting scared in your base, but like as creeps get to areas and nothing happens, you start to form ideas off of that and act on that.
Their structures. The Dire might want to mine their top tower. Radiant's bottom tower ain't pretty set. Dire's top tower.
Oh, Keo, what's up?
Bottom tower.
What is up? How you doing? Oh, sorry. I just saw you message me on Steam. I did not process that. I hope you're well. Guys, you want some deep lore for ZQuixotix? One of the first things I ever cast was for a much more casual league that Keo helped organize for like his own like educational group. And I don't know if any of you know Old Man Sal. He used to do more Dota stuff. He's kind of like doing some game development stuff now and just like occasionally streams Dota. But we did a cast together for, I forget how long it went. But I think that was like the first casting. I'm trying to think if I would have cast anything else. I don't think so. I think that would have been the first time I ever actually did a quote-unquote cast. In a very casual setting, but a cast nonetheless. With some ZQuixotix deep lore. Add that to the wiki. This wasn't you, but it could be you. Maybe you've done this and I haven't been paying attention. In mid to late game scenarios, it's almost always the wrong choice to blink into a creep wave to farm. Okay, Axe actually just walked in there, so this is fine. For some reason, I thought he blinked in here. You should pretty much never blink into creep waves to farm and then back out, unless you have a bunch of vision and you know what's happening. Any advice I say, invalidate it if you have better information. What I say is pretty much for when it's like, I'm uncertain. And when you're uncertain, blinking into the creep waves is almost always wrong. You should always walk in and then blink away. Or maybe you shouldn't go in at all if you're scared. The most common case is right here. People are doing Roche or like posturing for Roche and someone blinks into farm and then they die because they have no escape. Happens all the time. You should save it. You should blink away. Or it's too scary. Don't even go over there. Just wait. Okay, Sven to push in one more wave. Acceptable. Especially if you had Satanic. Because you're look, they're trying to initiate on you and you're really tanky. Maybe you BKB first, all that stuff. Your team's getting the counter initiation. So this was a fine bait from you. We gotta do the shit though. Yeah. BKB, God Strength, let's go. Centaur is the tankiest one though. He wouldn't really be the guy you want to look for. You're actually ignoring him till the final ends. It's these guys you want to find. So if you bait, it's okay, but your team should be more ready. They should be like smoked behind you already. Like you see how you're up here? You want to be close enough. So part of this is you went too far forward to clear the creep wave. Part of it is they weren't close enough. Maybe they didn't have smoke. I don't know. When they jump you, you want your team to instantly react. So Ken Axe instantly blink call when you get jumped. If the answer is no, you two are too far apart because games will be decided. These team fights at this stage will be decided in fractions of a second based on you crit cleaving someone with God Strength, based on Eclipse tearing you apart because you get stunned into Eclipse and you can't BKB. So you need to be close enough where the instant responses are there. And this is too far. So if you waited for the creeps to meet in the mid, even though I was just flaming this, but like if you walk into here, then Axe actually is close enough. Or if they're smoked up and they're already in the river here, they are close enough to react to this. Because it took a while, they eventually came in closer, and it kind of worked. The initial start, so Axe got onto the silencer, you got stunned up here for a moment. You should go for either the supports or... Remember I said, like, if global happens, like, he's not so important? So at that point, I've only seen Silencer and Centaur, and then I just caught sight of Techies. None of them are that critical. For you, it is Luna and Puck. And if you can delete Silencer before global, that could be okay. But actually, after these guys jumped in, you should still wait here. Because, oh, well, if I don't go in, how are we going to kill Centaur? But if Luna and Puck don't go in, how are they gonna kill Axe and Queen of Pain, right? So you're like at this bait period right now where when you go in, you will kill anyone over time. When Luna goes in, she'll kill anyone over time. I want to kill the Luna. I don't want the Luna to kill me. So neither of us want to show quite yet, and we're not too worried about losing teammates because like everyone's just bulky here. But then once you show, Luna's like, all right, now I can go in. Now I drop the Eclipse here. You're out of BKB time. I'm ready to go. Here comes the Puck with the Hex, right? So we actually need to keep waiting with the BKB ready until we get that information. And if nothing happens and we go, well, this is awkward, just walk away, that's okay. Everyone just backs away and it's fine. And we look for a new opportunity. But jumping the Centaur is like... When you jump the initiator, it's like the initiator jumps you. It's like staring into the void. What's that? Who's the author who says that? Stare into the void and the void stares back at you. If you initiate on an initiator, the initiator has initiated onto you because that's the point of contact the team wants, is for Centaur to be in the beginning of the fight. Whether he jumps you or you jump him, he doesn't care. Your team should not fight this tier 2. That's not on you, though maybe you can put it in the voice comms like, don't fight, guys. Wait for me to be up. Centaur, Luna, Puck, go. 5 TPs, jump this. Smoke up, go get Luna. Luna is a little scarier because the TPs are here. So the team can actually respond to Luna. Luna can't respond to this. It's a little bit up to you based on where your team is. You see how you guys are really scattered, so there is no instant response. This is what you would try to organize. You would try to be together and like, as soon as someone shows, we're going to go, we're going to do stuff. And the people who can react really quickly across large distances are the ones that, like, you and Nature swap. Nature's pushes bottom with the creeps, and you are like here, and he pushes another lane with his own hero. 2 lanes Nature's is dealing with, and then TPing into the fight. So the 4 of you, as soon as you see that moment, you can go. You can run straight into the pit. You can go for Luna. You can go for this. The pit's the most dangerous. Luna's second most dangerous. The other team is the safest. All have some risk, but...
Radiant's top tower's hurting. Radiant
Luna, Centaur. Go.
top tower.
Go, go, go. Don't look too far. Little bit of camera movement here. Camera work. I mean, stuff like this will happen on occasion, so don't sweat it too much. But Luna's paths include this tree, and you also need to be watching for your smoke to break. So
Top tower's hurting.
I feel like you guys almost walked past the Luna. You were actually looking a little too far. Luna dead. Can her team react in time? No. What was our thing? Team fights are decided in 1 or 2 seconds, sometimes even less than that. Were her teammates close enough to help Luna? God, no. Man, they were about as far as possible. They hate Luna. Luna smells. She is not showered. Everyone's getting so far away from Luna. And so Sven kills her in 2 seconds, and now you have 100 seconds, no Luna. If you want to go mid, I would actually, you kind of can. Except that you don't have the tier 2s, so you can't really mega them. So I would still say Roche is pretty good here. It looks like we want to go for Centaur. I don't fully mind, like, especially if Centaur was on dieback. Okay, the fact that Roche is not guaranteed to be up, I'm pretty open to this play. But part of the question you want to ask yourself before committing to this, because this won't always be the right call. Here's what I want to do. In an empty lobby, here's what I would do. I would simply walk it down the mid lane and I would go get that. Why can't I do that? Who's stopping me from do that? It's this darn dire team. But who? Is it Silencer standing in the middle? Like, you can't come here, and you're like, oh, damn, gotta respect Silencer. It's Luna. I care a lot about Luna. So whatever I want to do is stopped by Luna, and she's dead. Killing more heroes is nice, but what does it strictly change? Outside of net worth, right, and dominance, but Luna is dead for 100. As long as we are together, the enemy team cannot stop what we want to do. They cannot do anything without Luna. So when you kill Centaur here, and you put him, let's say he also had a 100-second death timer. He's not. He's a little less leveled. They're still going to wait for Luna. It's not the Centaur they need to wait for. Let's say like Silencer dies and he has a shorter death timer. It's like, oh, wait for Silencer. It's Luna. We still need to wait for Luna. So those are the situations where like you don't actually have to look for more kills because it doesn't open up new avenues. You can already do whatever you want to do. Different games will be different. In this case, I'm highlighting the Luna. There are games where it's like, oh shit, it's Luna and it's Centaur and it's Puck. Oh, we're so behind, right? And you do need to take fights like this. So I don't think this is, I think you have enough time to do this and then go for Roche. So just to be clear, I think this is fine this game. But just keep that in mind of like, how much do you actually need to do this stuff? Because you killed Luna around here and because the tier 2s aren't up, I don't mind that you guys didn't go like mid. But if you guys like killed Luna here and then like both tier 2s are down, I'd be like, why did you waste 40 seconds? Because you could have gone from here to megas instantly versus TP home, get a couple more kills, and then still have to run over. Luna's actually just getting closer to respawning, which is what really stops us. So now here we are, right? But we could have done this. About 30 seconds faster. We're actually going for the end of the game. If we wanted to end the game, it's just the Luna. Now she might buy back, but that's also an economic win. Broke her coil. Spoiler, guys, based on this timer, I don't think they win here. Oh, shit. Oh, ah. No. He got us. Satanic would have saved your life. Like, you've died 4 times. All these late game deaths, I think the Satanic would have kept you alive. 2 to 3 of them. That Mask of Madness into Satanic. Is Shard still a priority for Sven? Nah, you don't need it.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
Don't initiate on the initiator. Does that also go for initiating supports like Lion and Shaman? Less so because the supports die so quickly. They're not the same as like the Tide Hunters, Enigma stuff. But to a degree. It depends on like who else is in the game. Because let's say you jump a Shaman. He dies instantly, but it took 3 of you. And then the axe comes in and calls 3 of you, right? So it sort of depends on who else is in the game. Or you jump the Shaman and there's a Dazzle behind him. Well, Dazzle's the guy we need. So it's the initiating on the initiator thing is like it's a nice little voice line type thing, but it is a little more complex where like there are times it's okay, times it's not.
Mega kill.
Hornet Silk Song. One day. Oh god, one day. Is it actually this year? Who knows? What's up? Lucky Taurus. Maybe. We might be able to pull it up and take a quick look. We are getting pretty late into the stream. I started late, so I plan to go a little later, but we're getting pretty out there. Can I have one? Oh, thank you. Let's take a quick look. I remember talking about this earlier. I think that's part of why I'm up for taking a quick look. And I think we finished covering the other game anyhow. What would be the best item to replace for Satanic in that game? I don't think you do. I think it's probably that you go, so you have a Satanic, you have the Mask of Madness, Echo. Oh, actually, no, it's easier to do it from this panel, isn't it? So here you would have Mask of Madness. If you have to cut an item, sometimes it's Daedalus, but I think the Daedalus is okay. You have the Mask of Madness right now, so you get the Satanic instead of the Swift Blink. So now you have Satanic, and then you decide you want MKB. That's where it's kind of tricky, and that's kind of why it's like, I think it's the Daedalus that we maybe had to replace. I think I'm up for potentially replacing the Echo, but that feels bad because Harpoon is so nice. I guess you could play without the MKB, get the Harpoon, go for the Swift Blink to then replace the boots with MKB. Maybe you can replace Mask of Madness with MKB and not get Satanic. What about Bloodthorn instead of Daedalus, actually? I don't know if people still do this. And she has Dispel, so maybe it's actually not that great. Dang, maybe you do skip Satanic. You don't skip Mask of Madness, to be clear. But I think maybe you could skip Satanic. Skip Satanic, finish the other stuff. Disassemble the Mask of Madness. And then later, when you have Swift Blink and you're ready to replace boots, buy the Satanic at that point. Maybe that's okay too. I think you'd need a better carry player than me to like go into the nitty gritty of that. I am standing right now. This is a standing desk. We're sitting for a while. Okay, so this game you mentioned. Oh, I was on the wrong thing for a little bit there. You mentioned that you had like some insane amount of damage or some shit. Hero damage is real high. But honestly, I mean, these guys are not high damage dealers. Magnus could maybe have a little more. But like, you are the freest damage dealer this game. Because they don't actually have good initiation. They have to just run at your team. And that means running through Magnus and Earthshaker. You actually should have the highest damage by a good margin. Did insane damage output, and I think I played well. I mean, that's surely possible. I don't mean to say like just because you didn't like or you didn't play well just because you have high damage output, but don't think it's like too crazy either. I'm trying to think of how to explain this. You know when a game ends at like 20 minutes and then people are like LMAO, Ursa 5,000 damage, garbage. He's not supposed to do damage at that point. Ursa's maybe a bad example, but like carries are supposed to be jungling in a lot of cases and pushing lanes, and then they start doing a lot of damage. So like sometimes people flame carries for having low damage. Like you never got to the point where the carry does damage. It's like it's not really the carry's fault. That's actually natural. You're playing a high damage hero who is enabled this game, so like the high damage is good, but also kind of par for the course, I guess is what I'm saying. That doesn't mean you did anything wrong. But not something we want to use just as a metric for like I deserve to win. All right, so looks like 20 minutes is where things start to fall apart. Looks like your lane struggled a little bit. I think we're gonna skip the lane just for the matter of time. Lina usually wants to do better in the lane. I don't know how, like, what happened versus Death Prophet. Death Prophet is a strong laner. Maybe got ganked a little bit. 3-7's not that bad. Let me see if you ever do the jungle and stacking. Okay, next Observer Ward. This game, feel free to put the Observer here. You'll actually see a lot of mids do this. Happens a lot in losing matchups. I don't think it's bad for Lina to do in like even to winning matchups. You actually don't even need to do it because you can use spells to stack, but you'll see mids put wards here and then stack this easily. Like push lane, walk here, stack this back, and then you multi-farm this camp to like accelerate a lot. You'll see Lina's do it. Excuse me. See Lina's do it a good amount. You are farming that camp actually, so that's good. I think Ogre might have stacked it for you. I saw him wandering there, but maybe you did those and I just missed it. Rotation's okay, but maybe stuck around too long. We end up dying. Or maybe we just missed some last hits in lane versus the Death Prophet. All right, I'm gonna jump to like the 20-minute mark where things were closer and then started to fall apart. Let's go back a little further. Looks like something exciting is about to happen. Should you skip Boots of Travels? Do you even need this Aether Lens?
Kill.
I don't think you get the Aether Lens before Ags. I'm not a mid Lina player. But I don't think you need this quite yet. I think you should get the Ags first. Or like, usually it's like Boots of Travels into Ags. That's why I'm like looking at this and I feel like we're a little out of order. But Kaya first into the other stuff is then also okay. But I don't think you get Aether Lens until after you get Aghanims, if I understand the build correctly. Anyways, now I gotta go back again because I was thinking about items and I was just looking at your item bar. How did this break out? Okay, throw the spells, Necrobot, Death Prophet, top. We are kind of scattered. Trying to back out and they surprise us with the smoke. Okay, I mean, credit where credit's due. That was a good smoke from them. Maybe if I went further back, I'd be able to read that smoke. But from where we jumped, like 2 heroes were showing, the others were missing. Didn't strictly think they were smoking at that angle. Let's just chalk that up to a good play from them to save time. Okay, so we're ready to make play. Okay, so earlier I talked about like smoking too soon. Like someone's got to deal with this and then you smoke. Though it so happens that we're kind of baiting it, now going for the Death Prophet. She's pretty tanky, but I think you should be able to do this. Pretty close. All right, solid. Either keep looking for kills or start pushing like into their half of the map. Necro, pretty far up, so I feel like if you guys cut down, like one person TPs in and starts this shit, that could be okay. What do you guys end up doing? You have bots, so you can push while the others set stuff up. All right, Roche sounds like the play right here. If you guys didn't go for Necro, then it should be Roche. After that kill, you guys should definitely just go for Roche. See another smoke being used, but that's kind of a waste. Your team should be doing Roche. And I think you should help them. You don't actually need to... You just need to do Roche fast enough. And because they're close to respawning, it's kind of scary. You guys are going to do Roche and back out, not Roche and fight. If you're going to Roche and fight, you need to push the lanes. If you're going to Roche and back, you should just help do Roche faster. Now, you guys actually are Roshing and fighting. I don't think you have RP. And a lot of us are missing mana. Some help. Yeah, so we don't have all our tools. They had theirs, and we just fought on their half of the map. So if we go back to this... I mean, you guys don't have RP for another minute. This is a pretty close game, and then this is their half of their map. Now, you have a ward here, and it's seeing some of them. And I think that's what's baiting you guys. But Necro is about to respawn, so he's going to TP straight into the fight. No one is showing anywhere else on the map. So that means I think all 4 heroes can potentially be in this area. So then, like, okay, can we take a fight? So this guy's half dead. This guy's 2/3 dead. The carry is half dead. Don't have RP. And you're... this is kind of enough mana, but I would also sort of like more mana. We also just got kills and Roche, so if anyone has a chunk of money to spend, that hasn't been spent yet. For example, depending what Ogre is buying, 1,400 gold, he could at least buy, let's say, Fluffy Hat, Wizardry Staff. He could buy Cloak. He could buy a full Pavis. A couple things he could spend his money on. It doesn't look like that's a concern for anybody else, but I just don't think this is a fight you guys have to take right now. If this was an RP right here, you know, maybe. And it looks like the Echo got messed up too. The Echo is down here. Maybe with a little bit better execution, it was possible. But I also think it's just a risky fight to take.
How different is the mid heroes here and in your bracket? Kind of the same. I would say my bracket follows the meta just marginally more, but even then, not really. Like, there are times... I had a Doom carry the other day that got flamed, right? Even though it's a very meta carry right now. There was a patch where Alchemist was insanely broken, and yet I very rarely had core players picking it. Stuff like that. Like, even, it's not like, oh, Visage is meta and broken. You know, it's like, well, no one plays Visage. It's like, it's Alchemist. Anyone play Alchemist? How do I not have a TA carry every single game? You know, it's like that. Like, that's what's broken right now. Where are the TA carries? All right, guys. Focusing different targets a bit here. So, don't go for Necro. Both of you going for Necro, but Necro's whole thing is to take a lot of damage, press Ghost Shroud, and then heal. Especially with the Scythe coming down, this guy, I wouldn't be surprised if this guy ends up in full health in like a few seconds. So all of this damage is meaningless. We should be taking out either Dark Willow or the Lifestealer if we think we can kill him. Because I think he started this kill as an infest gank. So Necro is usually towards the end. Wait, let me take this back. Unfarmed Necro, burst him off the bat. Necro who hasn't gotten an ultimate off and you can kill, go for it. If Necro has gotten a kill with Reaper Scythe and he's farmed, you kind of ignore him as much as possible and deal with other heroes and get him last. Because otherwise it's too much damage going into nothing. We want to find the other heroes first. Unless you have a tool to deal with Ghost Shroud, which would be the Nullifier, or if you didn't use your spells to start and you just did the right-click damage and then he pops Ghost Shroud, you can try to nuke him through with the rest. But it's not... taking slow burn is kind of like iffy for that then, because it's like we break off some of the damage for damage over time, and then that's going to look weird. Like, he's just going to heal. His heal is going to outdo slow burn. All right, and then they win this fight. Honestly, I don't think we even take this fight. So we had Aegis. I guess we're stronger. You guys are thinking about fighting this because it's a tier 2. I guess I'm open to it. Your Ags is so close, though. I think you should tell your team we're not fighting till Ags is done. Ursa needs a BKB to navigate these fights as well. I'm pretty sure you guys just give up this tower, and you guys... If they're bottom like this, that means this whole top half is open. If we go to free cam. So all 5 of their heroes are here. If we go back a few more seconds, all 5 heroes are right here. So we can't farm this bottom. And this jungle is pretty scary. Maybe this camp and this camp are available, but honestly, just write them off. So this camp, this bottom section's gone. But that means the mid lane, the top lane, and then all this jungle stuff is open. If you have some kind of nature's prophet who can get here, you can do this stuff. You don't have to, though. Someone who can creep cut, potentially. Someone who had, like, went through the twin gate, popped out, nukes the creep wave, and TP's home is very unlikely to die. We can out-farm them by, like, 3 to 4 times here for the farm speed our heroes have. You can get I'd say like 3 times the amount of farm while they're pushing this tier 2. And we're doing that until we finish Aghanims, and we're doing that till we finish BKB. If they like finish this and then go tier 2, it's the same deal. So the guys who were pushing mid are gonna like they're gonna start moving top. The guys who were pushing top, someone, as you see this team move through the jungle to go mid, they go through the twin gate and immediately start dealing with bottom, and you just continue to like out farm while waiting for key items. This fight is kind of skewed against us. Even if you guys hadn't targeted the Necro while he was healing, it's still a really tough fight. I guess he didn't infest to start this. I guess he literally just walked up and found Magnus. For some reason, I thought he was in the infest and they found Magnus, but now looking at it, he's literally just walking up. Here's your Ursa, who is spending the whole fight not doing anything because he doesn't have BKB. That's kind of his fault, but also kind of the team's fault. Here's the Aether Lens not getting us away from anybody.
Dire structures looking fortified.
I think Ags... You also need a BKB, actually. I'm pretty sure it's like... I'm open to the Kaya. Bots, Ags, BKB, I think, is probably the play. And I think with that, you can, like, always outrun... You can outrun the Lifestealer enough to keep your distance. You can't be, like, jumped and killed by magic damage and just sit there. I think both of you need BKBs and the game is much easier. But it looks like we keep engaging in fights. BKB 30 minutes, and 30 minutes is where we ended up pretty behind 7K. But I think if you do the splitting I'm talking about, you guys finish BKB sooner, and this is actually like even around now. How do you handle these situations, though, if you know what's right, but your team still smokes and wants me to make a play? So it depends what you prefer. What is less frustrating for you? Either, all right, YOLO, we go with the team and hope for something fortunate to work out, that they mess up and this somehow works. But we will probably be making a mistake. We know we are making a mistake and we're just hoping the enemy messes up. If that's not that frustrating for you, I'd say that's okay. I would adjust it based on how badly the odds are in your favor. Like, you think there's literally no way this works, then you shouldn't go. If you think there's a chance of it working and you're like, I can kind of see potential, I give this like a 30% and they're all going, then I'm going to go. There's literally 0% chance we win this, don't go. But that one's a little bit up to you. Or you can do the right thing and you will be forming good habits and decision making, and you may lose this particular game, but the next time that situation comes up, you won't be defaulting to the wrong thing, and you'll be consistently doing the right thing. You will have to go through games where people flame you, like you're not with the team, you're griefing us, whatever. Like, that's going to happen. But to then avoid that, when the smoke happens, it is too late. That is where you're put in this really tough situation. The sooner you can identify this stuff, after you guys lost Aegis, for example, or even before that, you guys do Aegis, right? You win the fight, do Roche, and then reset. You're calling it ahead of time, and no one is reaching this point, finishing Aegis and saying like, guys, we can go. And some guy's like, oh yeah, go. And you're like, wait, listen, guys, no, don't. It's too late. The train is moving. Now you're stuck. You have to call it ahead of time. And this is really good for core players to practice, because core players are the ones with the most control to do the shot calling. So like in this situation, after you guys lost that fight and you see them like starting to push bottom, you say, hey guys, avoid them until we finish BKBs on like Ursa and I finish my Ags, right? You have to call it ahead of time. As soon as the smoke happens, as soon as like people are moving here, it's too late, you're cursed. So the real skill is preemptively identifying it and communicating that to your team. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, that sucks. But it's way more likely to work than once it happens, trying to change the course of what is already moving. So it's envisioning the future that is the skill. I want to chill until BKB. Yeah, nothing toxic, because it's very easy to tilt teammates. But phrase it in a way that like sets the plan forward, because that's what most Dota players aren't like evil, you know? They're just struggling in their own way because Dota's hard. So you just go like in that chaos is when people feel pressure, like I know I'm supposed to. ZQuixotix video said I'm like supposed to be doing. I don't know what to do. You know, it's like I guess we go. right? That's the panic that gets you, and you kind of move too soon. But if someone can say, like, here's the plan, it's
We
not
Go
now,
Hard on
it's
Earth
later,
gifted a tier
it helps
1
a lot.
sub to Lucky Taurus 11. They have given 304 gift subs
It's
in the
insane,
channel.
dude. That is insane. The total, that's crazy. We Go Hard, MVP, absolutely carrying this channel. Thank you. Give the mid man who talks a win. Hell yeah. What were we saying? Oh yeah, if you can help set the plan, especially because you're a core, like if you're a mid player, it helps so much. Because as a support player, you're at the mercy of others. You're like, I think it's good to do this, and carries like, I'm gonna feed if you leave my lane. You're like, okay, guess I'm here, right? But as the core players, you have a lot more control to be like, this is when I'm strong, this is when I'm not. This is what I want to do. This is what I think is good to do later. You don't have to be too wordy, but like I said, BKBs are good. Like an Ursa saying like, hey guys, I have Battle Fury, Blink's about to be done. I wanna do stuff, right? That helps a lot. Saying like, hey, I need to finish this BKB, and then we're easy game, guys. That gives a lot of relief to the supports who are like, should we be doing something? I don't know. It's like, guys, we'll lose for 3 minutes. We win right after that, because that's when BKB's done. I ignored Necro. I ignored Dark Willow. I ignored Line. I ignore half of Death Prophet, right? Like BKB, and we're cruising. And you need a core player to say that confident. Like, oh yeah, we're cruising. We're going to be cruising, guys, down the river. So then we don't have to go smoke into this tier 2. Oh, we have to defend our buildings. We're going to lose. No, we're just losing the tier 2. But the BKB, the cruising, guys, envision it. Someone's got to say it, and then it's a lot easier. Okay, we're probably going to end about here. We might go into like ramble mode a little bit, answer some random questions, but it's getting pretty late here. I gotta eat. We started late because I was kind of watching EWC, but I was also playing Rematch. I'm not going to lie. I'm trying to see if I can make it to the highest rank in Rematch and then make like some videos on it on a different channel just for fun. But I gotta get there. How long does it take to go from, oh wow, I'm immortal, to 7K? I can't speak for it in Europe because I don't play that region or other regions. But for NA, I would say it's pretty different from like the baseline of Immortal up to 7K. It's not that it's massively like a different game, but you just have to do everything a lot more consistent, and you have to be way better about being proactive. Now, in North America, that's quite weak. And that's why the 7K in NA is probably not quite the same as 7K like EU, for example. But still that difference of proactively doing things and putting yourself, creating a winning situation as opposed to I guess we're winning now. I guess we happen to TP into the right fight, right? That's some of the difference. I would say I have fluctuated a lot in MMR. I have crashed and risen again. So I would say the difference between Divine and Immortal and like higher Immortal is often the pace of the game and how quickly you can preemptively identify stuff. I'm kind of like rehashing what I just said, but like another way to put it, right? Times I've done coaching with like ancient Divine players who want to improve, and it's we don't really have the time to do it in these replays, so I sometimes ask rhetorical questions, but we don't usually like sit and like have the full discussion. But if I pitch it like, pause here, here's the setup, what do you think is the right decision? A lot of players will actually arrive at the right conclusion. Like even not like Divine Immortal, but like we can go lower, Ancient, Legend. You watch a lot of Pro Dota, you watch a lot of like my video, the best educational content, right? You arrive at the correct conclusion. Like this hero's here, we have this timing, we should try to do something, right? But it takes me setting it up of like, here's the info, so what do we do? And then they can arrive at the situation, the answer. But that's part of like getting there is like while you're playing, while you're last hitting and then looking at the mini map and like checking items, like you have to gather that information while thinking on the grand scheme of like, what are we doing? Like, what am I waiting? When do we go anywhere, right? You have to do that while playing, and that's the hard part. And so the more you think about it ahead of time, the more you play, the easier that gets. And that's what speeds up the game. Because the Divine player is like, I finished the Battle Fury. What's the next item, you know? But the Immortal player is already like, okay, Battle Fury, blink. And then the higher tier is like, I can Twin Gate rotation right now. I have a Cornucopia and I'm going to kill that drow, right? Like, you start moving further and further along because you can see the path. And so you can start looking at closer and closer things and further things. And like, it's not just about the Battle Fury. I slowed down the drow because I went through the Twin Gate because I'm level 6 and she's level 5 and I can dive with Enrage. You know, it's like, it's starting to do more faster and not needing the prompt of like, hey, they're diving us. Should we use our team fight abilities? It's like, oh, yeah. It's like, how do we set a situation that we get to use our abilities in a favorable way? Twin Gate is busted, and people don't use it in pubs. Lucky Taurus, no problem. Happy to help out. Seems like communication is your #1 criticism. I never know what's going on in the team comms, so there are times where like you probably know what's right and they're just doing the wrong things. I totally get that. We could have maybe found some other stuff, but maybe in a future replay. I do think just having that proactive communication will go a long way for you. And then some nitpicks on the item build, I guess. I think with a smoother item build, you might have been able to have a little bit more impact. Today's Wednesday, so gotta ask when if I lane against you again. I'm not sure. I'm not sure when I have another idea for that. I haven't decided. I'm in the middle of playing rematch a bunch more than Dota. Am I still a Dota player? I think so. But at some point we might do more of that 2v1 stuff. It was I think it was fun to do just to do it, even if we don't make anything educational out of it. But I think it's kind of nifty, you know. All right, guys, we are gonna round out the day here. Thank you so much again to We Go Hard for the insane gifted subs. But everyone else, you're no less. Thank you for just watching. For anyone who subscribed, donated, I appreciate it a bunch. Keeps the channel going. And that's why I'm not quitting Dota quite yet. So I'm still here for the people to do all this. But yeah, we'll be back Friday. Yeah, well, I haven't fully decided because EWC is like still going on, and like even I want to watch EWC, but I don't really want to like co-stream all that stuff. I already didn't do the application to like do it, but I also feel weird. I'd feel like I'd rather just watch Ricky, you know, the official support of Ricky, rather than stream it myself. And I'm also playing like other stuff and prepping in that time. So it might start late, and or if it's too late, maybe it will be variety, but EWC will be done like shortly after that. We'll get back to a regular schedule. Seen all the episodes times? Oh yeah, let's go. Yeah, I'll try to think on it. I want to do it. Rematch stream when? I've been thinking about it. Like if I'm already playing, might as well stream it. And that's what I was thinking about Thursday. Here's one of the issues. Rematch is only open mic if you want to use it. I have been working on fundamentals. I'm at the point where like I want to start communicating to like, this guy's open, go here, do this. Because that's where most of the misses happen in the match. Like one guy goes somewhere, the shot goes another. It's like, you just didn't know, right? But it's open mic. And I think that's really, if I'm streaming, I'm just rambling to you guys, can't do that. So then we can't interact at all. For me to just say nothing and then be like, watch the back. Like, that's it, you know? So it's weird. But if we can organize like Alex, I think like we had a 5-man going for a while. That was fun. If I try to organize something like that again, it's just difficult because everyone has random schedules. But if we get something like that, then I think it's pretty fun. But I might stream some solo queue and we'll see about open mic or not. But it'll be like a fun variety thing. On the path to TI as a janitor. Nice. Thank you for watching the videos. I'm glad it's been helpful. All right, guys. If we didn't get to your games today, I apologize. Next Wednesday, I don't think there's anything special, so I think we'll be still doing replays. Yeah, we'll just repeat, same as usual. Okay, guys, thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for all the support. I will see you later. Have a good rest of your week. I'll see you either tomorrow for maybe some variety. Otherwise, I'll see you Friday, which might also be variety.